I carry your heart with me. I carry it in my heart. I'm never without it. Anywhere I go, you go, my dear, and whatever is done by only me is your doing. I fear no fate, for you are my fate, my sweet. I want no world, for beautiful you are my world, my true. And it's you, and it's you are whatever a moon has always meant, and whatever a sun will always sing in you. Here is the deepest secret nobody knows. Here is the root of the root, and the bud of the bud, and the sky of a tree called life, which grows higher than soul can hope or mind can hide. And this is the wonder that keeps the stars apart. I carry your heart, I carry it in my heart. While Ravan was escorted by his entourage towards a huge glittering building that I guessed to be the royal court, Mandodari pulled me along to a chariot that was waiting for her. Her grasp on my wrist was rough, and she didn't speak. Her beautiful chiseled face was cool to show no emotion, but I could feel anger emanating from her, as well as shame. I could imagine how insulting it must have been for her. She who was daughter of a great king, and I was sure to have anything to do with Ravan's latest conquest. Beneath them, I sensed something else, a shimmer of fear. Why should Mandodari be afraid of me, a powerless captive? The charioteer brought us to a gigantic palace glittering with gold and precious stones. The architecture was intricate, with features I had never seen in the human world. Musical fountains sung a welcome as we approached them. Flowering vines carved into volumes released heady perfumes. Walls of sculpted dancers came to life, bending and leaping when I turned my eyes towards them. The palace was guarded by stern, beautiful females, twice as tall I was. I guessed that they were the Yakshashis that Ravan had mentioned. They must have once been the guardians of Indra's court. Forgotten tale from Mithila from the time when Ravan came to try for my hand rose in my mind. He had battered the king of the gods and won. He had probably brought the Yakshashi here after that victory. Did they long for their celestial home as I was now, longing for my earthly one? Their impassive faces gave nothing away. How many females were captive here in Lanka? Had they all resigned themselves to their fate? I kept on having this inner dialogue. I set my jaw definitely. I didn't know how I did stand up against the enormous might of the Asura king. But I knew this much. I was going to resist him with everything I had. This is something that just kept on happening in my mind and I kept on feeling. My first test came as soon as we descended from the chariot. Mandodari gripped my arm once again. Come, she said. There's no time to waste. The king will be here very soon. You must go to the inner chambers. Why? I asked. Though I feared I knew the answer already. What's going to happen there? Mandodari's nostril flared with distaste. The maids will bathe you in perfumed water and arrange your hair in the latest style. They'll dress you in the very best silks and jewels, whatever you want, so that when the king comes, you'll look your best. If you please him, you'll become one of his consorts, perhaps even his favorite for a while, until he tries of you. She strudged and she told me all these things. Then I asked, I had heard enough. I refuse, I said, cutting her off. Drag me into the palace if you must. I refuse to go in of my own will. I love my husband and only him. Ravan may force me shamefully and take my body against my will. I'm only a mortal woman after all. But he'll never touch my heart. That belongs to Ram, forever and ever. I made this very clear. Mandodari ignored me and clapped her hands. Two of the female guard came forward, each grabbing one of my arms. They began to drag me forward. In a few moments, they would pull me over the threshold. That I sensed would be the end. I guessed that the buildings were constructed magically within them. People could no longer exercise their own willpower. They did whatever Ravan wanted them to do. This is where I started surrendering to force which was probably greater than me. Goddess, I thought frantically, is this my destiny? From inside me, an answer rose, powerful as a volcanic eruption. Was it the goddess or my own inner strength? I couldn't distinguish that time. You are meant for greater things. Words poured through me then, mine and the goddesses together. Hear me, spirits of the island, the sea, and the forest. O gods above, be my witness. I hereby curse Ravan and his entire lineage. When Ram comes for vengeance, as he surely will, this entire city will be filled with death and burning.
The smoke will cover even the sun. The stench of bodies will spread beyond the boundaries of the Lanka. Only vultures will be here to attend to the dead. This came out of my mouth with all my might and truth. Mandodari let go of my wrist as though I did scald her. Her face was stricken. Turning to the charioteer, she said, "Inform the king that he needs to come here at once. It's urgent." Almost immediately, Ravan arrived. How he came, I do not know. One moment he wasn't there, and then he was. He was dressed in royal robes of silk with gem encrusted crown on his head. Mandodari, who had retreated some distance from him, hurried to him, wringing her hands. The woman made a prophecy that Lanka will be destroyed by her husband. You will die. The woman made a prophecy that Lanka will be destroyed by her husband. You will die. Our sons will die. No one would be left even to cremate the dead. That's exactly what I dreamed last night. I was trying to tell you about it earlier, but you wouldn't listen. I saw the entire city in flames. I saw on the ground the severed head of my beloved son. Your hair, Magad. I saw the goddess Chamunda, who protects our city, ascending to the heavens, her face turned away from our pleas. Send back this witch, this bad luck creature, before she bring ruins on us all. Please, husband, I never complained when you brought other women to Lanka, but this time I am begging you. I saw Mandodari weep, and weeping, she knelt in front of Ravan. Ravan picked her up gently and whispered consolations to her. He spoke for a while. What he said, I didn't know, only that he looked as sad as before and newly hopeless. Ravan beckoned to one of the guards who helped her into the chariot, which took her away, which, which took Mandodari away. All through she kept her eyes averted from mine. This is what I did not understand. Ravan must have gestured to the guards, for now they stepped back far enough so that we could have a private conversation. I tensed, twisting my hands considering a sudden attack. All I knew it would be useless. He was too strong, and additionally, his magical powers had grown to their fullest now that he was home. Better to conserve my strength and my dignity. I thought it's better to endure. I looked around, checking if there was a place to flee to. But there were guards all around, and beyond them, the greatest guard of all the ocean. The same ocean I dreamt of when I was a child. For the moment, I was trapped. I was afraid Ravan would take advantage of this and lay his hands on me. But surprisingly, he didn't do this. Instead, he maintained his distance and spoke in measured tones. This surprised me because earlier he had manhandled me and tried to overpower me physically also. As you know, Sita, I captured you for the purpose of vengeance. But having watched you since the time I took you from your dwelling, I am filled with admiration for your fiery spirit. I no longer want to keep you imprisoned in my dungeons, as I did originally intended, nor can I bear to kill you. As my ministers are advising me and send your corpse back to the forest so that your husband stops searching for you, and I refuse to return you as my brother Bishan counsels. Instead, I want you to come become my chief queen, raised above all others to reign supreme in my palace. Anything you ask will be given to you, all comforts and luxuries, all wealth, all pleasures you can imagine here on earth, or even in the court of Indra, which he yields to me whenever I decide to go there. Only say yes, my beloved. At that last word, my skin crawled. I was like, this is not what I want to hear. And this is what Ravan was offering. These entreaties were far worse than the threats Ravan had flung at me earlier. The husky desire in his voice at once sickened, frightened, and angered me. His hot gaze burned my skin until my body trembled with disgust. Only Ram was entitled to look at me in this way, to say these things. I covered my face with my sari. I curbed my longing to rage against Ravan. It would be of no use to engage with him, which I guessed was what he wanted. Keeping my voice neutral, I said, I love Ram with my whole heart, with my last breath. I'll be faithful to my marriage vows, no matter what you say or do. Ravan said, I could take you against your will, you know. I am no saint. I have done it with other women, but in your case, I don't want that. It's not your body I crave, but your heart. I'll give you a year to change your mind. At the end of that time, either you'll become my queen or I'll turn you over to Surpanka, who will love the opportunity of designing for you whatever kind of death she thinks you deserve. Ram also replied in the neutral voice that I had replied back to him. Ram will never be able to reach Lanka. You might as well accept that. And even if he does, he will. How will he be able to destroy me? I, who have defeated even the gods to whom Brahma himself had given the boon of indestructibility. This is what I was not aware of, and Ravan made me aware of that he is invincible. He clapped his hands, and the Yakshasi glided forward. Take her to my pleasure grove. Make sure she is comfortable but surrounded by the fiercest guards. Here are my orders. They are not to cause her bodily harm, but they'll do everything they can to break her spirit. With this, he threw me a final fiery glance of mingled hatred and desire and disappeared into a soul of light, much as he had done lifetimes ago, it seems. In my father, King Janak's flower bedecked marriage hall in Mithila. The memory of that innocent, happy time was like being pierced with a sword. Two Yakshashi took me by the arm with rough impassivity and led forward. Their fingers were hard as stone and cold. The chill penetrated my entire body as I stumbled through the dark, for which the disappearance of Ravan. The sunlight had suddenly fled, more Rakshasa magic, no doubt. Ram, beloved, I cried silently, where are you in the hour of my need? But I already knew where he was, very far away, hacking his way through the wilderness, searching frantically for me, moving further away with every step because he had no idea where I had vanished. On we went through a blackness deeper than night. Sometimes it seems we climbed up a hillside, though in the murk no vista was visible. Sometimes we waded through muddy swamps where unseen slimy creatures brushed up against me, making me flinch. Once or twice I was certain we walked, single file, through narrow underground tunnels. Where were we going? How large was this island? Or was this more Rakshasa magic? When I was sure that in my fatigue I could not walk in another step, we came to a stop. We were among trees whose leaves whispered in the wind, Sita, Sita, Sita. Or did they say sorrow, sorrow, sorrow? Looking back, I can't differentiate. One of my guards produced a torch, and in its smoky flame, I saw that I was in a grove of enormous trees laden with large red flowers. I recognized them. A hysterical laugh spiraled up inside me at that irony of the universe, for they were Ashoka trees, a name that meant joy. A guard pushed at me roughly, causing me to fall to my knees. Ah, you! Oh, what you are laughing at? She cried in a brutal voice. I looked up to see that at some point of my journey, Yakshashi had melted away and been replaced by the ugliest Rakshashi I had ever seen. They must have come from a very different type, for they were as unlike as could be from Mandotri or Surpaka, or even the crowd that greeted us when Ravan and I landed in Lanka with fanged teeth. The thought of my dear brother in law twisted inside me, bringing tears to my eyes. If only I hadn't maliced him and forced him away from me and then disobeyed him willfully. I pictured him accompanying Ram in his futile search, doubly distressed because for the worry of me and sorrow for his brother. O Lakshman, can you forgive me? Please forgive me. This kept on coming inside me. Crying now is she. Another of Yakshashi's pat. She hasn't had enough to cry about yet. The stupid creature. But she will. Oh yes, she will. They were ready to torture me. The Yakshashi crowded around me, examining me in the light of more flaming torches. This pale, puny human. Why does our king consider her so important? This is a question even I want to ask your king. For her, I was taken off citadel guard duty and brought here. Another said, hissing in disgust. Is she a traitor, a spy? A third asked. She poked at me with her toes. Why doesn't we just make a meal of her? That will keep her from causing any further trouble. Though scrawny as she is, she won't make more than a couple of mouthfuls. Now, girls. A really muscular Rakshasi whose mated grey hair tested to her age and experience, she was clearly their leader. The king has told us what to do. It's not for the likes of us or you to be questioning him. She gestured at me to sit up. I'm Trijata, the chief of the guard. Make yourself comfortable. There's a nice little burrow behind this grove. Our king said you can stay there. I recommend it. From what I gathered, you'll be here a long time, and the mosquitoes in the grove are no joke. Of course, the best thing would be to change your mind and accept our king as your mate and save us all a lot of trouble. I screamed at her, never, putting every bit of my strength, and I refused to accept any comforts offered by that monster. The Rakshasi muttered angrily, displeased with the show of disrespect to their king. It seems that not many people, not many women have been very vocal about their disgust. Some moved forward threateningly, baring fangs, but Trijada stopped them with her upraised hand. We shall see. It was an open threat to me. Let me just tell you this much. I have lived a long time and I have never seen a woman resist our king. Sooner or later, they all give in. She clapped and ordered one of the guards to bring me some food. A Yakshi brought a hank of roasted charred meat. I turned from it in disgust. I was afraid she might try to force feed me, but she stretched and muttered something about did I think I was too good for food like this? And ate it herself. Trijata said no matter she'll eat when she's hungry enough. I lay down under a large sugar tree, using its root as a pillow, turned away from the Yakshashis and begged it to protect me. The tree rustled and sinned. I felt its flower drop on me like tears, for it was as helpless as I was. Suddenly there was bright lights around me and a musical voice asking, Where is she? I turned wearily and opened my eyes. A Rakshasi stood in front of me, not as beautiful as Mandotri, but clearly of the same class. She was dressed with restrained elegance, and there was kindness in her face. Behind her stood several attendants carrying trays and boxes. Lady Sarama, Trijatra exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? The queen sent me with some proper food for Sita, the woman said. She can't possibly eat half cooked flesh like you guards do. To me, she said, I'm Vibhishana's wife. I'm sorry to meet you under such circumstances, but I want to make sure your stay in Lanka is as comfortable as possible, even though I see you have decided not to stay in the borough. She looked at me more sympathetically than anyone had in this palace. Sarama gestured to her maids, who came forward with quilts for me to lie on and silver platters on which were arranged many delicate dishes, both sweet and savory. My mouth watered at the smell, for I was very hungry. I appreciated Sarama's gentleness to me, but I forced myself to turn away. I thank you for your troubles. I'm sorry to reject the queen's gifts, but I have taken a vow not to eat or drink anything while in captivity, nor accept any comforts. The best help you can give me is to persuade Ravan to return me to my husband. Sarama sent. I did certainly do that if it were within my powers, for my sake as well as yours, but the king is infatuated with you. He chastised my husband severely for suggesting that you be sent back, and he refuses to listen to Queen as well. I'll come back tomorrow in case you change your mind about eating. At the very least, I hope we can be friends. And she left me to be. After she left, I turned my back to my captors and lay down. Sympathetic though Sarama was, I didn't think I could be friends with anyone in this prison. How I longed for Urmila's arms around me, or my mother Sunena's lips on my forehead, but thinking of them only made me feel more alone. I pressed my cheek into the ground and spoke to the only one who remained with me in this hellish place. Give me your strength. Give me your strength in this place of sorrow and fear. Mother Earth, you who protected me when I was helpless infant. I whispered, give me the strength to bear my imprisonment until Ram comes. But how long would that take? And how would I be able to keep my fasting vow against which my body was already rebelling? Until then, I tossed and turned for a long time in spite of my exhaustion. When I finally fell into the troubled sea, a dream came to me. In it, a god appeared carrying a small golden bowl. I am Indra. I bring you Sudha, the nectar of gods. Drink. It will keep you from starving. Be strong and patient. Ram is coming, but it will take time. Even in the dream, I knew enough to be suspicious. Why should I believe you? Perhaps this is more of Ravan's magic, aimed to trick me into breaking my vow. If you are really Indra, show me a sign. Indra bowed his head, his body shimmered, and 1,000 eyes appeared all over him. I believed him then, for the eyes were a mark of his shame, a remnant of the curse of sage Gautam. I took the cup. The sweet liquid spread a fiery warmth through my body, but my heart was still troubled. I know what a great warrior Ram is, but how will he know where I am? And even if he manages to find me, who will have the courage to aid him against Ravan? How can Ram cross this ocean filled with monsters whose goal is to kill intruders and protect Lanka? And hasn't Brahma given Ravan the bone of indestructibility? At this, Indra said, so many questions. Here's one answer. Ravan's not as indestructible as he thinks he is. Brahma tricked him, making him list of all the beings he wanted to be invincible against. Ravan left out a couple of species that he didn't think worth worrying about. What species? Men and monkeys. Indra said. Before I could ask him any more questions, he hurried on. Have faith. Forces are aligning in the heavens and on earth, but such things don't happen overnight. I'll try to appear in your dreams from time to time, but it's difficult to pierce through the Asura magic that shrouds this island. I wasn't specified with this vague answer, but Indra already faded away. Did you ever love Ahilya? Were you sorry that you did ruin her life? I asked this to the fading Indra. Indra disappeared without answering, which didn't surprise me. The gods are similar beings. I awoke to a heavy grey morning filled with the taunts and cheers of my guard, who were even uglier. If that was possible in daylight, then they did seen the night before. Chapter 20. In captivity, days and nights blurred for me. Some of this was my own disorientation, and some was Rakshasa magic, which kept me from seeing the sun for weeks on end. I figured Ravan had decided that the constant darkness would demoralize me and break me down sooner. So I decided to fight with all I had. I wasn't allowed to leave the palace gardens, but Rajata, whom I did cured of a bad tooth ache by making her a pulses out of licorice paste, let me walk around the grove sometimes. The walks brought me a little solace. The plants and trees were innocent and beautiful. When I touched them, I could feel their sympathy for me. If they were ailing, my touch cured them, and thus we grew to love each other. I was particularly fond of the ashoka tree under which I slept when no one was watching. I cleared the dead leaves. I placed my palms against his trunk to draw in comfort. I was afraid that if any guard knew how much I cared about the tree, they would harm it just to cause me pain. The Rakshasa had many ways of tormenting me. They made a game of poking at me with sharp nails that bruised my skin just when I fell asleep, or suddenly transforming themselves into horrifying monster shapes to startle me, or rushing at me, teeth bared as though they couldn't injure me seriously because of Ravan's order, but they did. this gleeful best to break me down.
This unending barrage of attacks demoralized me. I was constantly tested and exhausted, and it was hard under those conditions to maintain hope. It was hardest when they boasted in detail of how they did torture and kill my husband if he ever made it as far as Lanka. At times, they used Rakshasa magic to create images of an injured and bleeding Ram collapsed on the ground in front of me. Surpanka must have described to them in detail what he looked like because the images were horrifyingly realistic. It was all I could do not to break down weeping. At these painful moments, I would place my attention in my heart center as I had been taught and mentally practice my self defense exercises. I visualize Ravan as my opponent, allow him to pursue you, and at the very last step sideways and bring up to the knees in a sudden movement to the opponent's ground. When he doubles over, press your thumb into his eyes to blind him. Or step back as though retreating, and when the opponent lunges at you, hit his windpipe with your hand, held straight as a knife. At the right angle, the impact will break his neck. I didn't know if he had ever had the opportunity to do any of this, but if so, I wanted to be ready. Meanwhile, concentrating on the exercise, it helped me to remain calm. Calm was my biggest ally. When the Rakshasa tried of their sport and their snores filled the night, I prayed for a dream, as Indra had promised, that would let me know what Ram was doing. But sleep came to me, blind and grey or filled with nightmares. Each morning I told myself, I will not give up, but how long would I be able to keep my resolve? I didn't even know if time was passing or if in this place of evil enchantment Ravan held day and night, week and month in his control. Some mornings I did wake to find Surpanka standing over me, muttering. The hatred flowing from her was so palatable. I could taste it. Trijatak kept a tense watch nearby at those times to make sure she didn't injure me seriously. I did sit up, steeling myself from an attack, certainly verbal, sometimes physical, a slap, a shove, a kick. Sometimes she did grab my face and force me to look into hers, which was difficult because there was gasping hole where her nose and ears had been. More importantly, something had gone out of her eyes. A joyful trust I did notice in the Panchbhati forest. They looked opaque and dead now. I couldn't help continuing to feel guilty about that. Ugly, and she said to me once. Her voice, which I remembered as musical, came out in a croak. The court physician wanted to fill this hole, but I said no. This way, every time Surpaka's brother sees her, Ravan will remember what was done to her. It will keep Ravan loathing of Ram fresh and strong. Surpanka looked me up and down and said, well, you don't look that great yourself, more like a scrawny crow. I don't know how you have managed to keep my brother captivated. She spat. A greenish glob landed on my foot. I forced myself not to jerk away, but time's running out on you. 10 months of the year he's given you have passed. And this reminded me of the time that I had left. 2 more months to go. Had it been so long already? And still there was no sign of Ram, no word from him. My Rakshasi guard had stopped mentioning him. Clearly, they didn't consider him a threat any longer. An appalling thought shake through me. Had my husband given up? Surpanka narrowed her eyes as though she could read my mind. There's no way Ram can rescue you, even if he did, but frankly, I don't think he's trying. I think he's gone back to Ayodhya and taken another wife. Why would he want anything to do with a woman who'd been abducted, who'd been touched, or worse, by another male? So you'd better make your decision. Ravan's queen or my slave? She threw me a strail of smile. I hope you choose me. That way I can keep you alive for a long time. Long after you beg me to kill you. Surpanka tried her best, but those 10 months of torture had made me passive to all these torture. But one thing did struck my heart. Has Ram forgotten me? Once in a while, Sarama came to see me, and we walked around the garden together. She tried to distract me from my sorrows by telling me stories about Lanka, how it had been magically constructed, how Ravan had won it from Kuber, how Rakshashis watched her suspiciously and tried to eavesdrop on our conversation. But Sarvama's magic was stronger than theirs. She constructed a veil around us so that nobody could hear us and pierce through it. They would have loved to stop her from visiting me, but they couldn't. She was royalty, after all. But her power was waning. She knew that. Sarama had every reason to hate me. I was the cause of all her troubles. But strangely, she didn't. Perhaps it was because I was the only person with whom she could share her worries. She told me that Ravan had accused Vibhishan in open court of not being a proper Asura because he kept entreating Ravan to send me away. On being too sympathetic to humans, of worshipping the enemy gods in secret with the vain hope of taking over the kingdom with their help. This is unfair, she kept on saying. All Vibhishan cares for is the good of Lanka. I'm terrified that Ravan will exile him one of these days. Vibhishan is quite sure war is coming. My heart leaped with hope when she said that. I remained silent, for Sarama was very distressed. I don't know what will happen then. Our son, I worry most about him. He's just a boy, though on his way of becoming a fine warrior, he is very attached to Ravan, very loyal to him. If war comes, he'll definitely volunteer to fight. The anxious love in her voice resonated achingly in my heart. For the children I didn't and probably will never have. I thought of love's contradiction, how it fills us with joy, but also with worry for welfare of the loved one and pain for his sufferings. I loved it most when Sarama asked me to tell her about Ram. I did whisper to her what a great warrior he was, what a caring, considerate, indulgent husband. I did describe our adventures in the forest and how much I loved and missed him. Just being able to speak his name aloud consoled me greatly. I think Sarama knew that. My most unexpected visitor was Queen Mandodari. She always came alone and never spoke, only watched me from a distance over the heads of the Rakshasa who bowed deferentially to her. After my initial rejection of her gifts, she didn't offer me any other. But sometimes I saw her looking at my earth bed and my tattered bark cloth saris with sadness. At other times, I felt she was examining my face carefully. But what was she looking for? I couldn't tell. One night, after she had been staring at me for a long time, I decided to ask and speak to her, though I wasn't sure what would be the appropriate thing to say to a woman who clearly saw me as her nemesis. Nemesis. Mother Mandodari, I started. She flinched and interrupted me sharply. What did you call me? I was surprised at how agitated she was. Mother was a common enough courtesy term used for older women. I hoped she didn't mistake my intentions. I still hope so. Did I think I was taunting her by pointing out that she was older and thus less desirable? Or did she think it was presumptuous of a human to address her thus? Mandodari clapped her hands. When Trijata ran up, she said nothing, and all the Rakshasa retreated until they were lost in the night mist. Then she came close to me, bending, whispered in my ears, is it true that a king and queen of Mithila are not your real parents? Is it true that they found you in a field? Yes, I said, mystified by her question. How could the circumstances of my birth be of interest to Ravan's queen? It's a mystery to me. Was she perhaps planning to use my uncertain and therefore suspect ancestry to dissuade Ravan from wanting to marry me? If so, I was definitely on her side. I'm still on her side. In the dim light of a single flickering torch, Mandodari's eyes shone. It took me a moment to realize they were filled with unshed tears. Did anybody ever tell you what kind of cloth you were wrapped in when you were found? What color it was? What material? Strange questions. But I answered them readily enough. I don't remember a particular color, but the cloth was of fine silk Unlike anything people worn in Mithila, I remember my mother Sunena telling me that they had never seen anything like it. Silence weighed down upon as Mandodri considered what I had just said. Finally, she lowered herself heavily to the ground in front of me, unmindful of her expensive clothing, and said in a whisper, I want to tell you a story. It's a dangerous story which, if known, could destroy me. But I feel I must tell it to you. Can I trust you? Will you promise to keep it to yourself? Intrigued, I nodded, and she began. Many years ago, I gave birth to a baby girl. It wasn't a normal conception. I won't go into the details, but let me just tell you this much. My husband was gravely displeased with me, and when the Asura priest who examined her stars foretold that child would be the cause of her father's death and the ruin of his kingdom, he was livid, so he ordered the baby to be killed. I begged and pleaded, but Ravan wouldn't listen. Finally, the night before the baby was to be taken, I managed to bribe the Rakshasa who was given the duty of killing the baby. It was a huge bribe that depleted my coffers, but I didn't mind, especially when he promised that he would leave her somewhere far away and safe. I wrapped the baby in a beautiful yellow silk into which I did woven a good luck symbol and handed her to him. Even after all these years, I remember how it hurt, as though someone was tearing out my innards. He took the infant to a distant land and left her there. Where he went, he never told me, for my own safety and his, he said. But he did not tell me that he did make sure it was a place where a good man would find the girl and bring her up. Mandodri never mentioned this to anyone. Mandodri held it in her heart, dark, cold, dangerous secret, her small consolation. Ravan was certain the baby was dead. The old retainer who had taken the baby passed away soon after. Relaxed a little, certain that now no one would find out what she had done. I resigned myself to the fact that I did never see. She resigned herself to the fact that she did never see her daughter. I thought about what she has confided in me. Mandodri thought about her daughter all the time, though. What did she look like? How was she doing? Was she married now? Did she have her own children? Let her be safe. She prayed every day. Let her be happy. Sometimes I told let her be happy. Sometimes she told herself stop. For all she knew, the baby was left in a forest or by a river. She was just a newborn. She must have died. Now, coming back to this, Mandodri opened her eyes and said, when I saw you, I began to wonder. The stubborn way you have of tilting your chin, the bravery with which you have refused to obey Ravan and enter his palace, even though he could have killed you, or worse, tortured you for it. I used to be like that a long time ago, before living with Ravan drained away my spirit. I began coming to the Ashoka Grove at night to watch you, and the more I watched, the more I became convinced that you are my daughter. Even the way you sleep, turned to your left, with your legs drawn up towards your chest, that's how I sleep. An old habit I can't seem to get rid of, although it's annoyed Ravan for years. I didn't believe one bit of this far fetched story, though I could see how badly Mandodri wanted it to be true. Because if so, it would assault some of her guilt. Each day I'm torn in two, Mandodri continued, both delighted and terrified. I can't decide if I should tell Ravan. Why don't you do that? I asked. Maybe it would give Ravan to look at me differently. There are risks, of course. If he became convinced that I was a cursed daughter, he would probably kill me. But wouldn't that swift end be better than this endless torture? And there was chance that he might believe Mandodri and send me back to Ram. And inconspicuous chance, but worth trying for.
Mandotri looked down. I'm too frightened of what he'll do to me in retaliation for such a great crime, going not just against him, but endangering the whole country. You haven't seen Ram in one of his rages. When it happens, even the earth trembles and the gods hide their faces. If he punished me with death, I could endure it, but he did consider that too easy. He won't care that I am his queen. He'll put me in his dungeons. You haven't seen them, or the dungeon masters who devise the most infernal drawn out tortures, both physical and mental, but I have. It's sad that his dungeon rival the 28 hells, and I believe it. I'm sorry I'm not brave enough to risk such suffering. She looked up, her eyes pleading. Please forgive me, my daughter, and let me make your life a little easier for you. I can force the guards or persuade them with gifts to treat you more kindly. That much power I do have. She stretched out her arms to embrace me, a terrible hunger in her face. I jerked back in repugnance. I want nothing to do with your mad fantasy. I'm not the baby you send off to her death somewhere. You can't use me to lessen your guilt. And most certainly, I have no connection to your hateful husband except for the fact that he abducted me by shameful trickery and ruined my life. I would kill myself this very moment if I really thought Rakshasa blood ran in my veins. I fisted my hands and hardened my heart against further pleading. But Mandodari said nothing. She left without making any more attempts to talk to me and touch me. She possessed a queenly dignity. I had to admit that. She didn't approach me again, although I had a feeling she sometimes watched me secretly from the night shadows of the Ashoka Grove. I tried to purge her story from my mind, but disturbingly it kept coming back. And with it came the questions. Wasn't it strange the way King Janak had found me wrapped in an expensive cloth, the likes of which no one had seen in Mithila? People said the gods had left me in the field, but what if it had been a very different kind of being that had brought me to him? For a while, I tried hard to remember the color of the cloth, but it wouldn't come to me. Perhaps that was for the best. I couldn't stop thinking about Queen Mandodri either, although it annoyed me as the days passed. A reluctant sympathy grew in my heart, and this annoyed me further. It would have been so much simpler if I could have hated her. Now I kept imagining her in the dead of night, swindling her infant daughter with loving anguish and handing her over to a drizzled retainer. I heard her whispering frantic instructions as she pressed a bag of jewels into his hand, against my will. I felt her agony twist my heart as she watched them disappear into the icky ocean. Her agony over the years as she remembered that terrible, dangerous, guilty moment, and now her greatest agony, watching me and wondering, unable to speak her suspicion to her husband, who was infatuated beyond reason with a woman who might be his daughter. Chapter 21. The visitor who came most often and troubled me most deeply was Ravan. Sometimes he came dressed in full royal regals, displaying his 10 heads, each topped by a sparkling crown. On these occasions, he had been accompanied by courtiers and musicians, dancing girls, and vessels bearing precious gifts, cascades spilling over with jewels of many colors, the likes of which I had never seen before, or stringent instrument from Indra's court that played on their own haunting celestial melodies. Gardeners carrying shrubs whose names were unknown to me. Somehow Ravan had learned that I loved plants, and he filled the spaces around my Ashoka trees with an embarrassing abundance of exotic and fragrant varieties, some of which he told me had been brought for me from as far away as the foothills of the Himalayas or from Kushatipas, which lay on the other side of the earth. Greater favors, he hinted, awaited me if I became his wife. I did close my eyes and turn my back on him. I did press my face against the Ashoka tree trunk, feeling it vibrate in helpless sympathy. I did put my fingers in my ears, but even that did not do any good. His Asura magic was such that his words traveled directly to my mind. The visits always ended with him listing in a calm and melodious voice the dire consequences if I did not agree to become his queen and bed made soon. He did force me sexually. He did give me to his guards to devour. He did turn me over to Surpanka to do whatever she wanted. He did drown me slowly in the sea while the monsters that guarded Lanka tore at my limbs. He did chop me into pieces and send them to Ram as a gift. Each scenario, I confessed, was terrifying, especially when described in Ravan's hypnotic tones. I tried to block them out by desperately repeating the chant I had heard on a long ago happy day in the palace of Ayodhya, the day of the coronation that never happened. Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram. At other times, though, Ravan came alone, dressed so simply that he could have been mistaken as a householder in some small town. He dismissed my guards and sat on the ground bareheaded. He didn't threaten or beg me on those occasions, but told me instead stories from his life. How many hardships he had suffered along with his brothers growing up, often going to bed hungry, his little sister crying because his mother had been abandoned by his father, the sage Vishwarama, who, as a holy man, should have known better. Her father didn't help them either because they'd been given against the alliance in the first place. Finally, his mother put aside her pride and went with her children to the court of their half brother Kuber to ask for help. Kuber was rich beyond measure, the treasure of the gods. He could have turned their lives around in a moment, but he insulted her, calling her his father's whore and the children illegitimate spawns. Looking at his mother's stricken face while his siblings cowered around him, not knowing what they did wrong, Ravan's heart broke into pieces. He called out in his sorrow to the gods to aid him, to punish Kuber for his cruelty, but they too ignored him. That was when the desire for revenge bloomed in my veins, Ravan said, speaking meditatively as though he had forgotten I was listening. I decided to become stronger than Kuber, to wrest his kingdom and his wealth. The gods, too, I hated for their indifference to my family's sufferings. I promised myself I would make them beg for mercy and learn how it feels to have their pleas cruelly ignored. I went to the Himalayas to perform austerities. I meditated on Brahma, the creator, sitting neck deep in freezing mountain streams, standing for years on one leg. Finally, despairing, I lit a fire and began to chop off my heads one at a time and offer them into the flames until only one head was left. That too I was ready to cut off. What use was life if I had to live it as powerless as a worm? I kept my face covered in my increasingly tattered sari, but I listened. Fascinated in spite of myself, I imagined as Ravan spoke, Brahma finally arriving in a shower of light, giving the emancipated young man with blazing eyes the boons he was ready to die for: invincibility, infinite power so that the gods would cower before him, everything short of immortality. I visualize Ravan's invasion of the heavens, the great and tumultuous clash of the Asuras and Devas, until at last he wrested the celestial throne from Indra. I wasn't too displeased. In spite of the Sudha he had brought to me, I had my reservations about Indra's morality, his qualification to be the ruler of heavens. Additionally, he hadn't sent me the dreams he had promised. I could have remained in Swarga on Indra's throne, Ravan said. I got bored. I missed our beautiful, imperfect earth, the trees, the clouds, and the birds singing, the wind and the ocean, even the blazing sun. I came back to Lanka and took it from Kuber. It was like snatching a child's toy and made it more beautiful than it had ever been under him. I became a good king and a fair one. My subjects may have feared me at times, but they loved me too. I had more wealth and wives than I had ever dreamed possible. The only time I left my beloved Lanka was when I was on conquest or to see my dearest Lord Shiva, who was the only one in the pantheon that I revered, up against the icy peaks in Kailash. Ah, yes. And once I went to Mithila, I try and win a bride. So he remembered that. But why was he telling me all these things? Did he want my sympathy? Was he unbelievable as it seemed lonely in this fabulous palace amid all his loyal subjects, in spite of the beautiful females who doted on him? Or was it a rare opportunity for him to look back on this life and ruminate on the unusual trajectory it had taken? And what was the enchantment in his voice that forced me to listen? And though I could have died before I admitted it to anyone, feel a strange sympathy for him. Why, when he spoke like this, was I unable to hate him? Once, when I was in Kailash, Ravan continued, visiting my dearest lord, I decided I did bring him to Lanka, so that I did have him close by all the time. The weather's so much better here, I thought. He did enjoy that as well. I decided to uproot the mountain, such was my ego, and carry it back to my head along with Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati. Well, I did barely pulled up a corner of the mountain when the Lord, to humble my pride, pressed down with his little toe and trapped me under Kailash. Ah, the agony. I can't even try to describe it. None of my battle wounds came anywhere close. He was right to do so, of course. In my despair, crushed in that darkness, my bones pulverized by the monolith of the mountain, I began to pray. I composed a song to Shiva's glory as the cosmic dancer, and in his magnitude, he forgave me. Humming the words, Ravan drifted off into the night. He seemed to have forgotten my existence, but the words reverberated through me long after he had gone, forcing me into reluctant admiration for their pulsing images, their ecstasy beauty. Jata, Jata, Gala, Chilam, La. What a paradox the king of the Asura was. I dreamed that night of the ecstatic dance of Shiva, his mated locks flying around his face, his serpent garlands, and the enchanting pulsing of his drum, which could create the world or destroy it. I remembered something I had forgotten. Shiva's bow had promised me that in my darkest need, the Lord would come to help me. Where are you? I called him with all my heart's desperation. I need you so much. Please come soon. Tonight, after a long time, there was a moon, full and golden. I don't know how it got past the Rakshasa darkness, but I was thankful. I gazed at it longingly, remembering my nights with Ram in the forest. How the moonlight had rained down on our lovemaking, sometimes passionate, sometimes tender, in our little hut. How my husband's skin had glowed in its beams like shining honey. How afterwards, and this was just as precious, we conversed late in the night. We talked about everything: politics and statecraft, the roles of husbands and wives, what we did eat the next day. When you loved someone, it didn't matter what you discussed, it was all fascinating. My heart ached for that companionship, my body too, weaker each day in spite of the Sudha Indra had brought me, ached with its many hungers. How many months had passed since I was in captivity? I did lost track. Surely it was almost year end when my fate would be decided. Ram, I cried silently because I did not wish to give my guards the satisfaction of seeing me weep. Will I ever see you again? I didn't doubt that he loved me, but the odds of my rescue, as my guards reminded me mockingly each day, seemed insurmountable. He was just a man after all, even if he were the best among men. I heard procession music in the distance, a wedding, I hoped, because the other possibility was far worse. But it was no wedding, it was, as I had feared, Ravan come to cajole me again. I turned my face and pressed it against the rough bark of the tree trunk. The Ashoka shivered in response. Something we both sensed was worse than usual tonight. I knew it as soon as Ravan spoke, his words slurring as he greeted me. He was heavily intoxicated. I had known from overhearing the gossip of the Rakshasas that he drank. They had spoken admiringly of the amazing amount of sura he could consume without it affecting his sharp intellect, his battle skills, or even they did laughed shyly his sexual powers. Tonight was clearly an exception, and I could tell by their uncertain greetings that they weren't used to seeing him this way. Turn Sita to face me. How dare she ignore me while I'm talking to her? My guards were more than happy to oblige. Someone grabbed my shoulder in her claws and yanked me around roughly, not caring that she scraped my skin. Another Rakshashi held my chin in a wise grip, while a third parted my eyelids, forcing me to look at Ravan, dressed in all his finery and accompanied by 100 wives and handmaidens. Even his Yakshashi guards were with him tonight. The Asura king's bloodshot eyes were fixed on me unblinkingly. The hot longing in them frightened me more than if he had railed at me in anger or hatred. I was intensely aware of my torn sari and how it barely covered my breasts. Sita, he said, Sita, Sita, Sita. Who are you really? Because surely you can't be a mere human. Are you an enchantress sent by Indra to drive me insane? Are you a witch from the dark caves of the underworld? How have you managed to capture my heart like this? All day I can think of nothing but you. My kingdom suffers because I can't pay attention to matters of state. I have antagonized many of my counselors, even my dear youngest brother, by refusing to give you up. And at night, the nights are the worst. Even lying next to the most beautiful heavenly apsaras, I keep imagining you. It pains me to think of you dressed in your rough bark, your hair uncombed and tangled, sleeping on the cold, hard ground. Why won't you accept any of my gifts? But even so, you are more beautiful than the best dressed damsels in my palace. Please end my misery. Become my queen, queen of Lanka and queen of my heart. One word from you, and I'll banish my other queens and never look at another female again. Imagine yourself, dearest, in my embrace, enjoying intoxicating pleasures of the body, of which that callow youth you married knows nothing. Nausea rose in my throat at the image his words conjured, overcoming all caution. Ram is my entire universe, I said, pronouncing each word deliberately. I have given him my heart, all of it forever. Even if I wanted to, I could never enjoy another person, man or god or asura. I should have stopped there, but the moon madness was in me too. I spat on the ground, and you, what makes you think that I would ever look at you willingly? That I did endure your touch with anything other than disgust? If Ram is a lion, you are a dog, and if Ram is a fragment, sandalwood paste, you are gutter mud. If Ram, enough. Ravan's voice was so loud. It sounded as though earth herself was splitting in two. The Rakshasas around me fell to the ground in terror. I looked up and saw that he's transformed himself into 10-headed shape. He had grown to twice his size and was now clad a dark shining armor. Each of his heads scowled ferociously at me, grinding its teeth. He brandished a huge carved sword, its reached edge glittering avidly. I have made my decision. If I can't have you, then no one else will. I'll kill you right now and throw your body to the jackals that prowl the cremation ground, and they'll tear it apart. Birit at last writes, your spirit will wander Lanka forever, regretting your folly, and I'll be free of this torment. I closed my eyes, my body was stiff with fear, and yet there was relief too. The moment I did alternatively dreaded and longed for had finally arrived. At least now I did escape the constant heartache I had suffered ever since I arrived here. And Ram wouldn't have to risk his life for me. My only regret was that I did die without seeing my beloved one last time. That I wouldn't be able to tell him how much I had suffered and how all through that suffering has remained true to him. They say that we are united in our next life with what we think of at the moment of death. I decided to focus my heart on Ram. Surely that intention would be more powerful than any last rites my body was deprived of. I called up his face, noble and stern, but also in our intimate moments so vulnerable. Ill fortune torn us apart in this life, dearest, I said in my mind, but with all my strength I pray that the next time around I'll be your wife again, for I can't think of a better fate. As inseparable from you as a flame from its lamp. Lost in my thoughts, I had blocked off my surroundings. Now I became aware that I was still alive. That gruesome, serrated sword hadn't separated my head from my body. How could that be? I opened my eyes to see Queen Mandodari struggling with Ravan. Where had she come from? And why was she here today? Unlike his other wives, she never accompanied Ravan on his visits to me. And such was her power, and possibly his respect for her as his chief consort, that he never subjected her to that indignity. Please, my lord, she pleaded, her breath coming in gasp, her jewels encrusted sari in disarray. You're a great warrior. It's unbecoming of you to kill a defenseless woman, no matter how much she's provoked you. Your reputation is all your reputation in all the three worlds, Swarga, Martha, and Patal, will be ruined. Even your dead ancestors would be ashamed of you. I call upon you to remember who you are. Ruler of the greatest kingdom of earth, Vanquisher of Indra, devotee of Shiva, learned in all the Vedas, act with the dignity appropriate to your status. You have promised this woman 1 year of immunity. Don't break your promise. At the end of the year, you can sentence her to whatever punishment you see fit. As your greatest well wisher and mother of your firstborn, I beg this boon of you. She kneeled in front of him, hands joined in prayer. Every single person in the Ashoka forest, myself included, held their breath. After a long moment, Ravan handed his sword to one of the Yakshas standing near him. He inhaled deeply and transformed back to his usual appearance. Bending forward, he raised Mandodari from the ground. You have always been my best, most trusted counselor, he said to her tenderly. You know you have a special place in my heart. Led by my passions, I don't always listen to you. But today I will. Thanks to you, Sita is safe, at least for now. He threw me a last burning glare and left the grove, his arms around Mandodari's waist. Mandodari, too, sent me a glance as she left. It was quick and covert and complicated, but I saw the mingled love and pain and horror in it, and I understood. Whatever the truth of my birth might be, in Mandodari's mind, I was her long lost daughter, a cherished and guilty secret. She feared the havoc my presence would wreak on her kingdom and beloved husband. Yes, she continued to love Ravan, no matter how many women he brought to Lanka. Sometimes the river of love followed a complicated course. At the same time, she couldn't help doing everything she could to protect me. And she was horrified by the thought that if she failed, Ravan might well force his own daughter unknowingly to his bed. Would she at that point have the courage to confess what she had done and suffer Ravan's wrath? Ah, love. Why had Vidhata made its nature so complex? Why did one love conflict so often with another? Chapter 22. I did hoped for some quiet after Ravan and Mandodari left, but that didn't happen. A new formation of Rakshashi guards marched up. They must have received instructions to make my life additionally miserable because right away they began to shout abuses, slapping and poking me until I was bruised all over. They were particularly angry because I had humiliated their king and shunned what they must have fantasized about many times Ravan's love. But finally, they tired of my silent endurance. It was like punching a tree or kicking the ground, one said in disgust. They arranged their petals around my Ashoka tree and went to sleep, snoring vigorously because we all knew there was no place I could escape to. When they did fallen asleep, I gave way to tears. I wept as silently as I could, but once in a while, a sob broke out of me. Oh Ram, I whispered, I'm so tired. I love you just as much as on the day of our marriage. No, more, because of all that we have been through together. But I don't have the strength to continue like this. I need a sign, something to give me a little hope. There was a slight movement in the tree branches above my head, and when I looked up, two small, bright eyes gleamed down at me. I jumped up, startled, every muscle tight. What devilish new magic was this? The creature above parted the branches a little. It seemed unafraid of me. In fact, it seemed more concerned with not frightening me away. Cautiously, I peered closer. It was the tiniest monkey I had come across with soft grayish fur, quite harmless looking. If I had put out my hand, it would have fitted onto my palm. I hadn't seen any monkey in the Ashoka garden until now. Was this some new trick meant to lower my defenses? The monkey laid a cautionary finger on its lips, a surprisingly human gesture. I didn't trust it one bit. I drew in my breath to let out a loud scream, unless it was a messenger from Ravan or a god who could disappear at will, or terrifying thought, Ravan himself in disguise, which I well knew he was capable of. It was about to get into deep trouble. The monkey spoke, startling me, Ram, Ram. It said, patting its chest gently as though my beloved resided there. Blessed be his name, the rightful king of Ayodhya and my beloved lord. The blood thugged so loudly in my head, I had to hold on to the trunk of the Ashoka tree to keep from falling. Was this a sign I had begged for? But how was it that a monkey could speak like a human? In all my years in the forest, I hadn't come across any speaking monkeys. In any case, a tiny monkey couldn't possibly cross the raging ocean that surrounded Lanka. This had to be another of Ravan's tricks. My face must have indicated my doubts because the monkey said a bit huffily, there's all kind of magic in the world, Mother Sita, not just the clumsy Asura kind. My people can speak and not just human talk. We know how to communicate with the wind and rain and sun, and that's just for starters. You want to see what else I can do? He changed into an orange robed sannyasi so suddenly that I flinched away. Sorry, the monkey said. Didn't mean to scare you, mother. I liked how the monkey called me mother. I knew it was only a courtesy, but I felt an absurd desire to hold it close as one would a baby. It's not your fault, I said. I have been this way ever since Ravan disguised. I have been this way ever since Ravan disguised himself as a holy man to abduct me. Anger flitted over the monkey's face, and I was startled to see how fierce it could look for something so small. He'll get what's coming to him soon, don't you worry. Anyway, back to what I was saying. In our tribe, everyone has special powers. I, for instance, can grow as large as a mountain or become as small as a pea. Here, he shrank until he was almost invisible in the gloom, then began to expand so that the branch creaked painfully under his weight. Stop, I believe you, I cried, terrified that the branch would break and my guards be awakened by the crash, and then surely they would make a quick meal out of him. Because even a magical monkey couldn't possibly elude an entire plex of ravenous Rakshasas. The monkey resumed its original size. By the way, my name is Hanuman. I can also leap huge distances. If you didn't know it, you did think I was flying. That's how I got across the ocean. Though there were gaggles of monsters everywhere and it seemed like fresh monkey was everyone's favorite food, they were always jumping up and trying to grab me. But I managed to trick them all. It gave me a little hope of glee, then added piously, by Lord Ram's blessing, of course. When I got to Lanka, though, it was a different story. Did you know the city has its own guardian goddess? She's black like the eclipse and very fierce. She was standing on the top of the gold torrent of Ravan's palace, flames shooting from her eyes. Well, there's no tricking a real goddess, so I didn't even try. I just fell flat at her feet and told her who I was, and that I did come to find you. I was afraid that she did burn me to crisp, or maybe just squish me under her heel. But to my surprise, she told me to go ahead. You know what else she told me? She said that the hourglass of Ravan's life had almost run out and it was time for her to leave Lanka. And then she vanished. So hold on for just a little while longer, mother. I'll go back and tell Lord Ram exactly where you are, and he'll come and get you out of this place. It sounded wonderful, too wonderful. I did learn the hard way to be suspicious. What if this was a part of Ravan's ploy to keep me foolishly happy and complacent until the time he had promised me ran out? Though my entire heart ached to believe the monkey, I said, if indeed you have been sent by my husband, Hanuman, he would have given you a token to present to me. The monkey slapped his head. Stupid me, I forgot. It spat out something onto its palm, wiped it up, wiped it on its fur, and held it out to me. I picked it up gingerly. Then my heart gave a great leap. It was Ram's ring. The sight of the ring transported me to a happier time. Father Janak had presented it to Ram at our wedding. The priest had placed it on a copper plate and surrounded it with tulsi leaves because for some reason Ram loved the wild smell of tulsi. Pouring holy Ganga water over it, he asked me to place it on my husband's finger. I did so, fingers trembling with shyness as I touched Ram's hand. The ring was inladen with the Chandrakanta gem, the moon jewel that represented our lineage, and it shone as though in sudden joy. All through my time in Ayodhya, whenever I saw it on Ram's hand, I was reminded of that special moment when I became his and he became mine. In our forest days, when we possessed almost nothing, I grew fond of the gem in a different way. On a full moon nights, it gleamed with a special lustre, filling a simple hut with celestial light. And in that light, when we made love, I could see the eager passion on my husband's face. Today, too, the gem shone equally brightly in the light of the full moon. But how different our circumstances were, how far we had been pulled from each other. Though seeing the ring had given me courage, I still knew nothing of Ram's plans for my rescue, and I had to send him word that time was running out. But first, I had to appease my starving heart. Is Ram well? I asked. How does he look? What is he doing? Tell me everything. Hanuman said, by the time I met Lord Ram, he'd been on the road for a while, searching for you everywhere. He perked up a little bit when we showed him your jewelry. I guess you'd dropped it when Ravan was abducting you in that flying chariot of his. Smart thinking on your part, that was. Still, he was nothing but skin and bone, and burned black by the sun. We offered him the best fruits and honey sura that we had, but he refused to eat or drink anything. His brother Lakshman was in pretty bad shape too. He blamed himself for losing you. They both did, actually. It was my own stupidity, I confessed. First for wanting that cursed golden deer, and then for sending Lakshman away with the harshest accusations, and then for being duped by Ravan. I'm the one who's to be blamed for. Hanuman cut me off, a surprising sternness in his voice. Don't you be blaming yourself for someone else's wicked trickery, mother. And don't ever let anyone else blame you for it either. Even the gods who have been around for so many ages don't know how to handle Asura magic. How could you? You acted out of kindness, and because you thought a sadhu shouldn't leave your home hungry and unsatisfied. What happened after that wasn't your fault. I shot him a startled glance. I hadn't told him what had happened. How did he know? And his voice. It was sonorous and different, as though someone else was speaking through him. There was more to this monkey than I had guessed. Hanuman continued calmly, as though there hadn't been an interruption. When I first saw Ram, even though he was all grimy and depressed, it was like there was a shining around him so bright that I got dizzy, but in a happy kind of way. I broke in excitedly. It was like you forgot yourself. All you knew was that you did been born for this moment, this meeting. I felt the same way when I first met him. Hanuman and I smiled at each other with a new understanding. Then he went on with the story. We hit it off with our brothers right away, Hanuman said, because our monkey tribe too had been banished from our homeland years ago. Our king Sugriv had a falling out with his brother and lost his wife in the process. We understood each other's pain and promised to help each other. Ram got Sugriv his kingdom back. It's a long story. We can tell it. He can tell it to you himself some other time. And Sugriv's put together a huge Vanara army for Ram. They are just waiting to find out where you are before they start marching. But how will they come across? How will they cross the ocean? They can't all fly over it like you did, can they? Hanuman scratched his head. No. Then he brightened. I know what we can do. I'll take you back with me. I'll make myself big. No problem there. You can sit on my back and hold on tight to my fur. And before you know it, Lord Ram and you'll be back together. How about it? The only sad part will be Ravan won't get what he deserves. But when he wakes up in the morning and finds you vanished, oh, I just wish I could be around to see his face. It was the perfect solution. You're so smart, I cried. Hanuman bowed shyly, but I could tell he was pleased. Then realization struck me like a giant hammer. I thank you for your valiant offer, I said, even though my heart fought every word coming out of my mouth, but I can't accept it. Then our action would be no better than Ravan's trickery, and it would deprive Ram of his glory. No, Ram must come here and rescue me himself and put an end to Ravan's wickedness forever. Isn't that what the goddess foretold? Perhaps that's the whole reason why I had to go through all this suffering, so that the earth would be rid of his evil once and for all, and the name of Ram be remembered by everyone in ages to come. Hanuman argued hard, trying to get me to change my mind, but finally he capitulated. I see what you mean, though I still hate to leave you in this hell. He said, I'll describe to Lord Ram all the tortures you are putting up with and how brave you have been. All that time's running out. Don't worry, mother. I'm sure he'll rescue you before this last month is over. Love's a pretty powerful weapon. It can cut through a lot of things. Now I have to got to go. There's a couple of things I need to do before I get back to Lord Ram. What things? I asked, concerned. You aren't planning to fight the Rakshasas on your own, are you? Oh, no, no, said Hanuman. He blinked his eyes rapidly and looked so innocent that it made me suspicious. Just planning to eat a few fruits before I return. All that leaping around makes a body hungry, you know. Please don't worry, mother. Just give me your blessings and maybe point me in a good direction. I sketched a rough map of Lanka on the ground, courtesy of Sarama. I knew quite a bit about the layout of the city, so I could tell him how to get to Ravan's favorite arbor filled with all manner of exotic fruit trees, some of which Sarama said was brought from Indra's celestial garden after the Asura king's great victory over the gods. I told him to be very, very careful. Indeed, I will. But first, you must give me a token to take to Lord Ram. It will do his heart good. He does miss you an awful lot, you know. Many times I have seen him sitting outside after everyone's gone to bed, just staring at the moon with a sad look on his face, and I know he's remembering you. His words were a balm to my heart, but they also wrung my entire being. Here was another paradox of love. I was deeply thankful that Ram loved and missed me. The opposite would have been unbearable at the same time. I didn't want him to suffer even a moment of heartache because of me. But time was passing and every moment brought greater danger to Hanuman. Already a couple of Rakshasas were staring and sorting as though they smelled something. I thought frantically, what could I give? I had already thrown all my ornaments away. Then I remembered. At our wedding, my mother had given me a little forehead jewel. Her own mother had given this tika to her at the time of her marriage, and she wore it always for good luck. I too had worn it every day since then, partly because my mother had said it was lucky, but mostly because the jewel bore her touch. Several times, Mother Kaushalya complained that it was too simple and wanted to give me one of her elaborate tikas, especially when we attended state occasions. But on this matter, I was firm, and Ram supported me. When Raman was abducting me, I did thrown all my other jewelry into the forest, but I couldn't bear to lose this one. My mother's blessing. Later, I did tied it in a corner of my sari and hidden it from the Rakshasi. It cost me a pang to hand it over to Hanuman. Then I reminded myself where it was going. Whatever I gave to Ram wasn't lost to me. It would be with me even more fully. I gave Hanuman the tika and placed my hand on his head in farewell. A shock went through me as I touched the monkey, because it wasn't a monkey I was touching. Who it was, I couldn't clearly tell, but I sensed that his presence filled the Ashoka grove and the city and even the earth. The light emanating from him was so brilliant that I had to close my eyes. By the time I opened them, Hanuman had disappeared without a sound into the leaves of the Ashoka tree. I tried to sleep, but due to excitement at having received news of my beloved, impatience at having Hanuman deliver my message, and anxiety that something might happen to the monkey before he had a chance to leave Lanka, rest was impossible. Soon I heard distant crashes and sounds, gigantic thugs as though great buildings were coming down. The noise woke the Rakshashis, who muttered fearfully. I gave up all pretense of sleep and paced around my tree. Watching the sky, a white hot comet sped through the sky with a fearsome roar. I hoped it was Hanuman escaping, but no, it was a missile. During my years in the forest, I did listen it on the many conversation Ram and Lakshman had about astras. I recognized this one easily. It was the Brahmastra. There was no defeating it. Not unless you had another Brahmastra. Hanuman was surely captured, perhaps even killed by it. Now Ram would have never get my message. He would never know that Ravan held me captive. He would never come to rescue me. I threw myself on the ground and wept. The Rakshasi watched me suspiciously. One said, "You think she knows what's going on?" I didn't answer, but another said, "I saw in my dream that she was whispering to a great Yaksha warrior. Maybe it's him they are battling out there." A third cuffed my face, but carefully, so as to not disfigure me, and said, "Where did he come from, and what were you plotting? Tell us." "There was no Yaksha warrior," I said, truthfully enough. "There was, too," said the other Rakshasi, "and she cuffed me as well. Are you saying I'm lying?" "I saw his fangs in my dreams. They were dripping blood. Maybe you put the thought to attack our city in his head." The others came closer, tightening the circle around me. "Maybe he's your secret lover." One of them hissed, "Wouldn't King Ravan like to know that?" I didn't care anymore what he did to me. Now that Hanuman had been captured or worse, I wanted to die. What if he was my lover? I said. What would Ravan do if he knew that a Yaksha was in the garden with me, doing whatever he wanted, while my fierce guards were all snoring soundly? The Yakshas growled their fury and rushed at me. I closed my eyes and stood still. No more flinching, no more weeping. Let them do their worst. Death only comes once, I told myself. It might as well be now. Just then Trajata came running. Are you all crazy? Don't you know what King Ravan would do to all of you if you hurt her? In any case, it was no Yaksha, it was a giant monkey. Who knows how it entered Lanka city? Monkeys are not allowed anywhere on the island. You know why? I'm amazed it got in alive. No intruder has escaped our guardian goddess's razor sharp gaze before this. They have caught it now, bound it, and taken it to show the king, who was none too pleased at being awakened from his sleep. He was going to have it beheaded. But merciful as he is, he finally ordered the guards to set its tail on fire and parade it through the city. I held my breath, trying hard not to cry. My poor little Hanuman, to be tortured in this manner. I imagined his pain. He did probably die from it. O Lord Agni, I prayed, you who control the heat of the flame, turn your cool and merciful eyes on Ram's messenger. Just then, one of the Yakshashas screamed and pointed. Beyond the walls of the Ashoka grove, the sky had turned an ominous smoky red. The city is burning, someone said in a trembling voice. Everything happened very fast after that. There was a lot of screaming, more explosions, and then the whole horizon lit up. I was terrified that Hanuman was dead. But a Rakshashi, pale with terror, hurried up to say the monkey, who must have had help from the treacherous gods, or was perhaps a god in disguise, had set the royal buildings on fire and disappeared. I lay down once again, covering myself with the tatters of my sari, hiding my elation. I held the ring tightly to my chest. Perhaps it had a special power, or perhaps it was the magic of hope. But I saw against my closed eyelid Hanuman flying over the ocean, huge now and glowing in a great swift arc that rivaled the speed of the sun. I remembered Indra's word when asking Brahma for his boon of invincibility over the different kinds of beings, Ravan had neglected to mention man and monkeys. And now man and monkeys had united against him. Holding on to that happy thought, I fell into a dream where Hanuman landed at the southern tip of Bharatvarsha, where Ram waited. He bowed and handed my husband the jewel I had given and recounted all he had seen. Ram looked at the tikam. I waited for him to ask Hanuman about me, even one question that showed his sympathy for my difficulties. His appreciation of my faithfulness would have satisfied me. One tear that expressed his tenderness and sorrow. But he said nothing, and his eyes were dry. The pain of lost love had changed my husband. He did closed off his heart in order to survive. Would he ever open it again? Ram picked up his bow and aimed an arrow at the raging ocean. His face was implacable and emotionless, a stranger's face, carved from granite. Behind him stretched an army of monkeys, so great in number that I couldn't see beyond them to the horizon. A voice devoid of emotion echoed across the waves. Was it my husband who spoke, or was it a god? Mahakal awakes. Let the death begin. It was indeed the time of death. I smelled it in the air, saw traces of it in the smoke and dust that filled the sky. Every day brought me deadly news. Some of the news was told to me by Sarama, whose eyes grew more and more haunted as the days went by. Vibhishan had been banished. Ravan had kicked him in the chest. The greatest insult an Asura could imagine, in the presence of all the courtiers, and called him a traitor. Sarama had wanted to leave with him, but Vibhishan refused to allow it. He's gone to join Ram. Sarama told me he wouldn't take me. He told me it was too dangerous. He told me that I needed to remain here so I could comfort you and support our son. Her face was filled with sorrow. For no matter who won, however, forever to the Asuras, her husband would be known as Vibhishan, the traitor. What will he do once he joins forces with Ram? I asked. Sarama didn't answer, but I guessed what she was afraid of. Vibhishan knew all the Asura warriors, their strength and weaknesses, which Asuras would destroy whom. Would he dilute all this to Ram? Would he be willing to cause the destruction of his people, including his son, because of his belief in righteousness? Time crested over us, a wave waiting to break. Against all possibility, a bridge was constructed over the ocean, stones that would not sink, as though the ocean god himself held them up with his thousand hands. Still, I doubted and feared. How could my husband, helped only by a band of monkeys, win against the host of Asura that had defeated even the gods? But these monkeys were not like any other. With Ram and Lakshman leading them, they crossed the ocean and besieged the city. When the Asura soldiers went out to meet them, they fell on them like crazed beings, slaying hundreds with nail and tooth, stone and tree. They refused to retreat, no matter how many of them Perith were killed by Ravan's army. My guards huddled and spoke in frightened whispers, forgetting in their anxiety to torture me. They must be aided by the gods. How else could monkeys fight like this? And how about those two brothers? Who knew that puny humans like them would have such wonderful, powerful divine astras? That Ram, a single arrow shot by him can destroy a flanks of seasoned warriors. And last of all, what's going to become of our beautiful Lanka? What's going to become of us? Some days things didn't go well for Ram. On such days, Ravan came personally to see me and to enumerate my husband's losses. 20,000 monkeys killed. Who knows how many more wounded. Lakshman struck by a spear and carried off the field. Ram forced to call for a retreat. You can stop this massacre, you know. He did say, all you have to do is say yes to me. I'll send word to Ram that you have decided to become my wife. I'll I'm quite sure he'll leave at that point. And here's my promise to you, I'll let him go safely and with dignity. I did keep my face turned away until he left. To his credit, since the night of his intoxication, he never tried to force me again. One day, when he was approaching us, a couple of Rakshashi guards started pushing me around, hoping for his approval, but he raised his hand to stop them. Ah, let her be, he said. I tried to read his voice. Was it pity or tiredness? For by now the war had stretched us all to the breaking point, or certainly that it was just a matter of time before he had his way with me. I wasn't sure. Until the end, remain an enigma, this Asura king. Day by day, though, Ram was gaining ground. His monkeys seemed to grow stronger at time as time passed. Maces thrown at their chest shattered, arrows deflected off their bodies as though they did hit iron. One by one, the great and noble Rakshasa warriors, Dhum Rakshasa, Akampana, Prasasta, were sent out by Ravan to lead his army. They bowed to their lord, promising him to bring victory. None returned. One morning I was awakened by a tremendous din, trumpets, and the clash of cymbals coming from one of the palaces. Trijata said, Ravan's brother Kumkarana is being awakened. He sleeps for 6 months and awakens for a day. But on that day, thanks to Brahma's boon, he is invincible. Is today that day? I asked. My heart threw itself against the cage of my ribs. No, Ravan's been forced to wake him at the wrong time. Look, there he goes. The Asura's enormous head rose high above the walls, obscuring the sun. He bellowed a deafening battle cry. My heart sank even as I prayed. Who could defeat such a monster? But amazingly, he too didn't return. From the Ashoka Grove, I could hear the entire city mourning their fallen hero. My Rakshasi guards glared at me with hate and fear. Her husband must know big magic. One said, to kill the great Kumkarana? I wanted to feel elation, but I only felt a deep tiredness. How much longer before the massacres ended? Trijata came by, bursting with news. The crown prince, Indrajit, the undefeated, the commander of Ravan's forces, had been summoned this morning. Ravan had held off on calling upon him all this time because he was the heir to the throne he had promised Mandodari not to endanger him. But finally, he did had no choice. He should have done it earlier, Trijata said. We all know that Indrajit is invincible, especially after he performs the Nikumbila Yagna and is blessed by the fire god. My heart was like a block of ice rattling in my chest. What ill news had the Rajata brought now? Tell us what he did. One of the Rakshashis cried. We are the last to hear anything, stuck as we are here guarding the stupid human. She kicked at me, but distractingly they all gathered around Rajata to get news of Indrajit. Clearly, he was everyone's darling. Well, first he killed a bunch of monkeys, fighting so hard that they all fell back. Even their kings of grief beat a retreat. But that wasn't enough for our Indrajit. He used his magic powers and flew into the sky, calling up an invisibility cloud around him. Then he traveled close to Ram and Lakshman and challenged them to battle with him. It was a glorious fight. The guards on the ramparts told me, each warrior using his best weapons, each cutting through the other's arrow. But finally, Indrajit called upon the powerful Nag Astra. A million poisonous snakes exploded from it and bound Ram and Lakshman in their coils, and so the brothers fell. My Rakshasi guards raised an outcry of joy. Glory be to our prince, one of them said. Now this horrible war can end. I don't believe it, I said, with more bravado than I felt. Inside my eyes, heart exploded into a million shreds, each piercing me to the core. Ravan thought that you might say that, Trijata said. So he's instructed me to take you to view their bodies. Trijata led me to Pushpak, the flying chariot. All along the way, Rakshasas were celebrating, dance, song, intoxicating drinks. Some spat at me, but most ignored me. In their minds, I was no longer of importance. The sight of Pushpak brought back so many terrible memories, I could hardly breathe. My hands grew clammy and my legs trembled. But I hardened myself and climbed in. I had to know the truth. Then I did know what I needed to do. The battlefield was a patchwork of blood, new and tragically bright, old and hopelessly dark. The stench hit me even though I was high in the air. There were so many bodies entangled together. I feared I did never find my husband and his brother, but Pushpak knew where to go. I looked down and there they were, Ram and Lakshman, bound together by writhing serpents, unlike any I had ever seen. Otherworldly creatures born of darkest magic. The two brothers' faces were black and swollen with poison and pain. Around them lay several monkeys, also turning black. I figured that they did valiantly try to pry the serpents of Ram and Lakshman. The rest of the monkeys made a dejected circle around the fallen, not daring to approach the serpents. I looked for Hanuman. Surely he wouldn't have given up. But I couldn't find him in the huddled throng. I had seen enough. The decision didn't take but a moment. I closed my eyes and leaped off the edge of the chariot. It was what I should have done the very first time I was in it. It would have saved so many lives, all sacrificed for me who did not deserve it. Oh Ram, I thought, my dearest, my only beloved, I'm so sorry for bringing this death upon you. I don't know what evil karmas of mine separated us and caused us both so much sorrow. But at least we did be together now, and your purpose will be fulfilled. I'll be delivered from Ravan's clutches. I slammed into something hard almost immediately. Reeling, I opened my eyes and found I am still in the chariot. I put out my hand, but I felt nothing. Was Pushpak surrounded by some kind of magical wall? Trijata gave me a shake. Wanted to get me into trouble, did you? No one gets away from Ravan that easily. And no one gets in and out of Pushpak unless it's master. That's our king. In case you had any doubts, wishes it. Let's get back you let's get you back now. Raman said he's coming over to see you tonight. I fell to the floor of the chariot and lay dry-eyed. My sorrow was so great no tears could express its depth. So even death was beyond my reach. I would be Ravan's captive forever now. How long would I be able to hold out? Or would I, as Surpanka had threatened, be given to her for slavery and torture? I felt a deep hum rising from within the chariot, a throbbing that passed into my body. It was as though Pushpak sorrowed in my despair, though it had no power to go against its master's will. When Pushpak landed, I refused to get up. Trijata gave an expressed sin. I thought she did hit me again. I lay still, welcoming the pain. But she just hoisted me onto her shoulder and took me back to the grove. And that too was frightening. My situation was so dire that even Trijata felt pity for me. Late that night, I heard the Rakshasas whispering. Surprisingly, they sounded worried. I sat up to listen, but they gave me glances filled with hate and fear and moved away. I had to wait until Sarama came to see me the next morning to find out what had happened. Sarama looked harried. Her sari was askew, and her beautiful hair, which she took pride in braiding into intricate design,
was an uncombed tangle. She told me that soon after I left the scene, after the monkeys had lost all hope and begun their morning wails, the sky filled with an enormous cloud. No, it was a bird, silver white, huge, beyond imagining. Its carved beak, large enough to swallow an entire Rakshasa planks. It hovered over the brothers and flapped its wings, raising a blinding wall of dust. When the dust subsided, the snakes were gone, and the brothers sat up, blinking as though waking from a dark dream. The bird hovered for a while over your husband. The guards reported later as though speaking to him, though it didn't use words. Sarama said, she stared at me, eyes narrowed. Who is Ram really? He can't be a mere human because that was Garuda, the celestial bird companion of the supreme god Vishnu, who came to rescue him. I wished I knew the answer to that. Instead, I said, you seem very disturbed today. My son, Tara Shinsen, has been asked to lead the army tomorrow. I gripped Sharama's hands, but she pulled them away and turned from me. I could only imagine the turmoil in her. On one side, her husband, on the other side, her only child. And in front of her, the woman responsible for all her troubles. For one of us, this day would end in tragedy. No, the death of her son would wrench my heart too. Sarama said, I begged him not to go into battle, but of course we both knew that was impossible. Tara Nissen's loyal to the king, through and through, even though he loves his father and agrees with him. We knew also that he was doomed. He's a fine warrior, but no match for your husband. She was weeping now. When he left, he smiled and touched my feet and told me to be of a good cheer. He did had a vision that Ram was the supreme being come to earth to purify us and remove our sorrows. Death, as at his hand, would be a glorious blessing. She wiped her eyes and looked at me for confirmation. Ram was the whole world to me. Everyone who knew him claimed he was special. But was he the supreme being? Was death at his hand a glorious blessing? I was unsure. I breathed in the air filled with the tinge of kerosene. Yes, I said to comfort Sarama, who had grown dear to me. A sacrifice at the altar of love. Taranisen had been trained by Vibhishan himself. All day he fought marvelously. The greatest of the monkey warriors, Hanuman included, fled before his wrath. He wounded even Ram, but finally Ram called on the Brahmastra and killed him. Vibhishan must have told him, Sarama said. She had fainted at the news, but now she was calm, a statue of ice. Only Vibhishan knew the secret of his death. I realized that even if Ram won the war and Vibhishan was made king of Lanka and she the queen, Sir Rama would never forgive her husband for this betrayal. Atrocities escalated on both sides. The Vanara army was being decimated, but even more Rakshasa fell each day. All this death, for my sake, what a waste it was. Every moment I regretted that I hadn't listened to Hanuman and allowed him to carry me away. After Tarasin's death, I did not see Sarama again. Trijata said, Ravan has ordered that no one except himself can see you from now on. But I wondered if the real reason was that Sarama couldn't bear to look at me. Thus, I lost my only friend in Lanka. I had to make do now with whatever gossip filtered to me through my Rakshasi guard. The war wasn't going well. Ravan's ministers had advised him to send me out to Ram to end the killings of his people. But of course, he did refused. I did rather die with honor than live in shame, he declared. The Rakshasas looked uncertain as they discussed his decision. They were proud of their king's courage, of course, too loyal to question him, but so many of their dear ones had died already. Lanka, once lauded as the most beautiful, most magical city in the three worlds, has become a carnal house. The arch enemy Ram and his brother also, even when you killed them, they refused to die, one said. Look how Ravan struck Lakshman down. Added another. He pierced him in the heart with his magic spear. the Shakti shell given to him by the goddess herself. His death was certain, but then that monkey, the same one that burned up our lovely city, flew far north and carried back an entire mountain of herbs and saved him. They are being helped unfairly by gods and sages, a third Rakshasi said. It isn't right. They glared at me, who was the cause of it all. If it wasn't for Ravan's strictest order, they'd have torn me limb from limb. I understood their fury. In their place, wouldn't I have felt the same way? Time faded in and out of focus as I sat under my Ashoka tree, its greenness pierced only by beret veils. I held on to Ram's ring and prayed for an end to all the sufferings around me. Surely it would come soon. After Lakshman's near death, I heard Ram fought with greater fury than ever before. The Rakshashis whispered frantically. Was it true that a mendicant had come to Mandodri and said, have you hidden carefully enough the death arrow created by the gods to slay Ravan, which he had wrested from Indra and given to you for safekeeping long ago? Yes, I have, the queen said. Are you sure the place is safe? The mendicant asked, are you sure the enemies will not guess where it is? Perhaps you should move it to a safer spot. I'm sure it is safe, Mandodri said. But her voice quivered, and involuntarily she glanced at the spear of the temple of the goddess, which had lain empty ever since the statue of the goddess had disappeared from it. At once the mendicant metamorphosed into a giant monkey and leapt upon the temple roof. He punched at the spear with his huge, hairy fist, shattering it. Within was an arrow colored like lightning. The monkey grabbed it with both arms, pulled it free of the stones within which it was embedded, and shouting the name of Ram as though it was a battle cry, flew into the sky. Mandodri sent her guards after him immediately, but by then it was already too late. The monkey had disappeared. When I heard the story, my heart seemed to expand until I could hardly breathe. My Hanuman. I was delighted by his decree and its success. He would make sure the death arrow reached Ram. For the first time, I believed that my rescue was possible, that it was close. That it was close. Next morning, the weeping of my guards grew particularly intense. Indrajit had fallen. He too, through treachery, the Rakshasas cursed Vibhishan, who had led Lakshman and a contingent of monkeys to the secret place where Indrajit performed the Nikumbila Yagna. They fell on him while he was praying and defiled the sacred fire. Indrajit dueled bravely with Lakshman, but he was unprepared. Armless, Lakshman killed him, and the monkeys kicked at his dead body until it was a shapeless mass of flesh. The war had devolved from a righteous cause into a gleeful carnage. Perhaps that's a way of all wars. When they brought Mandodri her son's mutilated body, her cries rent the entire city. The very foundation of the city cracked with sorrow. Around me, the trunks of the Ashoka trees split apart in distress. Hearing her sorrow, Ravan knew what had happened. Their valiant, blameless son, whose only flaw was that he had disobeyed his father without question, was gone. He swooned and fell from his throne to the ground. For an entire day he lay there, eyes unfocused. When he finally returned to himself, he said, now I know how it feels to have your heart torn from your body. Now I know how it feels to have your heart torn from your body. There was only one thing left for him to do. He roused himself and called upon the remnants of his army. They rode out to war with their king, knowing they would not return. Disobeying the explicit orders they had been given, my Rakshasi guards left me and rushed to the gates of the city to see their beloved king one last time, in his terrible splendor, to offer him a hero's farewell. They too didn't return. I could have walked out of the Ashoka Grove and gone anywhere I wished. I could have walked out of the city to the battlefield. Part of me longed for it, to see the final battle. Ravan's death at the hands of my beloved, my vindication, but I didn't. I waited for Ram to come to me, to see how I did suffered for his sake, for the sake of love.
Chapter 24. Day, night, day, night. An arid smoke covered the sky. Was the war over then? Were they burning the bodies, Rakshasas and monkeys altogether, their differences erased by death? I waited in the Ashoka grove, my body afire with impatience for a very long time, it seemed. Had they all forgotten me? Finally, exhausted, I lay down on the ground. But no, at least one person had remembered. I awoke to hands squeezing my throat, furious, a feet breath on my face, Surpankha. I pulled at her arms, but fueled by hate, she was too strong for me. Killed you. I should have killed you there in the forest the very first time I saw you by yourself. She panted. Crusty tears had left their tracks on her face. My first mistake and my second one. I should have killed you right when you got to Lanka, no matter what they did to me afterwards. So many great warriors dead. My dearest brother dead. All for what? For a worthless creature like you? So Ravan had met his end. I tried to feel the reality of that fact, but I couldn't keep my mind on it. Why hadn't Ram come looking for me then? Shouldn't he have done that first, before settling other political matters? Hadn't he missed me as much as I had missed him? But I couldn't think further, couldn't breathe. In a moment, I had passed out, and then Sirpanka could choke me to death. No, I hadn't endured the torture of this entire endless year for this. To be killed just moments before I had a chance to be reunited with Ram. With the last of my strength, I focused on my navel, on the Manipura chakra, a dope of power, seat of the goddess, from the depth of my memory. I called upon the martial moves I had been practicing mentally all these months. I let my body go slack and heavy, like a sack of potatoes, and as Surpanka braced herself to accommodate the sudden weight shift, I twisted my head sideways, slipping out of her clutches. Ram, I cried, bringing the side of my arm, held stiff as a dagger, onto her neck. She choked and staggered backwards, and I made use of my momentary advantage by delivering a couple of well placed side kicks. The second one landed where her nose had been. She clutched her face, screaming, and I noted, with some satisfaction, that black hood tricked from between her fingers, but I did not stop her only for a moment. Unlike me, she was strong and well fed, and she knew magic. In a moment, she had transformed into a full Rakshasi mode, growing to twice my height. Her fingernails were sharp and carved like sinsters, and her fangs were sharp as well. I knew I was no match for her, but I was determined to do my best. I balled my hands into a fist and crouched low. Ram, I whispered as I stepped backwards towards my Ashoka tree. Surpanka rushed forward, hoping to pin me against the tree trunk, but she didn't know the ground here as well as I did. How could she? She wasn't the one who had spent night after night tossing on it. On a bed made only of the leaves, the tree had the tree had let fall for my sake. These leaves still covered the ground and the giant root that sometimes acted as my pillow. As I did hope, Surpanka tripped on the unseen root and went flying into the trunk. She threw out her hands to protect herself, and her nails sank deep into the trunk. I was afraid she did pull them out right away, that I did gain no more than a moment's advantage. But they seemed stuck in there. The Ashoka tree was helping me. I sent my tanks and used this opportunity to kick out her legs from under her, and while she was off balance, to deliver several punches to her stomach. Having done all I could, I retreated behind a large bush. Surpanka wrenched her hands free from the trunk and came at me, bellowing her rage. Her jaws, wide open, had grown into a gigantic size. Her fangs were as long as knives and as sharp. They dripped a greenish saliva, probably poison of some kind. I could see that she intended to sink them into my neck. My only hope was to dodge her with the quickest footwork I could manage. But my strength was fading. Months of starvation had taken their toll. I won't give up, I said to myself, and I won't run. If Brahm finds my dead body here, at least none of the wounds will be on my back. How the fight would have gone, I don't know, but at that moment, a voice, raged, edged with sharp authority, called from the corner of the Ashoka grove. Surpanka, what are you doing? Have you lost what little sense you had? I order you to stop. It was Sarama, but a Sarama so different that I had to look twice. She was attired splendidly in a gold sari and covered head to foot with ceremonial jewelry. Her face was expertly made up with a sandalwood paste and her lips reddened. Her hair, which had been left carelessly uncombed the last few times I had seen her, was tied in an elaborate design that looked familiar. Then I remembered. A long time ago, my hair too had been arranged like that to accommodate a coronet. Of course, now that Ram had destroyed Ravan, Vibhishan was to be the new king and Sarama the new queen. But her kajal rimmed eyes were still filled with loss. I guessed that would never change. What good is a kingdom when you have no one to leave it to? Sarama clapped her hands regally, and planks of armed female guards hidden behind the trees until now stepped smartly forward and surrounded Surpanka. Dances at the ready. Behave for once like the princess you are. Sarama said to Surpanka, haven't you done enough harm to Lanka already? Had you not come crying to Ravan, asking for revenge and describing Sita's beauty, tempting him? We wouldn't be seeing this day. Now at least think of the welfare of your people. If you harm Sita, what do you think Ram will do to the surviving Rakshasas? Her stern tone would have cowed most people, but Surpanka bristled. Look, who's talking? The traitor's wife? Maybe you should ask yourself a few questions first. For instance, if your dear husband hadn't given away our secrets and told Ram exactly how to kill our greatest warriors, including my brother, and oh, yes, I forgot your own son, would we be seeing this day? Having silenced Sarvama, she turned to me. Don't think that you have seen the last of me, she hissed. She pushed her way past the guards, her ruined face held high, and disappeared into the shadow of the grove. Sarama stood so still, I thought she'd seen turned like Ahilya into stone. Only her eyes glittered with unshed tears. But she knew how to act like a queen, what the responsibilities entailed. After a moment, she took a deep breath and spoke to me with a cool courtesy. She spoke as though we hadn't been friends and confidants through all these months of shared grief, and I realized with a twitch in my heart that part of our relationship was over. Ram wishes to see you. Vibhishan will convey you to him in a ceremonial palki. My woman will dress you appropriately, but first there is another request from Mandodri. Her last request to you, she says. She asks that you meet her for a few moments. My whole being ached with impatience for my beloved. But her last request deserves to be honored. Where is she? I asked. On the seashore. Ravan is near to death and in great pain. He wishes to draw his last breath under the open sky. In great pain, did you say? Yes, the Ashra that felled him must have had occult powers. A medicine man can do nothing to reduce his agony nor to hasten his death. I was surprised to discover that I no longer felt any hatred towards Ravan. Perhaps it was because he wasn't a threat anymore. Or perhaps we must all experience a moment of solemnity at the passing of great power, no matter how ill directed it has been. And though he did been my worst enemy, I had to admit that Ravan had been a mighty sovereign, a much loved hero to his people, and a sincere devotee of Shiva. I asked Sarama to wait. I hurried through the grove, grown so familiar over the months, and hastily gathered a few herbs that grew in the shadows of the trees. Perhaps they would ease Ravan's passing into the realm of Yama. It was the first time I had walked on the shore in Lanka. How beautiful the island must have been before the war. The pristine ocean and the glittering city laying side by side like lovers. The waves kissing the shining fortress walls, the walls leading the water, their elegant curvature. But today there was no shining. The blood soaked sands were a dull red. The color of decay, the sea and sky were both grey, though it was afternoon. The air, dense with the odor and smoke of the mass cremation, brought bile into my throat. I forced it down and walked towards where Mandodri sat with Ravan's head in her lap. She bent over him, running a hand tenderly over his ruined, bleeding body, while he held onto her other hand as though without it to anchor him. He might float away into a great void before he was ready for it. Seeing them like this, I realized something. Although Ravan had been countless wives and concubines, although he had been obsessed with me to the point of renunciation, it was only Mandodri, wife of his youth, whom he truly loved. I stood silent and still, reluctant to break this intimacy by announcing my presence. Ravan's face was pale and crusted with whatever medicine his Veds had applied to his skin, and his lips, flaked with bloody foam, moved slowly and uncertainly, as though they had forgotten what words were. The two of them hadn't seen me yet and continued with their halting conversations, punctured by Ravan's moans of pain. I'm sorry, my queen, my Manu. Ravan was saying, I'm sorry for so many things, including the distress I have caused you all these years. I'm sorry I couldn't win this war for you. I'm sorry that I'm leaving you to suffer alone in a world that will be hostile to you because of me. But most of all, I'm sorry that I took your son, Meghnath, the most magnificent warrior our lineage had known, from you. Because of me, he's dead now and you are childless. I could tell his strength was fading fast, the words tangling in his tongue. Mandodri remained silent. I could tell she was trying to contain her grief, not wanting to distress Ravan further by breaking down in front of him. She would cry, I was sure, for days to come, for maybe rest of her life, for her darling son, and for her husband, because such is love's irrational pull. She loved him in spite of all the grief he did caused her, but for now she was determined to be strong for his sake. Having collected herself, Mandodri finally spoke. Meghnad was indeed the light of my eyes, but he died as a warrior should, defending his homeland. At least I have that consolation, and no, you didn't leave me childless. We have a daughter still. A daughter, Ravan rasped. So this was why she wanted me to come here. My entire being rose up in revolt, wanting to interrupt her, to shout that she was mistaken, that this was some crazy fantasy inside her head. But death, when it scoops so close, imposes its own silence, so I held my tongue. Yes, Mandodri said, remember her? Our beautiful baby whom you sentenced to predication for no fault of her own? I made sure she wasn't killed. I bribed the Asura to whom you did appointed this task, as much with my tears as with the treasures I gave him. And so he left her far away in a small kingdom in the north, where the king found her and brought her up. I should have told you this a long time ago, but I was afraid. I didn't know what you would do to me in one of your terrible rages. Forgive me for that weakness. I didn't think it mattered because I was sure we'd never see our girl again. Ravan's head jerked and he gasped in pain. Then he said with effort, You saw her? You did too, Mandodri said. She turned and looked at me, and I realized that she'd known all along that I was standing there. Here is your daughter, Sita. Ravan turned his head with great effort and stared at me. His eyes, once so terrifying, were glazed, barely open. Was that hope in them or horror? That isn't true, Mandodri. You are jumping to conclusions. Didn't King Janak find you wrapped in a gold cloth, unlike anything he'd seen before? She challenged me. I sent spies to Mithila. They talked to people who remembered what the cloth had looked like. It was definitely woven here in Lanka. I drew in my breath to argue, to say that the spies had told her what she wanted to hear. But Ravan was speaking already. He had to make a great effort, and fresh blood stained his lips. Surely you are wrong, Manu. If Sita was my own flesh and blood, wouldn't I have known it as soon as I touched her? And that day in the forest, I might have still brought her with me, but not by force.
I would have persuaded her with fatherly concern so she could spend the rest of her banishment with us in love and safety. For although I never spoke of it, I have thought often and with great remorse of our daughter. But this much is true. I am connected to Sita through some mystery. From the beginning, I have felt that, and it's been part of the reason for my obsession. He lurched suddenly, before I could move, and grasped my foot with a trembling hand. The hand had barely any power in it. I could have kicked it away without effort. Why then didn't I do so? Was it compassion for the dying, or because I felt the truth in what he did just said, that indeed we were connected? Ravan gave a great shudder. Then he whispered, I see it now. What do you see? Mandodari cried. Ravan didn't seem to hear her. There was a smile on his face. How beautiful it is, he said, his voice weak but aesthetic. At his words, the world around me faded, and another one opened up. It was the same world I did glimpse, so tantalizing when I did first met Ram. But this time it no longer eluded me. I stepped fully into it and knew it for what it was. Vaikund, the adobe of Vishnu. And even more surprising, I knew the beings that inhabited it. Here was Vishnu himself, reclined upon the great serpent Sheshnag, effluent with an outwardly light. He looked strangely familiar. Glancing closer, I saw to my surprise that it was none other than Ram, more divine and untouched by the lines that sorrow and hardship had enacted upon his face, but clearly him. At his feet sat his divine consort, Lakshmi. I tried hard to glimpse her face, but it was turned away from me. Standing in the corner, palms joined, was his loyal gatekeeper Jaya. I need to rest, Jaya, Vishnu said. Will you make sure I am not disturbed? With my life, my lord, Jaya replied, retreating to his post just before he drew the great golden gate shut. He raised his face, alight with devotion, for one last look at his lord. With a shock that jolted me to my core, I saw who he was, Ravan. How could this be? How could the furious Ravan I had known, filled with hate for Ram, driven by revenge, determined to cause grief to him and all those closest to him, have been Jaya? And who was I in this cosmic puzzle? But there was no time to think things through, for there was a din at the door, the voices of children pitched high, demanding something. Jaya and his brother and fellow gatekeeper Vijaya were trying unsuccessfully to quieten them. How was it possible for children to reach Vaikund? We want to see Vishnu, one of the children said, his voice surprisingly self assured. We have come a long way to see him, and we aren't going to be turned away by mere gatekeepers. My lord has just gone to sleep after much celestial toil, Jaya said. He's asked not to be disturbed. I can't go in there right now. Please, let me make you comfortable. He'll wake up soon. Another boy spoke up. Are you trying to trick us? Everyone knows that Vishnu's sleep lasts for eons. We can't wait that long. We have duties too, cosmic ones. We are the Sanat Kumaras, sons of Brahmas, and more importantly, devotees of Vishnu. Vishnu has promised to always be available to his devotees. And now you, a mere gatekeeper, are telling us you won't let us see him? I can't. I made a promise too. I told him that I wouldn't let anyone until he wakes. Jaya said, Hey, what are you trying to do? Vijaya grabbed them. From their scuffling noises outside, I gathered that the children were trying to slip past the gatekeepers. I heard one of them cry out, Wake up, Lord Vishnu, see how your devotees are being mistreated by your servants. Vishnu stirred, but he was still deep in cosmic slumber. Now another child spoke, his voice strong and resonant, echoing through Vishnu's chambers. Jaya and Vijaya, by the powers I have gained through meditating on my Lord, from whom you are forcefully separating me, I curse you both and send you to earth to live 7 mortal lifetimes with all their sorrows, the greatest of which will be your separation from Vishnu. In the blink of an eye, the gates opened and Vishnu was outside through
though I hadn't seen him rise from his bed. The children flung themselves at him with joy. He gathered them to him in a loving embrace. It seemed to last only a moment, but cosmic time is a slippery thing. Then the Sanat Kumaras were gone, and the gatekeepers at Vishnu's feet weeping. I can't negate the curse of such great beings, Vishnu said to them with sorrow. But since you were following my dictates, I can modify it. You can choose to spend 7 lives on earth as devotees remembering me with love, or 3 lives as my enemies remembering me more intensely with hate. 3 lives, Jaya said, without hesitation. You know that every moment we spend away from you is equal to the tortures of the deepest hell. I give you this additional boon then, Vishnu said. I will come down to earth myself each time to deliver you from your mortal body. And before you die, you will know who you are and thus depart in peace. I will come down to earth myself each time to deliver you from your mortal body, and before you die, you will know who you are and thus depart in peace. From behind him, a melodious voice spoke. It was Lakshmi. Take me with you, Lord. I can't bear to remain in the emptiness of Vaikunda without you. If that's what you truly wish, I'll take you to aid me in my work, Vishnu said. But remember, as a mortal, you'll suffer anguishes that you cannot even imagine now. Some of the time, we'll be separated, even estranged. Such is the world of Maya, in which I too will be caught. It's a price I'll gladly pay in order to be with you, Lakshmi said. She turned her shining face, and I finally saw who she was. It was me. A weak whisper brought me back to the present. It was Ravan. Ah, I didn't know. I didn't know. Forgive me, goddess, my dearest lady, for all that I have done to you in ignorance. I have no words for how deeply I regret it. His face was wrecked with grief, and I knew that he too had experienced the same vision. I am leaving now, but before I go, will you, in your compassion, place your foot on my head? As though in a trance, I moved forward and did as he asked, feeling the blood still warm and sticky from his wounds on my soul. He held on to my foot with the last of his strength and gave a great sign. His eyes closed. That's how they found us. Vibhishana and Hanuman and the other chieftains of Ram's army who had been searching for me through the city. I saw the shock in their eyes at coming upon this strange scene. Some of them wondered what it could possibly mean. Some, I could tell, questioned it. Some would gossip about it later. It was Hanuman who finally broke the silence. Mother, he said, bowing deeply, I have come to take you to Lord Ram. This is the end of your long sorrow. I walked away from he who had been Ravan, or was it Jaya? I did have to tell Ram all this once we were finally alone. Would I also have to tell him who he had been in the vision, the great Vishnu, or did he know that already? I laid my hand on Hanuman's soft, furry head. Hard to imagine that he did killed hundreds of Rakshasa with a single blow. Bless you, my Hanuman, for all you have done to bring this joyful day to me. Bless you especially for coming to me in my darkest hour and giving me the hope that my sorrow would indeed have an end. Then we abandoned formality and grinned at each other gleefully, like drawn school children. I didn't know that for me a greater sorrow was about to begin. Chapter 25. I was in a fever or impatience to meet Ram, but Vibhishan, who liked to do things properly, said that first I had to be dressed in the way a wife of a victor should be. That was what Ram wanted too, he added. Perhaps Vibhishan was worried that if Ram saw the way I had been treated, he did grow furious and order his army to wreak havoc on the city. He didn't know my husband, no matter how angry Ram was. He did never let his emotions carry him away from the path of righteousness. I could have insisted on going as I was, but vanity overcame me. I wanted my beloved to see me at my best, not in smelly rags with matted hair and a face streaked with tears and dirt. I told Vibhishan I would do what he requested. Please come to the palace, he said. We have prepared the royal quarters for you and Ram. For we all know that without him there would be no victory, and thus he is the real king of Lanka. But I did made a vow never to step inside any of Ravan's edifices, and I told him that. Vibhishan said, "It's going to take longer this way," he pointed out. "I can't break my word." I heard myself saying, "It is not the way of the house of Raghu." The words echoed in my chest, reminding me of the terrible errors I had made in the past. But this time he felt right. They made me realize that I too belonged to the house of Raghu and held to their creed. A line of Sarama's waiting women carried all I needed to the Ashoka Grove. I allowed them to bathe me in perfumed water and wash out my hair. I allowed them to oil and braid it with flowers and to dress me in a splendid new vermilion silk colored like the setting sun and even to put gold jewelry on me. Beautiful though they were, the necklaces and bangles that I had grown unused to hung heavier as chains. "Are these savarmas?" I asked. The head attendant shook her head. "They are from Mandodri's coffers, never worn," she insisted, saying she wanted you to have them. I didn't know how to decipher Mandodri's action. I looked at the clothes and jewels, and it struck me that they were what a mother would have given her daughter when she left for her husband's house. She had stored them in her coffers all these years, hoping. But when the hope came true, or so she believed, it crushed everything else that she had loved. A great pity rose up in me, but there was no time to feel it fully. I stepped into the decorated palki curtained with silk that Vibhishan had readied, and we were on our way. From behind the curtains, I was surprised to see that the bearers were taking me forward the gates of Lanka, away from the gold domed buildings where Ravan had held court. "Where are we going?" I asked Vibhishan. "To the seashore. Ram wants to meet you there before he enters the city." It was a strange choice, but I was too excited to wonder why. A deafening cheer rose up as soon as everyone saw the palki. I had to force myself not to flinch at this loudness. It had been a long time, 14 years, since I had been in such a large gathering. Had heard my name being chanted like a mantra: Sitaram, Sitaram, Sitaram. The arc of my life was changing direction, swinging me back forward Ayodhya to don the heavy metal of queenship. I said to myself, with Ram by my side, I'll surely handle everything perfectly. But when the palki came to a halt, I was so nervous at the thought of all those eyes upon me that I froze. "Mother," Hanuman said, lifting the curtain, "we are here." He gave me a solemn, ceremonial smile and extended his small leathery hand. Gripping it, I stepped out. Excitement burst inside me, brilliant fireworks. But Hanuman sniffed the air uncertainly, as though he sensed something that wasn't quite right. Ram was seated on a makeshift throne, a pile of stacked shields that must have belonged to the fallen Rakshasas. There were wounds on his body and his face was thin, its shining dim. Hanuman was right. He hadn't eaten or slept well in a long time. How much my husband had suffered for my sake. It made me feel at once sad and guilty, but also precious. Beside him stood Lakshman, holding his bow and arrow in readiness, guarding his brother as always. I saw the great scar on his chest where Ravan's spear had struck him, and felt a guilty pang. I was ashamed to look into his face, for I remembered the evil insults I had shouted at him in my desperation on our last day together. Could I ever apologize enough for my behavior? But Lakshman smiled at me with genuine delight and bowed, joining his palms in respect. In his magnitude, he had forgiven me. I was thankful, though only for a moment. I couldn't focus my attention on anyone other than my beloved Ram. The setting sun had formed a blood red halo behind my husband's head, obscuring his expression. I was surprised that he hadn't stood up, that he wasn't rushing forward to greet me. I remembered how, in the forest, he would hug me unabashedly, and though, of course, he couldn't do that in front of so many individuals, His soldiers among them, I hoped that he would at least approach me and touch his lips, the lips I had dreamed of for so many months, to my forehead in a ceremonial kiss of welcome. But Ram didn't move. I was disappointed, but mostly I was confused. Perhaps there was a protocol I was missing. Since he was the victory king and I the rescued one, perhaps I was supposed to approach him to thank him for rescuing me. Very well, I would do it. As I stepped forward, a hush descended on the crowd. I could feel thousands of eyes on me like piercing darts as I walked to my husband. It was hard, after so many years of solitude, to be the center of everyone's curious attention. But I took a deep breath and reminded myself of what was important. Ram, only Ram, my heaven, my bliss, my savior, my refuge. My husband stood up as I approached him. How tall he was, Ram, the invincible warrior. Looming over me, I bowed before him and touched his feet. I wanted to thank him, to tell him how proud I was of him, but I was too overcome by emotions. I hoped that he did see on my face the love I was unable to communicate. When I looked up, there was a deep and tortured tenderness in his eyes. I knew then how much he did miss me, how much he did suffer. But he didn't touch me, and when I, pushing all my shyness aside, not caring what the crowd might think, reached for his hand, he took a step back and crossed his arms. Stunned, my head a whirl, I wondered if he was angry with me for having put him to all this trouble, for begging so foolishly for the golden deer and causing this war, this devastation. But no, a voice inside me said, the devastation started before that, with a young woman being toyed with and then repulsed, her nose and ears cut off. Foolish, insidious voice. I pushed it away. When Ram spoke, there was no anger in his voice, there was no feeling at all. It was steady and impartial and uncaring, and so unlike my husband's, that had I not been standing right in front of him, I wouldn't have believed that it was him speaking. I have rescued you, Sita, said the voice. I have built a bridge over the ocean and crossed over it with my allies of the monkey nations. My followers and I have suffered greatly in the process, for the Rakshasa army was a powerful one. Now we have slain Ravan and set you free. Here ends my duty to you and my responsibility. Go where you will to live out the rest of your days. I stared at him, uncomprehending. Had the yells of the crowd impaired my understanding? Perhaps the fact that I didn't eaten for so long was making me dizzy and confused. Surely Ram couldn't have spoken the cruel words I thought I heard. What do you mean? I finally managed to say. It was my duty to rescue you, Ram repeated patiently, as though speaking to a child. But I cannot take you back to Ayodhya with me. Ravan abducted you from my home. You have lived in his palace for a year now. Who knows what kind of relationship you have had with him? I interrupted him, my voice shaking with fury. Is that the trust you have in me and in my love for you? Is that what you think of my virtue? Well, then, check with the inhabitants of the palace or ask Hanuman, who saw me in the depth of my sorrow. I never set foot inside Ravan's palace. I never responded to him, no matter how much he threatened or cajoled. I refused to eat or drink a grain of food or even a drop of water so that I wouldn't be beholden to him in any way. Until today, when I was asked by Vibhishan to follow court protocol, I wore only tree bark and didn't even comb my hair. What you say may well be true, the man who was no longer my beloved Ram said in his iron voice. But your words are not proof enough, not for the citizen of Ayodhya. I cannot take back to them a queen whose virtues they'll question, whose purity they did disbelieve. They will think that, like my father Dashrath, I swayed from the path of dharma, enchanted by a wife's charms. It will throw the entire kingdom in turmoil, and I cannot allow that to happen. I owe it to them. And what about what you owe me, your wife? I cried. Don't I have any rights? I owe you safety and comfort, Ram said, and his voice did not shake even in the slightest. And that I will provide. You may stay here in Ravan's palace. Vibhishan will care for your needs, or if the forest is more to your liking, you can go with Sugriv. He will be happy to give you a home. In any of these places, you can take another mate. I free you of all obligations to me. Ram's words, spoken so calmly, piled around me like ice. They froze my blood. Yet, strangely, they gave me strength. Because what could happen to me that was worse than what Ram had just done by doubting my virtue in front of my entire populace? By rejecting me because of what his subjects might whisper? By shaming me by suggesting that I take another husband? It's not in your power to free me, I said to Ram, and I too spoke calmly. The gods bound us at our wedding with Agni Dev, the holy fire, as witnessed, and they know that I am pure and blameless. Yes, I wanted the golden deer, but that was a mistake, a folly, not a sin. Yes, Ravan had touched this body, this bundle of flesh and bones and blood, using his magic trickery. He took me on the appearance of a sadhu and dragged me, against all my will and efforts, into his chariot. I tried my best to stop him. I couldn't. Am I to be punished because he was physically stronger? Because he used Rakshasa magic? If you reject me now, word will travel all across Bharatvarsha, and men everywhere will feel that they too can reject a wife who has been abducted or even been touched against her will. Countless innocent women, as innocent as I am, will be shunned and punished because of your act. Is that dharma? Is that what you want? Ram looked stoically ahead as though he hadn't heard me. Ravan stole me away forcefully. I continued, but even he didn't insult me as you have done here today. He respected me enough to not violate my body, and over my mind, he never had control. But you have violated my heart, which I had given to you in love. I paused, though I knew it was foolish to hope. Ram continued to stare at the horizon. The deepest pain of my heart, which I had bared for him, didn't seem to touch him. There was no point in saying anything more to him. I turned to Lakshman and said, Dearest brother in law, I ask your pardon for all the cruel words I said to you. I didn't mean any of them. I said them only so that you would go to your brother's aid. I know. Lakshman replied, I forgave you long ago. I knew you spoke only out of love for Ram. He lifted his face and looked into my eyes for the first time since we were banished, and I saw that he was weeping. He too hadn't expected Ram to behave in this way. But he couldn't save me. We both knew that. I wanted to sink into the ground, to become one with the earth from whose womb King Janak had once lifted me up with such hope and love. Surely his heart and the heart of my mother Sunena would have shattered into a million pieces if they'd known how Ram, into whose hands they'd given me, was treating me. How for him my needs came after that of even the lowest of the citizens of Ayodhya. Goddess, I thought in my shame and desperation, what shall I do now? Where shall I go? Then, in the dark hopelessness of my heart, a thought flashed like fire. Abandoned as I was by my husband, no one could save me, but I could save myself. Love and happiness might not be in my control, but at least my dignity still remained mine. I might not be able to have the life I wanted, but I could choose the manner of my death. Thus, I made my decision. Brother in law, I must ask you to do one last thing for me. I said to Lakshman, build me a fire. There's nothing left for me on this earth now that my husband, whom I love more than my own self, who has been in my heart and in my prayers every single day since I was taken by Ravan, has shamed and rejected me so cruelly, for no fault of my own, in front of this entire assembly. Therefore, I have decided to end my life today. Lakshman tried to stop me, and so did Vibhishan. Hanuman fell at my feet and besieged me not to take this terrible course. They even called Saruma from the palace to reason with me, but the one person who could have swayed me stood still as a mountain crag. Behind the mask of kingship he had donned, I thought I saw pain in his eyes. I thought they'd brimmed with tears, but he said nothing. Since no one would assist me, I began to gather pieces of wood from the battleground myself, pulling them from destroyed chariots or broken bows. Their jagged edges bit into my hands, making me bleed, but I went on. When they saw that I wouldn't be deterred, Lakshman and Hanuman helped me, weeping all the while. Soon there was a huge pile of wood in front of Ram. I asked for a brand and lit the fire. The flames leaped up avidly, taller than the treetops, taller than Ravan's palace. Heat blistered my skin, burned away my eyebrows, while everyone stared in horror, cried out to me to stop. Everyone except my husband. I stepped into the blaze. Later, the Brads would sing of the miracle that occurred. Agni, the fire god himself, appeared and declared my innocence, putting my hand into Ram's as though this was our second wedding. And Ram, who had fallen to the ground, crazed with grief, once I had disappeared into the flames, embraced me, whispering apologies and love, begging my understanding. The virtue of the queen of Ayodhya has to be above all suspicion. You see how important that is, don't you, my dearest? He said, his voice full of entreaty. And now you have proved it in a way that can never be questioned. And I nestled against his chest. After a long separation, dashed, yet triumphed as the gods rained celestial flowers upon us and roar upon roar of jubilation rose from the crowd around us, focused only on his dear, familiar heartbeat, Sitaram, Sitaram, Sitaram. Truly, love is the strongest intoxicant of them all, the drink of deepest oblivion. Else, how could I have forgiven him so quickly for what he'd done? No, love is the spade with which we bury, deep inside our being, the things that we cannot bear to remember, cannot bear anyone else to know. But some of them remain, and they rise to the surface when we least expect them. Here is one such thing, the terrible, maddening pain that engulfed my entire body when I entered the fire. I had to use every shred of willpower to keep myself from running out, screaming, the anguish with which I prayed for death to release me, the anger I felt that I, who was innocent, should be made to suffer in this way. My agony was timeless. I don't know, in terms of human measurement, how long it lasted. But I do know this. In that agonizing trial, I was transformed. Perhaps that was why I had to endure pain. Because true transformation can only happen in the crucible of suffering. All impurities fall away from gold only when it's heated to melting. By the time the gods intervened, I was no longer just the Sita of old, daughter of earth, strong and silent, patient and deep, forbearing and forgiving. I was something else too. The fire god himself acknowledged this change. Daughter, he called me. Yes, I was now Sita, daughter of fire. But I didn't know yet what this meant. Chapter 26. There are times in our life when the hours are an unmoving icy morass and times when they fly past in a blur. How ironic that the joyous time we did like to hold on to are the most fleeting, while the saddest ones clutch at us, refusing to let go. I had been frozen by fear and anguish ever since I had been dragged to Lanka. Now I was swept upon the wings of heady celebration so rapidly that it made my head spin. It wasn't all merrymaking though, because I had some important responsibilities. When Ram crowned Vibhishan, I was the one who stood by my husband's side, pouring from a golden kalasha the holy water that would anoint him king. When Ram entrusted Vibhishan with taking care of all his subjects, particularly the wives and children of all who had died in the Great War, I met my husband's eyes in approval. For it was I who had requested Ram to make this stipulation. They have no protector other than you. Ram told Vibhishan, remember, their husbands and father, though banded against us, fought bravely for their king and their motherland. Honor them accordingly. Vibhishan joined his palms and bowed cautiously because he wasn't yet used to the weight of Ravan's giant crown. I knew he did do what Ram asked, not only because of the reverence he had for Ram, but because Ram and he believed in the same things, righteousness and the sacred responsibility of kingship. For the sake of these, Ram had been willing to let me throw myself into fire. For the sake of these, Vibhishan had told Ram how to kill his only son, who would have been too strong to defeat otherwise. Both wept bitter tears afterwards, but faced with the same choice, act in the same way again. The thought filled me with admiration, but admiration laced with anxiety. Such rulers were adored by the citizens they protected, but often their families had to bear the burth of sacrifice. Vibhishan had begged us over and over to stay in the most luxurious of Ravan's palace, but Ram refused, stating that he was still bound by the terms of his banishment. I was happy about that. I sensed that the palaces, though I had never stepped in them, would be filled even now with Ravan's furious longings. So Vibhishan set up a sumptuous silken tent for us in our pleasure garden and spent much of his time there with us, consulting Ram on matters of governance. At one such moment, my husband said to him, be sure to take special care of Queen Mandodri. Treat her greatly. Gently, among us all, her lot is the hardest, since she has lost both husband and son as well as all possession and power. This too I did urge him to ensure. Though I didn't believe she was my mother, I remembered that Mandodri has saved my life and I was grateful. That is my intention, and Sarama's also. Vibhishan said, we have always held our sister in law in the highest esteem, but for her reining him back, Ravan would have wreaked a lot more havoc on the three worlds. But I don't know what to do. She refuses to return to the palace. She is still sitting by Ravan's funeral pyre, which continues to burn for some mysterious reason, as strongly now as when his body was placed on it. Saramar tells me that she's been still wearing her queenly clothing and the sindoor on her forehead, though she did thrown away her crown, because according to the Shastra, she isn't a widow until the cremation fire dies. She refuses to eat or drink or answer any questions. Sarama thinks she's praying. I don't understand any of it. He took off his crown and ran his head distractingly through his hair, and I saw that he was going bald. It struck me that, like Bharat, he too had never desired to be king, but fate had decided otherwise. Ram looked distressed. I'm afraid I might be partly to blame for that. When Ravan was dying, I went to see him on the battlefield. I wanted to learn statecraft from him, as I had heard that he was a great ruler. I wasn't disappointed, even with his failing breath. He taught me things that will be of great use when I return to my kingdom. I was overcome by sorrow that such an intelligent and noble being had fallen prey to revenge and lust, and thus brought this fate upon himself. Ah, such is the paradoxical power of the mind. When we control it, it's our best friend, but when we allow it to control us, it becomes our worst enemy. As I left him, a woman came up, covered in a thick veil, and bowed, asking for a blessing. From her voice, I could tell that she was distraught, and so I said, may no new sorrows visit you. From the bangles of her wrist, the only part of her body that was visible, I knew she was married. So I added, may you never become a widow. At this, the woman threw back her veil with a bitter laugh, and I saw that she wore a crown. You are Queen Mandodri. I said, yes, she said, and you are Ram, the great warrior. Here, her voice dripped sarcasm. Who killed my husband and son, both by subterfuge, and now you have given me a blessing that is worthless. Forgive me, mother. I will think of a different and better blessing. But she said, I am no mother of yours, at least for that I thank Providence, and I have no need of further blessings from you. You who have destroyed all that I held dear. Don't think that you can redeem yourself so easily. Now I'll give you something in return, a curse. At your most joyous moment, may your life be turned to ash. May the same heartbreak you have caused me break your heart too. Ram ended. So perhaps I'm the one who's responsible for subjecting Mandodri to this eternal torture. A shudder came over me when I heard Ram speak of Mandodri's curse. For wasn't this happening intertwined with mine? If his heart broke, how could mine remain intact? That night, I lay awake thinking of Mandodri, doomed to wait tragically by Ravan's funeral pyre, neither wife nor widow, until death claimed her. And then I realized something. For her, it wasn't a doom, nor was it tragic. She did wanted this fate. For when she went up to Ram in disguise, she must have guessed what he did say. Mandodri had chosen to wait by her husband's perry for the rest of her life. She had done this, giving up all worldly comforts and power, because she loved him in spite of everything he had done. This final act was her declaration of this love, of her forgiveness. Could I have done it? I wasn't sure if I was capable of such devotion, of such total forgiveness for a man who had betrayed my love, and who, in refusing my counsel over and over, had opened the gate for death to enter my home and snatch away my son. Other matters too required our intervention. Lord Ram, Vibhishan asked, what should we do with the Rakshasi who guarded Lady Sita? Your monkey soldiers want to slaughter them for the pain they caused her. They must indeed be punished. Ram started, but I interrupted quickly. They too were only doing their duty, no different from Ravan's armies on the battlefield. There was nothing personal in their mistreatment of me. Please pardon them, Lord. Especially Trijata, who often sheltered me from harm. For the rest of my stay in Lanka, I did like her to be my attendant. Ram and Vibhishan stared at me in surprise. The Rakshasa king said, I have heard from Sarama of all the pain you were subjected to, Lady Sita. I can think of no other woman who would forgive her tortures so easily. That is indeed magnanimous. It wasn't magnanimity though. I bore the Rakshashis no ill will because I did never loved them. And they did never pretended to love me. Forgiveness is more difficult when love is involved. But that was too complicated to articulate and perhaps harder for males to understand. So I said, revenge doesn't help anyone. Vibhishan nodded, but Ram shook his head. I applaud you, Sita, but justice must prevail, even if it is tempered with mercy. Otherwise, the king will be perceived as weak, and his kingdom overrun by lawbreakers. The Rakshashis must be wiped 100 times each, except for Trajata, who did indeed protect you as best she could. She may wait upon you while we remain here. However, now that Vibhishan has been crowned and my 14 years of exile are almost at the end, this will only be for a short while. Lakshman had been waiting impatiently. Now he burst out, what of Surpankha? Shouldn't there be a special punishment for her in open court, or better yet, in the marketplace for all to see? I would be happy to deliver it myself. She's the one that caused this entire devastation. See, she's the one that needled Ravan, playing on his sense of humor, honor, and his greed. She's really the one who brought ruin upon her people. Vibhishan bowed his head. I agree. That is why I looked for her as soon as I got to Lanka. But she's disappeared. No one knows where she has gone. My hand went involuntarily to my throat. Sometimes in the middle of the night, I awoke in a breathless panic, thinking that someone was choking me. Now I felt a stab of discomfort and anger, I admit it, at the thought that Surpankha, who had brought me so much suffering to so many, had escaped to wander freely around the world. It was unfair. But a small part of me was also thankful that I didn't have to see her punished further. I still remember the happy, trusting girl she'd been in the forest before Lakshman mutilated her. And I couldn't shake off the thought that if my husband and brother in law had been kinder and more forgiving of her innocent overturns on that day, or if I had protested more quickly and loudly and stopped them from injuring her, All the tragedies that followed could have been averted. Yes, I too had played my part in bringing about this destruction. Over the next days, Ram and I gave many gifts to the monkey soldiers, jewels and armor and rare fruits from Ravan's garden, and sent them off to their forest homes, all except Hanuman, to whom we were all greatly attached, Ram, Lakshman, and I, each having our reasons, for he had saved us all in different ways. We requested him to accompany us to Ayodhya and be with us for Ram's long deferred coronation. I secretly hoped he did spend the rest of his life with us and planned to do my best to persuade him. I felt a powerful connection with him, perhaps because he called me Ma and followed me around wherever I went. His demeanor so docile that I had not known better. I did not been believed what a fearsome warrior he was, and I was certain that as long as he remained with us, we would be safe. But why was I worried about safety? Our enemies were dead and we were returning in triumph to our home. Surely it was foolish to feel this way. The monkey host marched away jubilantly across the ocean bridge, all except Sugriv and his chief commanders, who wanted to see us off before they left. Watching the line of monkeys grow smaller and smaller and then disappear, I felt a pang in my heart. This surprised me, for though I was grateful to them, I didn't really know them well. Perhaps it was because a crucial chapter in my life was ending. And in theirs also. I wondered if they felt mingled with joy, a kind of deflation for the most heroic days of their existence had now ended. I guessed that many among them would spend the rest of their lives retelling tales of this time of glory, a time when they did achieve the impossible, binding the ocean, killing the mightiest Rakshasas, feats that even the gods had not managed to accomplish. For some of them, I had glimpsed this in their eyes, was so greatly changed by their adventure that they did no longer be satisfied with lives or domesticity. What would they do then? And what of me once I returned to Ayodhya? Would the structured life of queenship, with its merit duties, its demand that I attend to every detail of palace admiration, satisfy me? But I had little time to wonder about all this. Even as the monkeys disappeared, Ram clasped my hand. A sense of urgency radiated from him. Now that his task in Lanka was done, Ayodhya is calling to me. She is weeping for my return. I have to get back as soon as possible and take my kingship. His passion infected me. Suddenly, I was ready to return and be his helpmate and queen. It was time to put my house in order, to make my own mark on Ayodhya, change a few things, and see my sister, my beloved, forsaken Urmila, whom I hadn't allowed myself to think about all this while. For I did been afraid that one more sorrow placed on top of all the others I bore would break me. Chapter 27. You should use the Pushpak chariot to return home. Vibhishan said to Ram, pointing to a mountain top where we could vaguely glimpse a glimmering. It would be the safest and quickest way. The chariot knows all the palaces in the three worlds. All you would have to do is to speak your destination and it would take you to Ayodhya. Is it still here? Ram asked in surprise. I thought it would have gone back to the heaven. Doesn't it belong to the gods? It does, indeed. But for some reason, it has remained in Lanka. Let's get it ready. Here, however, he ran into a problem. No one was able to get into the chariot. Vibhishan's best men, the king himself, Lakshman, and even Ram failed. The chariot would either vanish when they approached it, or it would give off a rapid vibration along with a humming that sounded like thousands of enraged bees. The combination dizzied anyone who came close and left them with a severe headache. Even Hanuman, who made himself as small as a thumb and managed to reach the chariot, was stunned by a scanning burst of power that surged from it, flinging him off. We were stuck. A whole week went by while Ram and Vibhishan wrecked their brains for a solution. Finally, reluctantly, they were forced to come to the same conclusion. We did have to travel through the forest, retracing the path Ram had taken to come to Lanka. It would be a risky journey. There were many rogue bands of Rakshasa along the way, or admirers of Ravan, but were sure to attack us. Even the great seals that Vibhishan promised us to indicate that we were his honored guest wouldn't deter them. But what other choice did we have? Vibhishan began to put together a caravan, food, water, attendants, and a hefty consignment of guards. The monkey general said they would accompany us as far as their lands in Kishkinda, guiding us along the best paths through the rough terrain. Still, Ram was not happy. Even at a punishing space, it would take us months to reach home. Pushpak's waiting for someone particular to come to it, you know. Trijata said to me one day when she was combing my hair. I had been concerned that her new domesticated role would have bored her, but so far she seemed quite content, helping me get dressed each day and attending to my few needs. In between, she stood guard outside my door and wouldn't allow anyone to pass until I gave permission. Even Ram, I noticed with some amusement, was made to wait. Pushpak will only obey someone with whom it has a connection. Trijata continued. It had a bond with Lord Ravan because he had won it in battle, but clearly there's someone else here now towards whom it feels the same way, or else it would have gone back to the gods. Perhaps that someone wrote in it at some point, touched it, spoke to it, someone to whom it feels it owes something. She looked at me meaningfully. She was surely mistaken. Still, the next day I decided to climb the mountain top. I didn't tell anyone, not even Ram. I was afraid he would laugh, thinking me fanciful. Pushpak looked different from how I did remembered it last time, when it carried me over the wearing armies. Then it had hulked like a battleship. Now it was a beautiful palki, its lines elegant, glowing silver white as I approached, just large enough for two, maybe three people. A sound emanated from it, but it wasn't the angry buzzing that others had reported. It was more like the purring of a large cat. My heart shook with excitement and fear as I walked up and placed my palm tentatively on its carved door. It swung open at my touch. I climbed into it and felt the purr change into a pulse. The beat synchronized with my heart. Will you take us home, Pushpak? I whispered. In response, the chariot took off into the air with a burst of speed. Yet it moved so gently and smoothly that when it landed in front of our tent, not a single flower that Rajata had woven into my hair was displaced. When Ram saw what had transpired, he looked at me newly with a different considering gaze. Even as I basked in his admiration, I realized that until now he had appreciated me only for the qualities that he thought of as womanly: beauty, kindness, the skills to heal plants and animals and humans, and even Rakshasas. The power to make him fall in love with me. He admired the fact that I had repaired the relationship between Kaushalya and King Dashrath, bringing them closer. He was impressed because I created a beautiful home for us in the harsh wilderness, but he considered them all to be domestic skills. Now, for the first time, he looked at me with respect, the way one might gaze at an equal. It made me glow with satisfaction. At the same time, though, I was saddened. What I had taken as admiration all these years had really been a kind of indulgence, the way one might praise a child for her childish achievements. The womanly skills I had mastered were important and intricate, and by no means easy. They required deep intelligence and intelligence of the heart. But Ram didn't understand that. He didn't understand the complexity of the female existence. Earlier, I have believed that I had the ability to alter that, to make him see the world in a different way. But my year of captivity had taught me much. I knew now that love, no matter how deep, wasn't enough to transform another person. How they thought, what they believe, at best we could only change ourselves. We decided to leave that same night, for it didn't matter to the chariot whether it was light outside or dark. It guided itself by a mysterious and invisible inner navigation. Vibhishan gave us many coffers of gold and jewels as gifts. He wouldn't take no for an answer. We wondered where we would place them in the slender balcony. But the Rakshasa king didn't seem to think that would be a problem. And indeed, when we approached Pushpak, we found in the purple light of evening that the palki was now a palace, with large white swan like wings sprouting from each dome. When they saw this, Sugriva and the monkey commanders clamored to come with us. because they wanted to be present at Ram's coronation. Then Vibhishan decided that a Rakshasa contingent, contingent, soldiers and courtiers carefully handpicked by him, needed to accompany us to declare their allegiance publicly on that special day and be acknowledged as our allies. Ram was uncertain, especially about the Rakshasas, but I whispered to him that it was a great idea. Let the citizens of Ayodhya, whose minds are filled with prejudices, as were ours when we lived within the tight boundaries of what we believed to be the sole civilized world, see beings of other races, I said. Let them realize that these beings, though different, aren't necessarily evil or stupid or dangerous, that many are noble and admirable. Let there be goodwill between all creatures in Ramrajya. Then at least our 14 years of suffering will have both some good. Very well, Ram said finally. A cheer went up and we all climbed into Pushpak. Rakshasas and monkeys and bears and us humans, now no longer enemies. Once on board, we were amazed because Pushpak had expanded even further. Each one found that they had their own room filled with all the luxuries his heart desired. For Pushpak, it seemed had the ability to look into our minds. For entertainment, there were halls of crystal with divine musicians and dancers and performers of plays. Servants hurried back and forth carrying unending platters of food and drinks, heavenly items that none of us had tasted before. Or perhaps that was what I saw. From time to time, a shimmering light would run across the hall, so perhaps it was all an illusion. Separate illusions that Pushpak created for each one of us. A bent old woman dressed simply in a cotton sari shuffled up to me with a tray of food. I was about to wave her away when she raised her hand to smile at me. Shocked, I realized it was my beloved nurse, Malini, whom I had forced to leave behind in Mithila because Dashrath wouldn't allow us to bring our own retainers. How I did longed for her wisdom and humor during my first year in Ayodhya. While I was learning the ways of my in laws, I wanted to throw my arms around her, but I restrained myself, reminding myself that this was only a glamour thrown upon a serving woman by Pushpak. Could the vehicle look into our hearts then? I sent my admiration towards Pushpak and my thanks, but I was in no mood to eat, even though the tray was filled with sweetmeats from my childhood. I hungered for only one thing. In our tent in Lanka, Ram and I had little privacy. Ram had many responsibilities as he oversaw the smooth transfer of power into Vibhishan's hands. Additionally, we had been constantly interrupted by messengers and visitors. Now I longed to be alone with my husband. I wanted one night of love and freedom before we reached Ayodhya. Before the royal crowns, together with all the responsibilities they carried, descended upon our heads. From the smothering glances he sent me, I could tell Ram wanted the same thing. But first, he had to take care of our guests. Ram went through the halls, touching a bowed monkey head in blessing, clapping a Rakshasa's chief on the shoulder. He spoke little, but he knew exactly the right thing to say to put our guests at ease. And always there was a genuine note of caring in his voice. Even after he had moved on, they continued gazing after him, adoration in their eyes. All the difficulties of forest life, all his sorrows after we were separated, all the killings he had to do in the war had hardened Ram in many ways. A certain shining innocence had gone out of him. But this quality, his true love for all who were under his care, his sincere desire for their welfare, his wholehearted willingness to give of himself to put them before his own needs, hadn't changed. If anything, it had grown stronger. I watched my husband with an admiration so deep it was like pain. I thought truly he is the perfect king, come to earth to teach us all how ruler must be. As we walked to our chambers, I noticed Lakshman out of the corner of my eyes. I hadn't realized it, but he must have slipped away early from the festivities. Now he stood at the far end of the ship, stern and solitary, having chosen to reject whatever comfort Pushpak must have offered him. In his right hand, knuckles tight, he held his bow ready, though I wasn't sure why. We all knew that Pushpak had the power to protect anyone it had chosen to carry. Perhaps, like some soldiers, Lakshman had a hard time letting go of the dangers he did suffer. Such individuals, I did heard, were unable to relax. They had trouble sleeping and often awoke in the middle of the night screaming and failing out at whoever were close. I hoped for Urmila's sake that it wouldn't be so with him. I paused for a moment to watch Lakshman. His face was hard and impassive, as it often had been on those nights when he guarded us in the forest. But when I looked closer, it seemed harrowed now. What was troubling my brother in law? And suddenly I recognized the place where he was standing. It was the entrance to my balcony in Ayodhya, one of my favorite places, and Urmila's too. I recognized the methylene flowers that I had planted in pots, white and purple blossom that had filled the entire space. Urmila used to say that it smelled like our childhood there. She would escape to it whenever she could, often in the evenings when she was done with work. Lakshman came there looking for her. Ram would join us too. I did have our maid bring them silver cups of mango juice, and we would laugh and joke and share news of our day, laying aside our royal responsibilities for a while. Was Lakshman thinking of Urmila now, and how hard it might be to pick up the marital ties he did discarded so ruthlessly in favor of his duty towards his brother? I sent out a prayer for him and for my sister and for myself. I too would have to repair my relationship with her. For hadn't I abandoned her too? I pushed that troubling thought away from my mind. Not tonight, I said to myself. Tonight is for Ram. When Ram and I entered our chambers, I was surprised and delighted, for Pushpak had transformed it into a forest grove with the exact kind of leaf bed we used to sleep on. No, better. For soon I discovered that it was softer and smoother, with no hidden rock lumps underneath to jab suddenly at our unwary bodies. Birds warbled from distant branches and a stream flowed by. A little breeze played around me and I could smell wildflowers. Around the corner was a pond, perfect for bathing. There were no maids to help me undress, for which I was thankful. Once we got to Ayodhya, I know there would be retainers around us all the time, and as king and queen, we would be expected to graciously use their services. Thank you, I said silently to Pushpak, for giving my husband and me this one night to call our very own. We lay down on bed and held each other, our bodies struck with hungry urgency, but we knew that before we made love, there were things we needed to say. Ram, always a generous spirit, went first. He apologized once more, holding me by the hand and looking deep into my eyes. His own beautiful eyes, brimming like lotus petals, filling with rain. I have failed you so many times, dearest, he said, and in so many ways. I failed to anticipate Ravan's trickery, failed to protect you from him on that awful day in the forest. For an entire year, while you underwent sufferings, I can't even imagine I failed to rescue you. When I finally killed him and saw you face to face, I knew that your emaciated body was clear proof of your faithfulness. I should have praised you and embraced you. Instead, I failed you again. I spoke the cruelest words, denouncing you in the harshest way I could think of, forcing you to walk into the fire. And the worst part is, even as my heart was breaking, that's what I hoped you would do. I believed that a miracle would occur because you were innocent. But what if that hadn't happened? What if you did die? You, he gave a great shuddering sin. When you disappeared into the flames, I started shaking so hard I fell to the ground. In that moment, I knew that without you, my life wasn't worth living. If you hadn't stepped out, I was going to throw myself into the fire as well. I no longer cared about Ayodhya or its people. Hush, hush, I murmured, my heart beating joyously at this confession of love, even as I was shocked to realize how close Ram had come to killing himself. I ran my fingers over his lips, consoling, so I made my own confession. I had my mistakes too. Blinded by desire, I sent you away for the golden deer, even though you warned me. I chastised and rescued Lakshman until he was forced to leave me alone. I too, me responsible for what happened. And in the dark night of my despair, when you seemed so far away, I sometimes lost my faith in you and considered killing myself. If I hadn't been guarded so vigilantly day and night, who knows, I might have done it. Ram's arms tightened around me and he made a sound of misery deep in his throat. I too had to brace myself to keep from shuddering, for the pain of that night time was still very real for me. I did have to learn to lock the past away to enjoy the bright future. Fortunately, I ended, making my voice as cheerful as I could. All has ended well, let's not think of it anymore. Ram nodded. I need to tell you something else, something amazing that occurred as I wept on the ground in front of the fire. The gods appeared, innumerable hosts covering every bit of sky. They spoke all as one, and only I was aware of them. Even Lakshman later said he did only heard thunder. The gods told me something strange and marvelous, that I was Vishnu, come down to earth to rid of it of Ravan's oppression. Rise to the dignity of your own godly self, they said. Do not weep like a common man. Just like you, Sita is divine. She had her part to play in Ravan's destruction, and no matter what you fear is happening to her right now, she will be fine. You and she both still have to fulfill the rest of your destinies. Ram looked intently, questioningly into my eyes. Can this really be true? Or did my mind just make it up to protect myself from my terrible grief? I certainly don't feel divine, heroic, maybe. Someone who strives with his whole heart to do the right thing, yes. But no more than that. I don't even know what it means to rise to the dignity of my godly self. I could see in his tortured eyes that I was the only one to whom he could confess his doubts. I was the only one he trusted to tell him the truth and that he would believe what I said. It was a great gift he was giving me and a great responsibility. I took a deep breath and told him part of the vision I had had when the dying Ravan had touched my foot. The vision of Ram and myself in Vaikunda, and of Ravan as his gatekeeper in that heavenly realm. I told him about the curse of the rishis that had sent us down to earth. You are exactly who the gods declared you to be. I ended. Though having taken on this human birth, you have forgotten what that is. That's how Maya works, but don't worry too much about it. Just be yourself. I don't think anyone, man or God, can be asked to do more than that. Do your heart says it right, then you'll find yourself naturally aligned with your own divine self. Can gods really come down to earth? Ram asked. Do you feel like a goddess? Only when you kiss me, I said. Then more seriously, I added, but I believe in the vision of Vaikunda I was allowed to glimpse. The world is full of divine mystery, dearest. You and I have been sent here to do something special, something beyond the removal of the darkness that Ravan embodied. Maybe we did supposed to teach people how to live in peaceful times. What if my heart tells me to live one way and my head another? Ram asked. A crease between his brows. That often happens to me. I sin, yes. He'd always be plagued with that, between acting as a king, upholder of dharma, and taking care of his family, whom he loved, but differently. Still, he was already looking more reassured, more confident and kingly, and I decided to let the matter be. The next step after one destroys evil is to re establish the reigns of the good. That I think is what you must do back in Ayodhya, show people how to live righteous lives. Ram nodded. Righteous was a word with which he was comfortable. There was something quite different that I wanted to share with Ram, something the fire god had told me when I was surrounded by burning flames. Just before he took me by the hand and led me back into the world I did thought I was done with. He has come to teach the men, but you have come to teach the women. The lesson you teach will be a quieter one, but as important. I didn't know what the god had meant. I hoped Ram would be able to throw some light on it. But Ram had enough of talk. The night is passing, he said, and reached for me. His eyes alight with passion. I reached for him too, for he was right. This magical night, so precious and fleeting, when we floated far above the earth, balanced between the battles of the past and the duties of the future, wouldn't come again. I pressed my lips against his and felt his body come alive against mine. We made love in the moonlight, our limbs straining against each other. In my frenzy, I left my nail marks on his chest. He bent my willing body into the position that gave him most pleasure. Mad with love, we asked boldly for what we wanted and watched passion ripple across each other's face as we were satisfied over and over, only to crave the joys of love again. Our hungry bodies came together with an almost audible click, two halves that had been torn ashort uniting. The elation of it was so immense that I thought I did break into pieces and dissolve into the silver moonlight. At the height of my ecstasy, I felt something happening deep within me. It was as though a being from where I didn't know appeared and attached itself to my core and pulsed happily. Its presence filled me with excitement but also with a nameless worry and a fierce desire to protect. I wanted to tell Ram about this, but he was pulling me close to his chest, heaving a sigh of satisfied pleasure. He pressed his lips tenderly against my forehead. In the middle of kissing me, he fell asleep. I pulled my discarded sari from the ground and covered us both with it. I snuggled into Ram's shoulder and I too slept. In the morning, when I awoke, the room was completely different. A formal palace chamber now, gold and silver everywhere. Seats carved out of the marble and studded with lapis lazuli. Handmaidens bustled around, beautiful with an unearthly glimmering around them. They carried scented water for my bath and stacks of silk saris and caskets of jewels. Ram was nowhere to be seen. One of my attendants told me he was in the main hall speaking to the assembly about what would be expected of them when they landed in Ayodhya, which was a scar hour away. Yes, he was dressed in an appropriate royal fashion, and I needed to be too. I sent and surrendered myself to the magistration of the maidens who washed and wiped, pulled and pushed, and painted and propped me as necessary until I looked appropriately dignified. My sari sewn with gold and studded jewels, my hair tied back neatly, supported a sizable coronet, and my arms were weighed down with bangles. I walked out, trying hard to feel appreciative. Pushpak had gone a lot of trouble to procure me with this beautiful attire. But I couldn't help feeling a twitch of regret for my old beaten bark saris and the freedom that had come with them. Stepping out onto a giant veranda that had not been there yesterday, I was surprised to find that dusk had descended upon us already. At some point, Pushpak must have slowed down to give Ram and me a little more time together. Looking down, I could see the spires of Ayodhya tall and solid. My heart beat unevenly to think of the many responsibilities that awaited me there. Would I be a suitable wife to Ram? Someone he'd be proud of? I noticed something below. Pinpricks of light shone all over the city, on balustrades and palace terraces and humble window sills. The people had set out lighted lamps to welcome us, as they did done long ago when I first came to them as a young bride. As at that time, the lamps delighted and consoled me. My time in the forest had been a wonderful adventure with Ram. 13 years passing in a dream of love. My time in Lanka without him had been a nightmare that seemed would never end. Something I had to endure so that the cosmic drama of good and evil could be played out. But this, my life in Ayodhya as Ram's helpmate, was my real life. My life as an adult. The purpose the fire god had referred to. What I did here was what people would look at and remember and learn from. The way I lived now, the way I handled my joys and especially my sorrows, would leave a mark upon human civilization. But foolish me, why was I thinking of sorrow at this blessed moment in my life? How could there be any sorrow as long as Ram was by my side, his heart filled with love for me? I took a deep breath and squared my shoulders. I was ready. I walked forward with what I hoped was an appropriately regal smile to join my husband as Queen of Kaushal. Chapter 28. Pushpak landed in a large field outside the palace walls. Ahead of us, I could see the looming gates of the city, lit with smoky torches and a huge silent crowd that had assembled in front of it. They whispered and fidgeted and jolted each other impatiently, held back by soldiers who yelled at them roughly to keep order. I guessed these were Bharat's soldiers. I looked around, hoping to see Bharat, but in the milling dark, I couldn't recognize anyone. Not Bharat, not Shatrungana, not even Hanuman, whom we did send ahead to inform them of our arrival. I could feel anxiety pulsing through me. Why wasn't there a welcoming party? Why weren't the people chanting their new king's name? Was Bharat having second thoughts about returning Kaushal to his brother? 14 years of a long time, enough time to get addicted to power, which was stronger than any intoxicant. Beside me, Lakshman grasped his bow more tightly, his face grim. Only Ram's face was serene. My husband descended from Pushpak and strode forward without hesitation. After a moment, Lakshman and I joined him. On one either side, we were followed by our companions. As we came into the circle of wavering light cast by the torches, there was a sudden shocked silence. The Rakshasas and mighty monkey warrior must have been a strange, even frightening sight for the city dwellers who hadn't ever ventured into the forest, who'd had been brought up on terrifying tales of what lived within it. It didn't help that other shadowy beings, magically fabricated by Pushpa, carried out the treasure chest given to us by Vibhishan and then disappeared, turning into a wisp of fog. On that, Pushpak itself shrank, becoming as tiny as a bird, and flew away. I felt a moment of pity for the Ayodhyans standing there, for all that they would never understand, and then a stab of worry. How would they greet our honored guest? Had Ram been right in his reluctance to bring them, concerned that their presence would cause unrest, maybe even violence? Had I too been optimistic in thinking that we were ushering in a new age, a time when man and animals and rakshasas could coexist in peace? Out of the dark, a horseman gave a loud yell and launched himself forward, shaking a great lance. The army took up his cry and rushed out behind him. I stiffened, wondering how to prevent the upcoming carnage. Behind me, I could hear the monkeys and rakshasas stirring restlessly, preparing to defend us. Surely our citizens were going to be slaughtered now. But Ram laughed. It was a cool, unworried sound that seemed to clear the air and make the lamps burn brighter. Once again, he was right, for the horseman vaulted off his horse, handed the lance, which wasn't really a lance but a fold umbrella, to a follower, and threw himself into my husband's arms. It was Bharat, spare, almost emaciated, dressed in tree bark, which I did learn later he did worn for our sake all through the 14 years when we were gone. Shatrughna joined them and Lakshman ran up to him, and the four brothers laughed and cried and held on to each other as though they'd been separated for a lifetime, which in a way they had. But there was something more to this reunion. As I watched them, it seemed that their human outlines lost their shapes and became flame like. And then the four flames merged to become one great shining. Its brilliance blinded me, and its beauty brought tears to my eyes. Were they all part of Vishnu? Part of the divine play the fire god had hinted at? As I watched the shining spread across the entire crowd, though it was dimmer elsewhere, as though from small earthen lamps, still, I could see that there was a little of the one divine in them all. After a moment, the vision faded, and I became aware of the chant rising from the crowd. Raja Ram, Raja Ram, Raja Ram. I was happy that they called for my husband, but a small cold hand clutched at my heart. They were not calling my name, as they had on that long ago coronation day that never came to be. Why was that? The brothers hadn't noticed anything amiss. They were clapping each other on the back, all talking at once. Bharat kept saying, "Is this really happening, or am I once again dreaming this reunion the way I have dreamt of it for all these years, only to awake alone in the grey morning?" And Lakshman, punching him playfully, "This is no dream, see, otherwise my fist would have awakened you by now." I stood back, willing to let the brothers have their time of intimacy. But Ram took me by the hand and brought me forward, saying, "Here is Sita, whom even the mighty Ravan dared not dishonor." And the brothers all bowed to me with great reverence and addressed me as queen. Then a furry shaped flung itself out of a tree and landed at my feet, crying, "Sita Ma, Hanuman, I called out with joy, for his love was simple and unrevocable. Unlike human love, and a powerful bond had been forged between us ever since he found me in the Ashoka forest. He was the only one who really knew what I had gone through, and having him here made my return to Ayodhya that much more of a victory. Hanuman began a different chant now, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, and after the barest pause, the crowd took it up, acknowledging me, along with my husband as royalty. And thus Ram and I rode in triumph at the head of the procession, the royal umbrella of the red silk now unfurled above my heads, to the palace entrance where Kaushalya and Sumitra, aged now and half blind with years of tearful sorrow, were waiting impatiently to greet us with platters of lamps and auspicious sindoor powder and sandalwood paste and sweetmeats. And if their hands shook as they waved the arti plates, and if they wept more than they smiled, and if the palace they led us into was only a shell of what I remembered from the Dashrath's day, none of it mattered. I was awakened in the morning not by the playing of the beautiful veenas and songbirds or the sounds of temple bells, but my husband's sneezing. Ram's eyes were watering and his nose red by the time I got up. I could see why right away. I hadn't paid attention to it at night. In the dim light of the lamps, in the midst of my excited tiredness, and everyone asking her questions about our years away, our rooms were full of dust as though they hadn't been cleaned in a long time. I shooed Ram, who was still sneezing, out to the balcony for some fresh air and rang the bell for the attendants. But it was quite a while before anyone showed up. Meanwhile, I had ample time to examine our surroundings. I was dismayed to find everything in disarray. Our bedclothes were old and frayed, with tears along the creases and smell of mildew. It looked like they had stuffed inside a chest for all the years of our banishment. Our quilts were lumpy with suspicious holes as though mice had chewed on them. I remembered the last night's dinner and suddenly things that I hadn't noticed in the excitement of returning after the long exile began to strike me. Our dinner had been cold, only a few items rice and lentil and a vegetable dish, left covered in an alcove in Kaushalya's chamber, used to simple fray and then to fasting. I did enjoyed it. Besides, I had been distracted by all the news of the kingdom, but now I realized that it fell far short of the meals I had had earlier in the palace, or even the food in my father's simpler household. In Dashrath's time, even at family dinners, there would be several maids to serve the food. Clear away the plates and bring bowls of scented water for us to wash our hands. Now there was no one. I tried to piece together what must have happened. Bharat had moved out of the palace to the small town of Nandigram, refusing to enjoy any royal comforts until Ram returned home. He did placed Ram's sandals on the throne there and held interim court as his representative. Shatrughna, ever dedicated to his brother, had gone with him. Their wives had accompanied them. How could they not? It was their primary duty. Kaushalya and Sumitra refused to leave the palace where they did come as brides, but they had been too grief stricken and ill to attend to household details. Over last night's dinner, Bharat had explained that, thrown as he was into a position for which he had never been trained, he had his hands full. He faced internal strife, especially from the half wild tribes at the edge of the kingdom. Neighboring kings had taken this opportunity, with Dashrath's death and Ram gone, to invade what they perceived as a weakened kingdom. War upon war followed. Bharat and Shatrughna managed to defeat their enemies, but it took all their energy and seriously depleted the royal coffers. It hadn't helped that several years of famine had followed, the crops dying mysteriously in spite of ample rainfall. The people whispered that this was because such an injustice had been done to Ram. I didn't blame anyone for the state of the palace, but I was surprised that Urmila, who had continued to live here, hadn't taken care of the things, that she hadn't watched over Mother Kaushalya and Mother Sumitra's comfort more diligently. Surely my mother had trained her to be a better daughter in law and princess. Where was Urmila anyway? She hadn't shown up at dinner last night, and when I asked, Madhvi and Skruti had glanced at each other and said she was in her chambers. She wasn't feeling well. She'd gone to bed. The physician had instructed them not to disturb her. Let me take a look at her. I have been taking care of her ever since she was a girl. I know which herbs works well on her system. But at this, my cousin and their husband all insisted that I shouldn't trouble myself or Urmila at this time. She must be sleeping by now, Madhvi said, avoiding my eyes. I'm sure you are tired after your long journey. Please rest tonight. You can see her in the morning. I guess that Urmila was sulking, furious with Lakshman and for me, abandoning her to loneliness and drudgery all these years while we went off on what she considered a marvelous adventure. She had probably told my cousins that she wanted to see Lakshman in private, in her chambers, before she met with Ram or me. I feared there was going to be a fight, one involving 14 years of stored up weeping and accusations. I glanced at Lakshman, who looked more worried than he did if he were to face a flanks of Rakshasa warriors. I didn't envy him. Very well, I said, yawning, suddenly tired, the long day's tension hitting me all at once. I did worry about Urmila's temper tomorrow. I have faced enough of her triads in the past and knew how to handle them. Once she did vented her anger on me, she'd be ready for me to apologize. Then I could express how truly sorry I was about leaving her behind on her own. I hoped to make her see that I had made the only choice I possibly could. Where Ram went, there I had to follow, like body and soul. I planned to tell Urmila about my trials in Lanka, how it felt to be forcefully separated from my husband. I had a feeling that when she learned about the depth of my suffering, my sister would forgive me. A young maid had emblemed up to my chambers by this time. I remarked with annoyance on the disgraceful condition of the palace, but she stared at me open mouthed as though she couldn't see what was wrong. I could tell that no one had trained her. She probably thought that our room looked wonderful and I was merely being picky, in the way of aristocrats. When I pointed out the states of the furnishing and the layer on the dust and the fact that there was no clean water to wash in and asked what she would be doing all this while, she looked like she was about to cry. I swallowed my expression and asked her who was in charge of the play palace staff. She scratched her head for a moment, then told me that maybe it was cook. Take me to him, I said. She led me along labyrinth corridors and down several steps of narrow stairs that had clearly not seen a broom in months until I ended up in a cheerless hall. At one time, it must have been a bustling place like the kitchens at Mithila, which I had often visited. Today, none of the fires were lit, except for a small one in a corner where a pot was being stirred unenthusiastically by an old man. Unkempt grey hair falling into his eyes, the dishes from our dinner were stacked untidily on the floor, and vegetables peeling were strewed everywhere. I looked around for helpers. Surely he had some, but none were to be seen. Cook, I called. He raised his head slowly, scowling his annoyance. What do you want now? He said in a gruff voice. Can't you see that I have my hands full? Clearly, he had no idea who I was. I'm Sita, Lord Ram's wife. I said, Thank you for the dinner you cooked us last night. It was good to come home and eat some Kaushalian food after many years. His eyes widened and he joined his palm and bowed. Queen Sita, pardon me, it's been so many years since I saw you last. You were a beautiful new bride, and I was just Sarav, a lowly kitchen assistant, peeling vegetables and washing pots. I still remember the wonderful feast that was prepared in this kitchen when you were welcomed into Ayodhya. Though, of course, I wasn't allowed to cook any of it. It broke all my heart when the old king was tricked into banishing Lord Ram and Lakshman to the forest and you went with them. I'm sorry I couldn't send a better meal to Queen Kaushalya's rooms last night, but that was all I could manage to put together. You see, I'm the only one left here, and the treasurers hardly gives me any money to buy food. Says things are very tight since the wars and the famines. How about your pay? Sarif shook his head. That's why the others left. There's been no money to pay us for a while, and they have families to feed. But I stayed on. What would happen to the Two old queens if I left. I thought, as it is, they don't ask for anything, don't seem to have any interest left in life. I cooked whatever I could forge for them, trusting that Lord Ram and you would return someday and things would get better. How about Queen Kekai? I asked. Haven't seen her in years, the man said. Lord Bharat, he was crazy with anger at her when he came back and found his father dead and his brother banished. He would have killed her if the holy sadhus who did come to conduct the funeral hadn't stopped him, saying it was a great sin for a man to kill his mother. He threw out that hatchback mantra who had been the cause of all the trouble and he imprisoned Kekai in her apartments. None of us know what goes in there. Once in a while, we see a maid or two go to the market for food, but they don't talk to us. Princess Urmila is another mystery. No one except her chief maid is allowed to enter her chambers, and she hadn't asked me for any food for the princess, not once in 14 years. I was troubled by all this bewildering news, especially the part about Urmila, but I had to focus on one thing at a time. I took off the heavy gold bangles Mandodri had given me in Lanka and held them out to Sharam. Thank you for telling me what had been happening, Sharav, and thank you for your loyalty. Take these, sell them in the market, and keep some of the money for yourself. You deserve it for being such a faithful retainer all these years. Then buy all the ingredients you need and cook a fine meal for the royal family. Send it up to Queen Kaushalya's rooms. Hire some people too, undercooks, washerwomen, cleaners. Get good, experienced workers. Tell them that they'd be well paid and send them to work. I'm putting you in charge of all the domestic stuff. Let's get this place Let's get this palace back in shape. And don't forget to send food to the quest quarters for our Rakshasa visitors and fruit to the royal gardens where I believe our monkey guests have been placed. Sharaf stared incredulously at the gold bangles. You'll trust me with such expensive things? Of course, I smiled, and I'm ready to give you more if you need. Haven't you been taking care of the mothers all this time? Did you stay on here alone even when there was no guarantee you'd ever get paid? Just be sure to get me a good price. Sharaf touched the bangles to his forehead, his eyes filling with tears. I'll haggle with the goldsmith like my life depended on it. My queen, I'll make you proud. He held his head high and set off briskly, a new spring to his step. I went back to the chambers to tell Ram, who was getting ready for the court, what had been going on in our absence. He too was shocked. I hadn't realized things had been so hard here. Thank you for taking care of things, dearest one, and for being so generous. You are my Lakshmi. I looked at him sharply. Did he believe the vision of Vaikunda, which was already fading in my mind, or was he merely paying me a compliment? In a little while, a different maid, neatly dressed and efficient looking, came by to call us to Queen Kaushalya's chambers. Windows have been thrown open to sunlight and the floors cleaned. I found Kaushalya and Sumitra exclaiming in delight over the hot meal that had been sent up from the kitchen. Freshly made rotis and vegetables, dals and sweetmeats in the corridors outside. I could hear attendants scrubbing and dusting. Others were carrying out loads of clothes to be washed or mended. Sarav had done well, indeed. I served the queens and my husband, but when they asked me to join them, I shook my head. First, I had to accomplish the task that had been nagging me ever since I awoke. As soon as Ram went off to the royal court, where a great many responsibilities awaited him, I hurried to Urmila's quarters. Chapter 29. The door to Urmila's chambers were massive, made of dark teak and carved from top to bottom with fierce looking mythical beasts, their mouths open and snarling. I didn't remember seeing them before. Had things changed magically in the palace while we were gone? Did the beast symbolize the anger Urmila felt at having been abandoned by her husband and sisters and imprisoned in these dungeons of sorrow and hopelessness? Or was it that I did never notice the carvings before? Because when we lived here, Urmila had always kept her doors open, along with her heart for her beloved family. Did the closed doors indicate that she had closed her heart for me. It was no use thinking like this. I rapped sharply on the nose of one of the beasts. But nothing happened. I knocked several times, shouting Urmila's name. Did anyone hear me? Where was Urmila's maid, if she even had one anymore? As insufficient as the girl who did meandered into my chambers, or had Urmila given instruction that I wasn't to be let in? Had I been overly confident in believing that my sister would forgive me? Finally, when I had just about to given up hope and the door was flung open, I was surprised to see that it was Lakshman himself who opened the door. I had expected him to be at the royal court assisting Ram. I was further surprised because he was disheveled and unkempt. Even in the forest, Lakshman had taken care to be as clean as possible. His hair tied up neatly, his bark clothes regularly washed and stretched out to dry. But today he was still in his travel clothes, unbathed, chin scrubbed, dark circles under his eyes as though he hadn't slept at all. Thank the heaven that you have come, sister in law. He cried. I wanted to get you last night itself, but I hesitated to disturb you and my brother after our long journey. Urmila just won't wake up. I have been trying all night. I set to the city for physicians, but they couldn't help either. I hurried after him to their bedchamber. The room was dark, the window coverings closed. Urmila lay stretched out on the massive bed. But whereas a person who was sleeping would have lain with her head on the pillow covered with a comfortable quilt, my sister lay in savasana, stretched out to her full length, her face peaceful but pale. She too was dressed in bark cloth. Seeing her laying in the yogic death man's pose alarmed me. I was further startled to see that she didn't look a day older than when I had left Ayodhya, and yet in some way I couldn't define. She seemed like a completely different person. Placing my fingers at her nostril, I could feel Urmila's breath, steady but very slow, as though she were in a coma. My heart lurched in fear. There had been a man in my father's palace in Mithila, a groom kicked in the head by a horse. The palace physicians and I had worked on him for a long time until his vital signs were stable. But he never regained consciousness. His breath had been just like this. I hid my fears from Lakshman's and told him to join Ram in court. When he looked uncertain, I told him that Ram needed him. I knew that would persuade him. I'll take care of things here, I said with more confidence than I felt. Send her maid to me if she has one. Soon after Lakshman left, a woman appeared looking frightened as though I might blame her for Urmila's condition. She told me that she was Urmila's chief maid, the only one who had remained with her. Her name was Saudamini, and from her I finally learned what had happened after I had abandoned my sister. For a long time she sat on your balcony with those dead flowers strewn around her, so still that she might have been carved from the same stone. No one knew this except me. Everyone was gathered around the old king, who was dying, but I stayed close to her. I was afraid she might try to throw herself from the balcony. Finally, late at night, she came back to her rooms and locked the doors and lay in bed. She refused to eat or drink, and she refused to open the doors when, a couple of days later, Queen Sumitra finally remembered to check on her. The old king was dead by then, and the entire palace was in turmoil. I was getting really scared, afraid she'd die of starvation. She was getting weaker day by. On the third night, she sat up and told me to get her some bark cloth to wear, like my husband's. She said, I brought it. Though it broke my heart to see her dressed like this, her being so young and recently married. I begged her to drink some milk, at least, but she just told me to leave her. In the morning, when I came back to check, she was lying on the bed, just like you see her today. Terrified, I called the mothers. We tried to give her water, but nothing would pass her lips. We called on doctors and priests. They couldn't do anything for her either. Some said an evil spirit had taken over her body. But I didn't believe that. Finally, a wise woman stopped by and said something beyond mortal understanding was going on. But it wasn't anything bad. We should leave Princess Urmila be the way she was. Keep curious people away from her and wait. hoping time would take care of things. So that's what I did. Saw Damini, looked at me as though afraid that I did chide her. How could I? She's done her best while I had abandoned her. I felt more guilt than ever, but I pushed it away. Guilt exuded negative energy, and right now I needed as much positive strength as possible. I thanked Sodomini for her loyalty and gave her a gold chain from around my neck, for I was certain she hadn't been paid in a long time. Now let me be alone with my sister, I said. I climbed onto the bed and sat with Urmila's head in my lap. I placed my hands on her forehead, sending her love, trying to feel her spirit. It took a long time before I could sense the slightest stirring. The spirit had receded far away and was reluctant to return to this plane of sorrows. Come back, dear one, I called to it. You have suffered a great deal. But now a happy time is about to start. Your beloved husband is back, and he longs to spend with you the hours of love that had been wrested upon from you both. But the spirit, peaceful in its distant adore, would not listen. I tried over and over, to no avail, and now it seemed that my sister's breath was fading. In my desperation, I could only think of one thing. I would sing for her the song I had made up when we met Ram and Lakshman. On that night, I sung it so she would calm down and sleep. But perhaps it would work in reverse today, reminding her of the excitement of love, how it was poised to re enter her life. My voice trembled as I sang. The wind blows through the forest and comes to rest on the branches of the pomegranate trees in our father's garden. The day has come, it sings. The heroes are on their way, faces of gold, eyes glimmering like mountain lakes. Will they bear our hearts away with them to our destinies? The last notes faded away, but Urmila did not move. Giving up, I lay down, cradling her as though she were a child, and tears of hopelessness seeped from between my closed lids. Then I felt it, a cool, firm grasp around my wrist. My startled eyes flew open, and there was my sister, her head turned to look at me. Urmila, I cried, embracing her joyfully. For a moment, she lay unmoving, as though she didn't know who I was. Then her arms reached out, but slowly, as though she had forgotten what such a gesture meant. And when I pulled back to look at her more closely, I saw that though her body had not aged, her eyes were different, at once wise and distant. It took a whole day before Urmila would speak. This finally was what she told me. On the day the three of you left, I made up my mind to die. What was the use, I thought to myself, of living on when they had been rejected by the one man I had adored with all my heart since the day I met him? Ram took you with him. Why then did Lakshman refuse to take me? Was I so unworthy? Well, then, I decided I would free myself of this unworthy life. I sat in meditation, hoping to drop my body, hoping death would come to me like he did to faithful wives in mythical tales. If that didn't work, then there was always the balcony. I sat for a long time, days perhaps, with my mind focused on death. I was able to focus purely and completely because nothing else mattered to me any longer. In time, the world around me faded, and in the darkness, I heard a voice, gentle and reasonable, unlike what I had expected. I am Yama, Lord of Death. You have meditated on me with such intensity that I have been forced to come to you. What is it that you want? Take me away from this misery, I cried. I can end your life, but it would befit no one, not even yourself, for the suffering you seek to escape in this way is your karma, and you will have to undergo it in another life. Would you not rather help your husband? That's what I want more than anything in the world. But Lakshman has refused to let me do it. There are ways of assistance that lie beyond what your mortals can conceive. I will send my sister to you. I sat in the silent dark for a life stretch, wondering if death had tricked me. I sat until time became a river and I a stone submerged in it. Finally, I heard a voice, so comforting that I wanted to wrap myself in it like a blanket on a cold day. I am Nindra, goddess of sleep. It whispered, few humans are ever privileged to see me. I visited your husband earlier today, who asked me for a strange boon. He feels it is his duty to guard Ram and Sita through their 14 years of exile. Thus, he begged that I should stay away from him during these years. His cause was just and exalted, and his heart pure, so I felt sympathy. I said to him, I am willing to grant your desire, but I am like karma. I can be deferred but not escaped. If I do what you say, then when you return to Ayodhya, I must descend on you. And 14 more years of your life will pass before you wake again. So be it, Lakshman said without hesitation, and marveling at his dedication to his brothers, I granted his wish. But then he'll lose all the years of his youth. I cried in great distress. We'll never have the opportunity to enjoy our love or delight in children. Is there nothing I can do to change your degree? Nindra said, my elder brother death is impressed with your dedication to your husband and has asked me to take pity on your distress. Thus, I offer you this choice. You may take on Lakshman's leave for the next 14 years. This will pay off his debt to me. A part of me was afraid. What would happen if I fell into 14 years of sleep? Would people think I was dead and cremate my body? Then I thought, I don't care. If this helps Lakshman, I'll do it. I agree. Even as I spoke, sleep descended on me. My body fell inert onto the bed. I heard the distant voice of the goddess. Sleep now, Urmila, whose sacrifice few will know and praise. But here is my gift to you. I will not mire you in the blankness of common human sleep, but allow you to experience Yog Nidra, where the workings of the world become available to the subtle intellect. As she spoke, my spirit rose out of my body and was suspended in a globe of light. In that state, I understood many things. Though I am not permitted to speak of that, most of all, I understood that things happen for us for many complicated reasons, arising from both the past and the future. Thus, I am no longer sorrowful for all that has taken place in my life or the things that are about to happen in yours. Urmila looked at me, a deep peace in her gaze, but a cold lump of fear filled my belly. What do you mean? What's about to happen? But now Urmila threw her arms around me as though she had suddenly turned back into the little sister I used to take care of. It seemed that she had forgotten everything she had just told me. Didi, I'm so happy to see you. Are you back from the forest already, Saudamini? Saudamini, isn't there anything to eat in this palace? I'm starving, and I bet Didi is too. I summoned a delighted Saudamini who ran down to the kitchen to fetch the food Sarav had saved for us. Urmila and I ate together, laughing and wiping away each other's tears. And I told her a little of my adventures. Then it was time for another task, the one I dreaded the most. I did expected to wait outside KK's chamber for a long time. In fact, I hadn't been sure if I'd be allowed in at all. But even before I reached the elegant doors carved out of ivory, they swung open, and two maids, bowing, led me to an inner courtyard. KK, at least, had kept a firm grip on her household affairs. The corridor I walked through was perfectly clean, not a speck of dust anywhere, the floor stones shining. Anger surged through me, though I tried to tap it down, intent on preserving her power. This woman had turned the palace upside down, insisting on having her own selfish ways. She had precipitated her husband's distressful death, caused immense sorrow to the other queens, and sent us into exile and war. If she hadn't banished Ram, we'd never have met Surpanka, and I'd never have been abducted by Ravan. I remembered my unending year of grief in the Ashoka vein, grief that Kekai couldn't imagine. Instead, here she was, enjoying life in her own little palace within a palace, with everything just the way she wanted. Rage rose up in me. Where was the justice in this? I was additionally outraged when I stepped into the courtyard. Lined up against the walls in beautifully carved stone pots were all the flowers of Mithila that I had grown with such care on my balcony. The flowers that had died on the day I left. How had Kekai found out about them? Had she sent her spy? mantra to my chambers when I had been busy with my mother in law. I imagined the hatchback snooping through my rooms. I imagined Kekai using her wealth to have the plants shipped from Mithila so she could enjoy them while Ram, Lakshmana, and I trudged through the thorny forest. Fury flashed through me like lightning, and any thoughts I had had of reconciliation were burned to ashes in it. I turned to live. Clearly, KK was doing just fine. I did not have wasted my time coming to check on her welfare. Just then, a ghost like shadow detached itself from one of the pillars and knelt at my feet. It was a woman, so thin that the knots of her bones showed through the thin white widowy sari she was wearing. It took me a moment to recognize the proud Kekai in this woman who touched her forehead to the ground meekly and wordlessly. Was this another of Kekai's dramas? Did she think that expiation from what she'd done to us was so simple? I wasn't going to fall for it. I hardened my face and stepped away from her towards the door. One of Kekai's maid came forward, palms joined. My mistress has taken a vow of silence. But with her last breath, she instructed me to say the following. She knows she can never make up for the pain she caused you and your husband. She cannot understand what came over me. Her. Like a fever, forcing her to insist on the two terrible boons that destroyed your lives. She wants you to know that she hasn't had a day of peace since then. First, to see her beloved husband, who held her so dear to his heart, die of grief, blaming her, and then to be berated and shunned by her son, for whose kingship she had risked all. She hadn't imagined either of these happening, but she understood why they did. Only ill fortune can come out of evil. She has spent her days in penance since then, praying for your safety, waiting for Ram to return so she might express her repentance. She sent for all these plants and cared for them herself all these years, hoping that they can replace the garden you were forced to leave behind. She doesn't ask anything of either of you, certainly not forgiveness. She merely wished to see you before she ended her life. The maid pointed, and I saw what I hadn't noticed before. On one side of the courtyard, a perry had been readied, pieces of wood stacked, ghee poured on them for easy burning. The sight of the perry made me dizzy, taking me back to the battlefield of Lanka, scene of my supreme humiliation, my rejection by the man I had loved with all my heart. I had to hold on to a pillar to keep from falling. Ah, how difficult it was to know, in this world filled with grey shades, what was right and what was wrong. Ram had thought, in telling me to leave him and go away, that he was doing his duty as the future king of Ayodhya. Were Kekai's action, which sprung from love for her son and her desire to secure the kingdom for him, that much worse? She hadn't hurt me any more than Ram had. If I could forgive him, could I not forgive her? I bent and raised her up. The once proud Kekai, now swaying like a faded flower in the breeze, bereft of all her beauty and her glory. Go to the court, I told Kekai's maidservant. Tell Ram that I am requesting his presence in Queen Kekai's chambers as soon as it is possible. When Ram arrived, I pulled Kekai forward. She hid her face in shame, but I put her trembling hands in Ram's strong, calloused ones. My sensitive wise Ram, he looked at the funeral berry, at the flowers. Even without a word of explanation, he understood. Kekai he said, embracing the woman who had caused him so much grief. His voice was full of affection, a balm for the wounded heart, and Kekai, finally giving into tears as he held her, knew she was forgiven. Chapter 30. The problems we had faced upon returning to Ayodhya hadn't disappeared, but slowly they did become manageable. Ram's policy of ruling firmly and justly, but kindly too, had improved the morale of all who brought their troubles to court. Our people were additionally struck by the fact that Ram freely used the treasure we had brought with us to improve the rundown state of the kingdom. He sent the welcome back tributes of neighboring kings directly to the treasury, with instruction that they be used to better the roads that connected Ayodhya to the other major cities around us. He made sure these roads were well patrolled. This as he did foreseen, improved trade and made Ayodhya a favorite stop for merchants. Ram reduced taxes, especially for districts that had suffered worst in the famines, and gave free grains to farmers to start over. He ordered that organizations be founded all over the country to house, feed, and teach work skills to the destitute. As a result, poverty and petty crime fell to an all time low. He made sure the city was vigilantly patrolled by guards day and night. Man and woman could now go about their business safely, no matter what the hours. Tales of the vibrant nightlife of the new Ayodhya, its music and dance concerts, where world famous artists performed, and its colorful bazaars with shops that never closed, enticed many visitors to our city. I too had been very busy. With the help of Saraf and the staff he had hired, I made sure that the palace was efficiently and smoothly run, and that wherever we turned, we were faced by beauty and prosperity. The gardens were, of course, my special joy. I had taken care to choose plants and trees that would bloom or produce fruits at different seasons of the year, so that visitors would be greeted at all times by a riot of colors and sweet smells and singing birds. But at the same time, I made sure to improve matters outside the palace walls. I took a special interest in the lives of destitute women in the Ayodhya and established safe houses for them. I opened the palace to female petitioners and made it known that the needy, as long as they were prepared to work hard, would receive money to start their own businesses. I rewarded employers who hired such women. I established free schools so that all Ayodhyan children would grow up to be educated, contributing members of our country. Nowadays, when I accompanied Ram to the public balcony of the palace to greet our citizen, the applause was deafening. This didn't surprise me, but I was taken aback to hear people cheering me as well because my work was done mostly behind the scenes. Lakshmi, they called me, food giver, queen of flowers, remover of sorrows. There were stories that the palace storehouses were brimful because grains flowed from my palms. Our gardens and lakes were as beautiful as in Indra's realm because flowers sprung up in my footsteps. Wherever I traveled in the city, people felt illness and grief receding, and peace filled their hearts. I had a feeling that Sarah was responsible for some of these exaggerated tales, but I didn't mind. It was rather gratifying to know I was so popular. Ram's old teacher, sage Visishta, visiting us from his hermitage, was delighted to see the new Ayodhya. You have turned out to be an even better ruler than I did hope for, Ram, he said. No doubt it's because you have such a wonderful helpmate. It was good that you put the needs of your people before your personal celebration, but now it's time for your coronation. When the news was announced, jubilation swept across the country. Hordes of people from distant corners of the kingdom began to make their way to Ayodhya to see their rightful king finally anointed. All of Kaushal's allies accepted our invitation enthusiastically. Even Ram's sister, Shanta, whom we hadn't seen in years, sent word that she was going to be present for her brother's special day. Ram was particularly pleased about this. I have the fondest memories of my big sister playing with me, he said. I only saw her a few times because, as I told you, my father let his dear friend adopt her. And after she got married and grew busy with her wifely duties, she rarely visited us. I'm so glad she is coming to bless us on this occasion. She is making a special effort. She lives very far away and I know doesn't like to travel. I was excited about Shanta's coming too. I hadn't been able to spend time with her when she did come to Ayodhya after our wedding. I had just arrived from Mithila and was tired and homesick and disoriented by many new duties. I looked forward to making friends with her this time. I hoped she would approve of the changes I had made around the palace. For me, this was an especially happy time because I discovered that I was pregnant. My happiness was doubled by the fact that I'd been worried that I had been too old for childbearing when I returned. When I shyly announced my news to Ram, he was overjoyed. I think he'd had been worrying about the same thing. He gave me a beautiful pearl necklace as a gift of gratitude. At night, when we lay in bed, he was careful of my comfort and asked me many times if I was eating right and resting enough. He kissed my stomach, which was just starting to develop a curve, and whispered tenderly to the baby, telling it all the things they would do together, riding horses, practicing archery, hunting in the forest. He was convinced it was a boy. What if it's a girl? I teased him. He looked a little taken aback. Then he realized. Then he replied, I guess I can do all the same things with her too. I hugged her tightly. I hugged him tightly, loving him even more for saying that. But deep down, I knew it was a male child I was carrying, the future king of Ayodhya. We told only Kaushalya Ma, Urmila, Lakshman, and the chief physician of the palace about my pregnancy. It wasn't hard to keep it a secret. Queens in Ayodhya didn't make many public appearances, and when I was visited by the wives of courtiers or neighboring queens, I dressed myself carefully, arranging my sari in a loose and flowing fashion. Fortunately, I didn't have any nausea for the maids to gossip about. Ram and I decided that we would announce the pregnancy at the coronation. It would give the people another reason to celebrate and another event to look forward to. My days now were busier than ever, for I had taken on the task of decorating the palace as well as the grounds where the ceremony would take place. I had also offered to take care of our guests, some of whom had already started to arrive. It was a big job, but I wanted to do it. So many times in the forest, people had welcomed us, even when they lived in a hut and had only a handful of rice to share. I wanted to do my part now. Fortunately, Urmila, Madhvi, and Skruti helped me with my task. Working together, laughing and joking as we used to in Mithila, I felt we were as close to our happy childhood as we did ever get. In my rare moments of leisure, I did retreat to my balcony. I did accepted Kekai's peace offering of the Methilian plants she had collected, and they bloomed happily all around me. I did put up my feet and sing to the baby in my womb. I sang of my joyous childhood in Mithila and of my dear parents. I sang of the glories of Ram and my love for him, and my hopes for my child and the great king I knew he would become. I loved most to sing of my life in the forest and the many charming wild creatures there. Though I told no one, not even Ram, I missed the freedom of forest life, its many enchantments. The baby loved hearing me sing. He did express his joy by kicking me. He was so active that sometimes I did joke and ask, are there two of you in there? But I never sang of the time I spent in captivity in the Asura palace and of the 10-headed king, magnificent and terrible, who had destroyed his beautiful kingdom because of his infatuation with me. That time was too painful. I couldn't bear to look at it. Perhaps I would never be able to do so. Shanta arrived the day before the coronation. The long journey had tired her out. The swaying of the palki, with the man running double fast to get her to Ayodhya on time, made her nauseous. A plump, cheerful woman who usually loved to talk and laugh. Today she looked pale and vain. After the barest of hellos, she retreated into her mother's chamber, where Kaushalya Ma made her drink lemon water and lie down in a darkened room. I'll come by your rooms in the afternoon if I feel better, she whispered to me apologetically. I'm so sorry. I've been looking forward to chatting. I assured her that it wasn't a problem. I was planning to take a nap myself. I wanted to be well rested for tomorrow. Come by if you feel up to it, I said. Though she didn't look like she would be able to, I'll leave the chamber doors unlocked. Once I reached my room, I took off the heavy silk I did worn to greet the guest. It was beautiful but stiff with gold threads, and it made me sweaty and tired. My maid handed me a thin cotton sari, which I draped around me with a sign of relief. I dismissed her and lay down on the stone floor instead of the bed because it was cooler there. I was always hot nowadays, and often at night this made me restless. Ram would bring me water and sit me up and fan me for hours, no matter how long a day he had had. Even though I told him not to, I wished he was with me now because he gave the best back rubs, knowing without being told exactly where my body ached. As though in response to my wishing, the door was pushed open. I sat up yawning. Had Ram decided to take a break in the middle of his work, but to my surprise, it was Shanta. I couldn't sleep, she explained. And it was so gloomy and dark in mother's chambers, I decided I'd come and chat with you. Hear all about your adventure stories about them have reached even my faraway home. I had been looking forward to my nap because that evening was going to be a busy again. A group of ascetics with strict dietary restrictions had arrived, and I needed to make sure cooks prepared the night that the cook prepares the right kind of food for them. But Shanta was making an effort to be friendly, and after all, I had invited her to come to my rooms. So I smiled and asked her to sit on the cool floor near me and began to tell her about the beautiful forest we did travel through, with their mountains and rivers and volcanoes and the many amazing wild creatures I had seen. But Shanta, it seemed, wanted something more exciting. She asked me about the Rakshasas we had encountered and how Ram and Lakshman had destroyed them. When I said I didn't really know the details because I didn't like watching bloody battles, she seemed disappointed. Tell me about Ravan then. Did he really have 10 heads, like they say? Was he fearsome or good looking, or perhaps both? Tell me about how he stole you away and how he kept you in his palace for months and months. Was his palace beautiful beyond compare, like the palace of the gods? And is it true that though he abducted you to avenge his sister Surpanka, he then fell in love with you? Anger flared in me at the questions. How could Shanta be so insensitive? Even Urmila hadn't asked me about these things. Didn't Shanta realize how painful these memories were? I wanted to ask her to leave my rooms, to leave me alone. But she was my husband's only sister. He was so happy that she was here, I held on to my temper and said, I never really looked at Ravan. So I can't say much except that to me, he was a monster who destroyed my happiness. But even as I spoke, my voice trembled. I hadn't looked at him, but I did heard him. I did heard him declare his love for me over and over, and that had disgusted me. But I did also heard the stories he had told me about his harsh childhood and the years he had spent in severe tapasya up in the Himalayas praying for special powers so he could relieve his mother of her poverty. I did heard him sing songs that he did composed on the glories of Lord Shiva, his beloved deity. And at the moment of his death, when he did touched my foot, I did seen him in his true form as the celestial gatekeeper of Vishnu. Shanta must have heard the weakness in my voice because she pushed on. It's not healthy to keep it all inside you, pressed down upon your heart. If you don't feel like speaking about it, at least draw me a picture of Ravan. You can do it right here on the stone floor. Look, there's a piece of chalk. Draw it, and then together we'll stop it on his head for daring to steal you away. I promise you, you'll feel a lot better after that. What persuasiveness in her voice made me take the chalk. What kind of spell did she cast on me? Did I really believe that drawing Ravan would help me exorcise him? As in a dream, I pressed the chalk against the floor. I can only draw his feet. I was forced to look at them plenty of times when he stood in front, threatening me. That's all right. I'll draw the rest. When I looked surprised, she added, from my imagination, of course. The chalk glided over the stone. In a moment, I had finished drawing Ravan's feet. I tried to hand the chalk to Shanta, but somehow it was stuck to my hand. Now it was moving rapidly by itself, pulling my hand along, drawing Ravan in his entirety. What's going on? I cried. Sister, help me. But Shanta's face was changing. The nose caved in. Instead of ears, there were gaping holes, and the eyes. I knew those burning, hate filled eyes. It was Surpanka. Somehow, she must have come to Ayodhya and taken on Shanta's form. Oh, yes, it's me, she said. I followed you all the way from Lanka and waited patiently all this while for the right occasion. With all the hullabaloo of the coronation, it was easy enough to slip into the palace, taking on the appearance of one of the maids, and then, when Shanta arrived, my plan became clear and I took on her form. Tell me, Sita, did you think you would get away so easily? Did you think I would give up and forget about you after you had destroyed my home and everyone I loved? Did you think there were no consequences? That you could put the devastation of Lanka behind you? My people killed or maimed, their spirits broken, and live happily ever after in Ayodhya, loved by your husband, your family, your subjects, your sons? Oh, yes, I can feel those two alien hearts pulsing inside you. Maybe I'll kill you and your unborn babies right now and leave you here for Ram to find on the eve of his coronation. She flexed her hands, from which nails as sharp as hammers now jutted. I tried to move away, but her asuric powers had me pinned to the floor. I couldn't even curl myself into a ball to protect my stomach. Not my babies. I prayed with all my heart. Goddess, I don't care how much I have to suffer, but let no harm come to them. Then a dim corner of my mind registered what Surpanka said and what I had repeated unthinkingly. Babies? I was carrying twins? With an effort, Surpanka brought her hands down to her side. No, I'll not let you escape so easily. I have a better plan. Live on, Sita. Live without love, as I have been forced to. See how it feels to lose everything you cherish. I'll give you a little hint. You long for death. She grinned fiercely at me through tears, and then she was gone. The portrait of Ravan opened its eyes and looked at me. It too grinned. It was dreadfully lifelike, as though the Asura king might rise up any moment from the floor. I tried to wipe it from the floor with the edge of my sari, but I couldn't. Whatever magic Surpanka had used had enacted it indelibly into the stones, and now my sari was stuck to the image. I pulled at the garment, panting with effort, but it wouldn't come loose. Just then the door to my chamber opened and I heard Ram's voice. I thought I did spend some time with you before. He broke off and stared at me. What are you doing, Sita? Why are you lying on the floor half clothed, panting? And what's that picture? His voice rose and I heard the anger and disgust in it. His face was cold and hard as granite. Is it? Were you drawing? What were you doing, Sita? And why? My face flushed with shame. Although I wasn't guilty of anything, I was well aware, though, of how damning the entire scene appeared just as Surpanka had intended. I hadn't done anything. It's Surpanka's trickery, her evil magic. I cried. Even as I said the words, I could see on Ram's face how unbelievable they sounded. I forced myself to breathe deeply, drawing upon my inner strength, even as my heart pounded in agitation at Ram's accusing tone. I'm innocent, I said to myself. I'm pure. I refuse to feel ashamed because I was made the victim of trickery. I refuse to apologize for something that is not my fault. I refuse to let Surpanka win. I sat up straight, not caring that the sari fell away from my upper body, and told my husband what had occurred and who had been here. I prayed that he did believe me because truth was all I had. Ram frowned as he listened. My heart sank at the incredulity on his face, his angry, fisted hands. After I had finished, he closed his eyes. I could tell a battle was raging inside him. It seemed to take forever. I held my breath and felt it burning my lungs. Finally, Ram opened his eyes. I trust you, see the life of my life. I don't know how Surpanka could have entered this palace. It's heavily guarded and special protections have been laid on every entrance, but if you say so, then that is what must have happened. He dragged a heavy quilt from the chest and covered the portrait with it and brought me a clean sari to wear. I'll get Vasishta to take a look and figure out how the evil brought in here may be exorcised. Meanwhile, let's move on to a great guest chamber where you can rest. Relief made me burst into tears. I laid my head on his chest and hugged him tightly. As long as Ram's on my side, I thought I can face anything in the world at all. Only later, lying in the guest chambers too shaken to sleep, did I think I would have believed him at once if our positions were reversed. Why did it take him so long to believe me? The coronation ceremony went off perfectly. The kind of event bards would sing about for years. The largest grounds in Ayodhya had been prepared for the event, decorated with garlands hung from poles and covered with brightly colored tents. In the center of the grounds was the largest pavilion, decorated with silk and jewels. Here, kings and sages sat on elaborately carved gold and silver chairs. Behind them were placed the visiting dignitaries and the noblemen of our court. The queens and the noblewomen sat to the side of the pavilion, behind a carved lattice wall that had been specially constructed so they could see without being seen. The Ayodhyan way, the Rakshasas and monkeys each had their own sections cordoned off carefully so that curious onlookers couldn't bother them. On another side were the guest merchants, families of the region. The rest of the field was filled by overflowing with cheering citizens, many of whom I could tell by their simple clothes had traveled from the distant courtside. I felt a powerful energy coming from the sky. Then the gods too were watching. Amidst music and chants and flowers being strewed under our feet, we moved to the dais constructed for us. We walked side by side, Ram and I. My husband had broken tradition and insisted that my place was beside him and not behind. I tried to step with appropriate dignity and stateliness. The gold and jewels I wore were very heavy, but the lightness in my heart bore me up. How long my husband had waited for this day, how much he deserved it. I wanted to take his hand and squeeze it to show my support, but I knew he wouldn't think it appropriate for this formal moment. No matter, we did have a private celebration afterwards. We were now seated on the dais on thrones that seemed far too enormous, but Ram seemed perfectly comfortable in his, so I too made an effort to appear the same way. When Ram raised his arm to acknowledge the cheering crowds, I did the same, and the cheers grew even louder. Raja Ram, Raja Ram, Raja Ram interspersed with Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram. After so many years of deferment, it was finally happening. The ceremony that Dashrath had so eagerly planned but failed to execute. I could feel him looking down at us from the heavens, smiling. Were all the dead up there, then Ravan too? Or had he been transformed back to being the gatekeeper of Vaikunta? Stop, I said to myself in annoyance. I never want to think about Ravan again. But of course, that only brought more uncomfortable thoughts of the image that had enacted itself into the floor of my bedroom and wouldn't be erased, no matter how many maids, all sworn to secrecy, scrubbed it, until a powerful medicine man performed a purification ceremony of Sirpanka, whom no one could find even though the palace was thoroughly searched. A beloved Shanta, the real one lying next to Kaushalya, abruptly awakened by Ram, who had come to check on her. She had sat up, rubbing her eyes and mumbling that she had fallen into a deep sleep and had some very strange dreams of the additional protection charm that were placed that same day over all the doors and windows of the palace, but secretly, because Ram didn't want people to know what had happened and gossip about it. Of the guards now positioned 24 hours outside my chambers, which made me feel a little like a prisoner. I forced my mind back to the ceremony, to the beautiful, grand, but rather lengthy mantras being chanted for the prosperity of our kingdom and abundance of rain and crops and cows and progeny. May they come soon. Here Raman exchanged a secret smile. Vashishta anointed Ram with waters from the five holy rivers and then took the large crown, which had been kept in the treasury since Dashrath's death, and placed it on Ram's head. May you be the best ruler Bharatvarsha had ever known. He said. Ram joined his hands in humble reverence. May that become true by your blessings. But I knew he needed no blessings, not for this. Whatever else in life he might have to strive or struggle for, he lived and breathed kingship naturally and effortlessly. He loved his people more than his own self. Once he was crowned, Ram stood up. The gathering grew quiet with anticipation, wondering what would be the first thing that their king would say to them. My people, Ram cried, I want to share some wonderful news with you. Soon there will be a little prince joining you. He looked at me and added with a smile which acknowledged our private joke, or a princess. To celebrate this happy event, I declare a holiday tomorrow to be spent in festivity. We will have food and drink for you, music and dancing and fireworks at night, and a gold piece as a gift for every citizen of Ayodhya and a silver piece for all inhabitants of Kaushal. The grounds erupted in cheers. I smiled and waved for as long as I could. The people wouldn't stop applauding. The musicians joined in with drums and trumpets. The noise cresting until I felt a headache coming on. I tried to catch Ram's eye to ask him if he might leave, but he was enjoying the moment, looking out at the assembly with so much love in his eyes that I didn't want to spoil it for him. So, what if I had to endure a little discomfort? I was happy to do it for Ram. Wasn't that what love was all about? Then I noticed Vashishta. Standing next to my husband, he was running a hand over Ram's shoulders in blessings, the way a father might. I could feel how fond the sage was of his student, how he wanted the best of everything for him. I was glad he was there for Ram on this special day when King Dashrath could not be present. But even while there was a genuine smile of joy on the sage's face, I noticed a frown of concern on his forehead. What was it that worried Vashishta at this auspicious moment? Chapter 31. After the coronation, things quieted down in Ayodhya. The Rakshasas left after vowing public allegiance to Ram. The monkeys stayed a little longer, but finally they too went back to their homes in the mountains of Kishkinda. Hanuman was the last to leave. I felt a real pang when the day of his departure arrived. But he wouldn't let me be sad. Feed me, dear mother, he demanded. I'm going on a long journey to meditate in the Himalayas, and I'm pretty sure I won't get any of your delicious cooking there. I decided to cook for him myself. In the little alcove of my palace chambers, I had the maid bring all the fruits and vegetables he liked and milk for sweetmeats. I hadn't prepared any food since my forest days. I was surprised to find how much I enjoyed the chopping and cutting, the steaming and frying, and the happy memories they brought back of my carefree wanderings. I decided I would do this regularly for Ram from now on. I served the food to the two brothers and Hanuman with my own hands, and they kept me busy asking for seconds, especially Hanuman. By the time I brought vegetables, he did eat all the rice, and by the time I did hurry back with more rice, he did eat up all the vegetables. How amused Ram and Lakshman were at his antics. But I had my revenge on him too. Though I'm not quite sure how the idea came to me, I sneaked up on him from the back and placed a few grains of rice on his head, then claimed that he'd eaten too much, that food was bursting out of even his skull. Everyone laughed, Hanuman most of all, saying, Ah, Sitama, you have figured me out. Was it only I who noticed that even in the midst of merriment, his eyes were deep as a mountain lake? When it was time for Hanuman to leave, I couldn't stop my tears. Ram and Lakshman moved away to give me a little privacy, or perhaps they were uncomfortable with weeping women. Hanuman had made himself small so that he'd be inconspicuous on his journey. So I had to bend down to speak. Will I see you again? I asked. Not in this lifetime, he said with regret, and therefore I ask for your blessings. As I strode, his soft head, a jolt, went through me like lightning. The day grew dark, or maybe it was light from another world that surrounded us, paling everything else. I saw before me Lord Shiva standing with his mated locks and beautiful blue throat, arm raised in benediction. And suddenly I remembered something from my long ago innocent girlhood, something the magic bow had said to me. Though I couldn't recall all the words, Shiva, the divine, the auspicious, bringer of happiness, he will come to you in your darkest hour. Has it been you all this while? I said in my mind, for words were no longer necessary. Yes, he said. Don't leave me, I begged. The babies are coming. I want you to be there to bless and protect them. I'm always with you and with them. There is no living creature in whose heart I don't reside. You need only call upon me to feel my blessings. Focus your mind on me, especially in your dark time. I will give you strength. What dark time, Lord? I cried in fear. Aren't our troubles over? Aren't we all safe in Ayodhya now? But the vision was gone. There was only Hanuman touching my feet, saying he'd better be on his way. The sun was past its zenith already. With the departure of Hanuman, the last of the shimmering magic of the forest seemed to fade from our lives. Though it saddened me, perhaps it was necessary. How, without detaching ourselves from the spell of the past, can we focus fully on the moment that faces us? We each had our duties. Ram and Lakshman took care of court matters, laws and judgments, trade and treaties with other lands. They sent out agents carefully disguised to wander among the common man and find out their troubles or concerns so these could be taken care of. Bharat and Shatrughan, by their own request, were posted at the far edges of the kingdom to oversee the safety of the borders and keep an eye on the wild tribes. Their wives went with them happily. They had grown used to being mistresses of their own household, where they could live the way they wanted. With few rules and less protocol, I didn't blame them for that. I could have lived such a free lifestyle myself. As for me, with the help of Urmila, I managed the palace, which was like a large, intricate machine. I made sure that the mothers were cheerful and comfortable and kept themselves busy, that the servants worked hard and were treated generously, and that all the palace animals, from the kitchen cats that kept the mice away to be ceremonial elephants that led our parades, were healthy and happy. As in Mithila, I became known for my healing skills. The women who lived or worked in the palace or were married to courtiers soon began coming to me when they were ill. They often asked for advice with problems beyond the physical ones. The palace physician and even the city doctors consulted with me when handling a strange or serious case. Sometimes they brought their most challenging patients to me. They said that when I placed my hands on them, these patients were healed. But I suspected it was that the patients were overwhelmed by the attention they received from a queen, and afterwards, when they went back home, they followed their physician's instructions more carefully. My favorite responsibility, the palace garden, was very different now from Dashrath's time, when everything had been planted in strict rows and tied to stacks so they stood at attention. My garden flowed along gentle lines, the way nature intended it to be. It surrounded the palace on all sides, and brook wounds its way through it, babbling merrily. The entire side of the grounds that lay behind the palace I had made into a little forest. I loved to sit there with my back against a tree trunk and watch the sunlight filtering through the leaves above my head. The fruit and berry trees and the honey-eyed flowers I had planted attracted many creatures. I told the gardeners that they were not to be disturbed. Thus, many kinds of monkeys for whom I had a particular fondness could be found swinging from branch to branch. Squirrels and birds chittered at each other. Swans floated elegantly on small lake, their feathers white as springtime clouds. Bees built enormous, glittering hives. Butterflies of every color flitted among blooms. But no deer. I didn't allow a single deer in my sanctuary. I loved my little wood, but some days a strange dissatisfaction would come over me. A longing to go walking in a real forest, a wild, unpredictable forest, the kind that had been my home for so many years. Once, shyly, I told Ram about my desire. If anyone understood it, I felt it would be him. For hadn't he too spent time under the enchanting trees of Panchpati and Dakhada? But Ram wasn't nostalgic like me. That time in our life is over, dear. We are now king and queen. We belong to the people. They count on us to be here for them, in good times and bad. Haven't you seen how many of them come to the palace each week just to see us wave to them from the public balcony? I said thousands of people did come to see us, many of them having traveled from distant cities. Ram was right, although the silver pieces that the guards distributed among the crowd afterwards might have had something to do with it too. I put my dream away in a secret chamber of my heart and focused on being a good queen, a fitting consort for Ram, who was already known far and wide as the best king Kaushal ever had. Although Ram had insisted so strongly that our forest adventures were done with, they still haunted him. He would toss and turn in his sleep sometimes and call out names. Once I awoke to hear him crying in a miserable voice, Tara, oh Tara, I'm so sorry. A little jealous, I shook him awake to ask who this Tara was and why he was apologizing to her. Ramsen, Tara was the queen of the monkey tribe, a very wise queen. Her husband Bali was Sugriev's older brother. They did had a big quarrel. That story is too complicated to go into right now. But as a result, Bali, the king, banished Sugriv, taking everything he possessed, including his wife. When I met Sugriv, he was destitute and in despair, eking out an existence with his small band of followers in a mountainous wilderness. I promised Sugriv that I would make him king, and in return, he agreed that he and his entire Vanara army would help me get you back. He promised to send out scouts to find where you were imprisoned and then to fight by my side until your abductor was destroyed. But for that, I had to kill Bali first. I was forced to use trickery because he was such a great warrior. He did even defeated Ravan in the past. So because of me, Tara became a widow, and her son, Prince Angad, lost the love and protection of a father. Ah, how much misery did I create? I fear I'll have to pay for it at some point. I consoled him as best as I could. I told him the war had been in a good cause, for wasn't it his duty to rescue his wife? Most importantly, hadn't he rid the world of Ravan's tyranny? Surely the merit accrued from that would neutralize these other acts, which he undertook unwillingly and only because there was no other choice. But my heart was a dense ball of fear. The laws of karma was complicated and ultimately one never escaped them. I sat by a shabby corpse I sat by a shady copse in my wood, sharing a meal with Ram, listening to the tale of Shabri, a lone moment of joy in the midst of his desperate search for me. It was one of his favorite stories. He had told it to me a couple of times. I too loved it. His tender story about an illiterate tribal woman who had been told by her guru that Ram the divine would come to her, trusting in her guru. She had waited for him all her life, gathering a basket of fruits for him each day, even though the people of her tribe mocked her for her blind faith. When, in the course of his search, Ram had stumbled upon her humble hut, she was old and never near death. Delighted, she had offered him the fruits she had gathered that day. She had bitten into each to make sure it was sweet enough, and Ram had happily eaten these and blessed her for her simple and deep affection. But today, halfway through the story, a maid ran up to inform me that a woman had come to the servants' building asking for my help. Would I please see her? We told her to wait until tomorrow, but she cried and begged me to inform you. She said apologetically. I looked at Ram. Go on, he said with a rueful smile. I'm done eating, and anyway, I know if you don't go, you'll just sit here and worry. I apologized, but he shook his head. You're doing the right thing. Your duty as a queen is to take care of your people, especially the women. I know you have helped many, and I'm proud of you for doing that. I'll be back as soon as possible, I said. But Ram waved me away. Don't worry, take your time. I have to go over some new trade with Sumantra and Lakshman. Sumantra is so particular about these things that we'll probably be up half the night. I got to my feet with a little sin. The babies were getting heavy, and I was often tired by the end of the day, and followed the maid. I could never turn down a call for help, even though I knew that people sometimes took advantage of that. It took me a moment to recognize the woman. She was one of the younger washerwomen who worked for us. A skilled worker, she was in charge of washing the queen's saris. I had seen her several times when she brought back my clothes. The reason I didn't recognize her right away today was because her face was puffed up from weeping, but also because someone had clearly hit her. My husband, she said, in between sobs. He beat me and threw me out of the house last night and told me to never come back. I went to my father's, but he said he can't have me stay with him either. A married daughter who leaves her husband's home, he said, brings shame on her family. He'll never be able to get my sisters married if he takes me in. What did you do? I asked. Nothing. My husband, he's one of the palace washerman too, and quite a bit older than me, has a suspicious nature. Because of that, I'm very careful and hardly ever go anywhere. But one of my best friends was having a baby last night and asked me to be with her. She was scared because the midwife said the baby was turned wrong. The birth took a long time. I knew my husband would be angry. But how could I leave her? She was holding on to my hand, crying all the time. I got home well after midnight. My friend's husband had walked me home because it was so late, and when my husband saw him, he was furious. He said, Here she broke off and looked at me with fear. What did he say? He shook her head, looking at me with fear stricken eyes. I guess that she didn't want to repeat his curse word. He accused me of unfaithfulness and told me to leave the house and never come back. When I tried to explain, he slapped me, and when my friend's husband tried to stop him, he called his brothers, who live in the same house with us, and drove him off. Then he hit me some more and threw me out of the house. And now my parents won't keep me either. I don't know what to do. She broke into fresh sobs, throwing herself at my feet. My heart ached for the girl. She was caught in a hard place. Suspicious is a terrible disease, a cancer that can totally destroy a relationship. I did felt it sting myself. It hurt worse when love was involved. Even the kind of twisted love that made the washerman feel he needed to control his wife. Was there any hope for this marriage? It had been a long day. I was too tired to analyze the malicious intricacies of suspicion and figure out its solution. Sleep with the maids for tonight, I told the woman. They will bring you some ointments and give you clothes to wear. Tomorrow we'll figure out what to do. We could send someone to talk to your husband. But at that, the woman, wept more wildly. I don't want to return to his house. Even if he took me back, he'll bring up this night and accuse me all the time and hit me whenever he feels like. No one would stop him. No one would believe me, even though I am innocent. Please, can't I just stay here? I'll work really hard. I'll wash twice as many clothes. That might be the best solution, I thought. So many servants lived in the palace. One more would make no difference. Very well, I said. Get up now. For she had thrown herself at my feet once again, thanking me over and over. Get yourself something to eat and get some rest. Remember, you are going to have to wash twice as many as clothes tomorrow. Yes, I will, she cried. Then she saw that I was joking, and a tremulous smile broke over her face. That smile buoyed me up as I returned to my rooms. I wanted to tell Ram everything that had occurred and ask him if some kind of law might be passed that didn't allow men to beat their wives or throw them out of the house so easily. But he was still busy with his trade levies. I'll tell him tomorrow, I thought. I lay down, suddenly exhausted, and placed my hands over my stomach. The babies moved slowly, lazily in their sleep. They were a joy, a miracle. I couldn't wait to hug them, to see Ram holding them with a new tenderness in his eyes. Imagining that happy scene, I too fell asleep. I told Ram about the washerwoman the next night while he and I were having dinner. I was hoping that he did be sympathetic to the girl's plight and follow up on my idea about changing certain laws to protect women in her situation. Generally, he was sensitive to the problems of women and often sent money from the treasury for my projects without my asking. But today he seemed distracted. I asked why, but he held up his hand and said, rather brusquely, that he didn't want to talk about it. I was taken aback and little hurt because Ram was always gentle in his speech with me. Ram must have realized this because after a moment he took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry, I have a lot on my mind today. I was thinking of what you had asked for some time back. A visit to a nearby forest? Do you still want to go? Once the babies come, it won't be possible. So if you want to do it, we should plan it right away. This was a wonderful surprise. Something I did never have predicted. Ram had been overprotective of me since the pregnancy, sometimes annoyingly so. My heart spread its wing, soaring at this unexpected gift. I spoke quickly before he could change his mind. I did love to go. I can be ready right away. Maybe even tomorrow. Why don't we go to Sage Valmiki's ashram? It isn't that far, just a 2 day journey. Less if we have fast horses. This way, if something comes up and you need to get back to Ayodhya, you can return right away. I remember how kind he was when we last saw him. When we were leaving, he took my hands in his and said that I was welcome to come back there anytime I wanted. I know I'll enjoy the break and you will too. We could go for long walks together in the forest again. Remembering our happy, Ram cut me off abruptly. I can't go with you. I have to take care of some major problems here. I'll ask Lakshman to take you. I rubbed his back sympathetically. How many worries a king had, especially a good one like Ram. I understand, no problem. Lakshman would take good care of me. Maybe Urmila would like to come along too. She's never seen a real forest and often asks me for stories of our adventures. I wish you'd tell me what is bothering you though. I know I can't help. Still, sometimes sharing your troubles with someone who loves you makes you feel better. But Ram turned away. Urmila can't come with you. Who will take care of your palace duties then? And I can't talk now. I have work to do. In any case, you should be getting ready for your journey. Oh, yes, I said excitedly. I won't need to pack much. I only plan to go for a week. But I must take gifts for the ashram inhabitants. They were all so kind to us when we stayed with them. They did surely like sweetmeats and spices and maybe mats and quills, some strong metal cauldrons. I believe they only have earthenware vessels. A few large pots of ghee. I know they use it for yagnas. Can you think of anything else? But Ram replied, as though he hadn't really been listening to me. Yes, yes, whatever you want. I'll talk to Lakshman. Go to sleep when you are done packing. I have to work late. When I wished him good night, in spite of being so busy, he held me for a long moment. There was a stricken look in his eyes. It amused me that the thought of being away from me for just 1 week distressed him so. How lucky I was to have a husband who loved me so deeply even after all these years. Looking into his unhappy face, I almost told him that I was carrying twins. He didn't know that yet. It would cheer him up, give him something joyful to occupy himself with until I return. No, I'll tell him when I return. We'll celebrate this double happiness together. Chapter 32. I could barely hold my excitement in check as I climbed into the chariot that was to take me to Valmiki's ashram. It was a light vehicle made for speed, just large enough for myself and Lakshman, who was to drive me there and return the next day, and the many boxes and pots stacked behind our seats. The morning was chilly and Urmila tucked a shawl around me. I wish you were coming with me. You would have loved the ashram, I said as I hugged her. I wish I were too, she said, throwing a reproachful glance at Lakshman because he, too, had insisted that she needed to stay in the palace and look after the mothers. I had to admit that he had a point. The mothers had grown frail and forgetful. They needed someone around to spend time with to make sure they ate their meals and took their medicines on time. Maybe you can come with Lakshman to fetch me, I said. That's what I'll do, she said, cheering up. In the meantime, I'll train Saudamini carefully so she can take care of the mothers while I'm gone. I looked back at the ramparts of the palace one last time as Lakshman cracked his whip, setting the chariot in motion. I wish Ram had been there to wave goodbye to me. But he did left before sunrise. While I was still half asleep, apparently, there was some kind of trouble at the border. He did left even before I could say I love you. A needle of unease pricked at my heart at that thought. The houses and halls and marketplace and even the massive gates of the city soon fell behind us, obscured by the dust of our passing. Lakshman drove fast, answering only in monosyllables when I tried to engage him in conversation. Why so glum, brother in law? Are you missing Urmila already? I did hope to make him laugh and blush because he had fallen deeply in love with my sister since he returned to Ayodhya. But he only bowed formally and said, Please forgive me, I have a lot on my mind today. He was probably concerned about the trouble at the border and about the fact that Ram was there alone, handling it without his help. Don't worry, I said, Ram will be fine. Bharat and Shatrughna are not too far away. They'll help him if necessary. For all you know, he'll be back in the palace before your return. I'm sure you are right, Lakshman said gloomingly. I refused to let his deposits infect me. This was my last chance to enjoy the forest before I was plunged into the responsibilities of motherhood, and I was determined to make the most of it. I watched the many greens of the trees and bushes flowing past me, speckled with bright dots of flowers. They were like a balm to my eyes. I hadn't realized how much I had missed nature in this wildness. I took great gulping breaths of the fresh, wild smelling air and loosened my hair to allow the wind to blow through it. It seemed to me that the babies were enjoying the ride too, for they kicked and somersaulted energetically. In the afternoon, I took the food out that Urmila had packed and offered some to Lakshman. But he said he didn't want anything. I shushed and ate it all by myself. The delicious roti stuffed with vegetables and cool buttermilk to wash it all down. Because of the pregnancy, I was constantly hungry. The rest of the trip, I watched for different kinds of birds and was delighted that I could still recognize them. I pointed them out to Lakshman, telling him their names. He didn't appear too interested, but that didn't dampen my enthusiasm. It was almost evening when we reached the beautiful Yamuna River. Remembered that Valmiki's hermitage wasn't far from here. There was a rickety bridge that Lakshman had to navigate carefully. Clearly, not many chariots came to the sage's ashram. When we were on the other side, I asked Lakshman to pause. I wanted to tidy myself before meeting the sage and his wife. I stepped into the stream to wash my face and drink the fresh, clear water. It was cold and the current pulled hard at my feet, but I couldn't resist splashing around a bit. It had been a long time since I had played in a river. Do you remember, Lakshman, how in Panchpati Ram and I started turning to him, but what I saw made me forget my words. Lakshman was weeping, his face streaked with tears, his body racked by silent sobs. He kept his eyes on ground. In my entire life, I had never seen Lakshman cry. My hands began to shake. I tried to ask him what was wrong, but the words froze in my throat. Finally, Lakshman said, Sister in law, I asked your deepest pardon, though I know you'll never forgive me for this. Please keep in mind I am only doing what Ram asked. No, commanded me, not as my brother, but as my king. I am to leave you in Valmiki's ashram. Yes, I know, I said, still not understanding why he was so upset. That's why we have come here, for me to spend a week in Valmiki's ashram. Not a week, the rest of your life. Ram is banishing you from his kingdom. My head spun. I had to sit down on the muddy riverbank to keep from falling. Was this some kind of recurrent nightmare I was having? It happened every once in a while. I did wake up gasping, hearing again his voice in my head. Now I have slain Ravan and set you free. Here ends my duty to you and my responsibility. Go where you will to live out the rest of your days. Inside me, the baby somersaulted, agitated by my fear. I said to myself, I didn't hear Lakshman correctly. Or maybe he was the one who had misunderstood Ram. What do you mean, banishing me? I haven't done anything wrong. Are you sure that's what Ram said? He's the most righteous person I know. He wouldn't do such an unjust thing, especially when I'm carrying his children. No, Lakshman, don't look away. Explain to me what's going on. I got to the story in reluctant pieces from Lakshman as the sun sank below the horizon. There were rumors in Ayodhya, people whispering about my chastity. How did Ram know Sita wasn't raped by Ravan? Or worse still, didn't give it to in his persuasions. She was with him in Lanka for an awfully long time. How do we know that there really was a trial by fire? None of us were there, nor our priest or courtiers, only Ram and Lakshman. And you can't quite call them unbiased, can you? And the child she's carrying, how do we know it's Ram's? She got pregnant so quickly, didn't she? She was already showing at the coronation. How do we know when exactly it happened? And then came the attacks on Ram himself. Maybe he's just like his father. Remember how old Dashrath was? Blinded by infatuation, doing whatever that Kekai asked, no longer knowing or caring what was right and what was wrong. When Dashrath banished Ram, we went through years of bad luck, famines, with Ram bringing Sita home, impure as she is. Who knows what will befall us now? And how about our wives? They are going to start expecting the same kind of submission behavior from us. They'll be doing whatever they want, going wherever they want. Anything we say to them, they'll shrug away, saying, if Ram can accept Sita after she lived with Ravan, surely you can put up with this little thing. Or do you think you did better than the king? Everyone talks about Ram Rajya, heaven on earth, but it's becoming a place of lax morals. Maybe we should be thinking of moving somewhere else. A huge boulder pressed down on my chest. I had difficulty speaking, even breathing. Finally, I managed to whisper. And all this time, I thought the people loved us because of how hard we were working to improve their lives, to make Kaushal the best governed kingdom ever. Was it all a sham? The crowd cheering us when we appeared on the palace balcony? No, Lakshman said. Many people still worship Ram and think you are a kind and wonderful queen. But the gossip is growing, and as you know, Ram has very high standards for kingship. He feels that there must never be any occasion for anyone to point a finger at him. The agents whom Ram sent among the people in disguise have been hearing these mutterings for a while. Loving Ram, they kept it to themselves, but it got to the point where they felt they had to tell him. I was with him when he got the news. I have never seen him so distressed, not even when the battle with Ravan was at its worst. You know how important his kinship to him, how crucial it is for him to do the right thing. But he loves you too, with his whole heart. Additionally, he is well aware of his duties as a husband. It was torture for him, caught in the middle of these difficult, conflicting duties, trying to figure out what was the right action. A day and a night he suffered, unable to focus on anything at court. He wouldn't talk to anyone about it, not even me. Finally, he decided to go for a walk around the royal lake to clear his head. And there he overheard two washermen arguing. Listening, he realized they were a father in law and son in law. The father in law was begging the younger man to take back his wife, whom he had thrown out of the house. But the son in law was adamant. I'm not like Ram. I don't take back a wife who comes home late in the night, having spent her time doing who knows what. How can you say that? You know she was with her friend who was having a difficult childbirth. The father in law protested. Women will say whatever suits their purpose. The son in law said, all I know is that she came home with another man. What are you worrying about her? Anyway, I hear she's gone running to Sita, who's taken her in. Birds of a feather, I tell you, we are well rid of her. And if Ram had any backbone at all, he'll get rid of Sita too. Pieces of the puzzle begin to come together for me. Ram's distracted air, which I thought was due to state matters. The way he cut me off when I tried to tell him about the washerwoman. The way he was suddenly willing to let me go off to Sage Valmiki's. My body trembled, but this time with anger. So he banished me because a few people are gossiping? People always talk. Should an elephant turn around and run away because dogs are barking? You know, Ram, Lakshman said sadly. He's always believed that the reputation of a king should be above reproach and even more so the reputation of a queen. It's what he's built his whole life around. He can't change his nature, so more than a leopard can change its spots. Believe me, I tried everything I could to make him decide otherwise. Finally, he said that if I didn't obey him, he'll banish me to the forest too. I considered it seriously. Would it be so bad if Urmila and I, for surely she'll come with me, lived a simple forest life by her side with a clear conscience? But then I thought Ram would be left all alone, without either of the two people who truly love him and whom he loves back. Alone in that dark, stone cold cave of a palace, for that's what it's going to be now without you. I couldn't do that to him, sister in law. Rage had receded from me. My teeth were chattering. I felt cold, cold and defeated. But why didn't he tell me any of this? I said. Why didn't he explain what was going on? I should have understood. I should have been angry, yes. But I would also have sympathized with him. Didn't I know how important his reputation as a king is to him? Together, we might have come up with a better plan. And even if we couldn't have come with a solution, at least I could have been part of the decision, not a victim of it. I choked up with tears. I tried to swallow them, but they kept coming. But he didn't trust me. My husband, whom I trusted from the very moment my father put my hand in his. My husband, whom I believed in through the darkest nights of my despair in Lanka. My husband, whom I forgive.
even after his harsh words on the battlefield in Lanka gave me no choice but to throw myself into a fire. My husband, to whom the gods themselves proclaimed my innocence, that husband has now discarded me like an old sandal. You go back and tell him this, Lakshman. He sentenced me to banishment because people were whispering that I might have betrayed him. But he's the real betrayer. Whom who's going to sentence him? I turned and started pushing my way blindly through the bushes. Not sure where I was going. Behind me I could hear Lakshman calling out frantically, urging me to stop, but that only made me hurry. Brabbles tore at me. I didn't care. When I did stepped into the fire in Lanka, I did believe that nothing could hurt me any worse, body or soul. How wrong I had been. The pain was so excruciating now that if it hadn't been for the babies, I would have thrown myself into the Yamuna and ended the burning. My babies, the most innocent, the most wronged. I could feel them inside me trembling, clutching at each other, sensing that something terrible had happened. Don't be afraid, little ones, I whispered, pushing my way determinedly into that dark, even though I had no idea what it held. Hot tears scalded my cheeks. I'm going to live for you. I'm going to guard you with my last breath. I'm going to love you enough for mother and father both, so you feel no lack. I'm going to teach you everything you need to know to be princesses. But more than that, I'll teach you what you need to know to be good humans, so that you will never do a woman what your father has done to me. Chapter 33. Things did not go quite the way I had declared so optimistically. In my agitation and ignorance, I walked in the wrong direction, away from the Valmiki's hermitage, deeper into the forest, into the night. It was only by luck that I wasn't attacked by a wild beast, or perhaps it was fate. It's hard to tell them apart. What we bring upon ourselves and what destiny determines. They are as difficult to disentangle as love and sorrow. Finally, I fell to the ground in a deep sleep, or a swoon, so exhausted that I no longer cared what happened. I don't know how long I lay there. When I awoke, it was the flickering of smoky torches and a man with a long white beard calling my name. It took me a moment to recognize Valmiki. He looked a lot older than I remembered. He told me that Lakshman had searched for me for a long time. Finally, giving up, he made his way to the ashram and explained what had happened. Valmiki sent him back to Ayodhya, saying he would take over since he knew the forest better. He gathered his students and came looking for me. Fortunately, they did thought to bring a pallet, for I couldn't have walked another step. They placed me on it and hurried back to the ashram, where Valmiki put me in the care of his wife Indira. The first few days in the ashram, I was numb. The determination I did experience the night I walked away from Lakshman had vanished, its place taken by a thick, sticky depression that mirrored me so that both past and future seemed unreal and disconnected. I swallowed, without complaining or enjoying enough of whatever food the wives of the sages brought me to keep them from getting concerned. What they walked me around the ashram because Indira Ma insisted that I needed exercise. I shuffled along, as if at every opportunity I welcomed the opaque lake of sleep and fell into it until shaken awake. I lost sight, for periods of time, of whom I was. When someone called my name, I often didn't answer because I didn't recognize it. Looking down at my distended stomach, I was sometimes startled because I had forgotten I was pregnant. Then one morning I awoke and everything was devastatingly clear again. I remembered my life from girlhood onwards, how each important moment had felt, how excited I'd been when I first met Ram, how I had sensed that I did known in another dimension. I felt again my excitement when he struck Long Shiva's bow, my concentration when he broke it into pieces, my elation when I put the wedding garland around his neck, the long journey to Ayodhya with him riding by my side, and how at night in our palace chamber our bodies came together in ecstasy. My determination to follow him into exile, and his consternation followed by joy because he wouldn't be separated from me. Our wanderings through forest, dangerous and exciting. Our simple life with its simple joys. I remembered the terror of my abduction, the endless nights under the sorrow tree in Ravan's garden, where even in the midst of despair I trusted that Ram would save me. And then his heartless rejection of me, the fire into which I stepped, hoping to end the burning in my heart. The gods exterminating my innocence, and Ram contrite yet joyful beyond measure to get me back, ready to start our life anew. How willing I'd have been to start over even though he had wronged me. That's what you do when you are in love. I remembered I desperate hunger, love making in the magical chamber created by Pushpak as we flew back to Ayodhya, and the moment I felt life enter my womb. I returned to a desperated and depleted country and helped my beloved husband, my king, to fashion it anew, filling it with abundance and hope. I remembered that ill fated day when Surpanka had crept into the palace and forced me to draw Ravan's image. Was that when a seed of doubt that had somehow remained in Ram's mind all the while began to sprout? Was that when the whispers became so important to him? And then he did send me away without even having the courage or the consideration to tell me to my face what he was doing to me and why. Without asking me, his helpmate and queen, what I thought should be done. He did banish me and his babies, all three of us equally innocent, because he believed that was his duty to his people. But weren't we his people too? Didn't he have a duty to us? I wept at these thoughts, raged like a whirlwind through my mind. I tried to harden my heart towards Ram, but I didn't know how. I wept especially bitterly for my children, deprived of their inheritance, fatherless in the world. How would I ever take care of them? I cried hysterically until I threw up and my stomach hurt so much that the woman had to call Indira. I was curled on the floor when she arrived. She helped me get up and wash myself off, and then she spoke to me, kindly but firmly in a tone that reminded me of my own mother, Sunena. You know that if you behave like this, you will hurt the babies, don't you? And you certainly aren't helping yourself either. I nodded, silent and shamefaced. I can't stop myself. Pull yourself together, she said sternly. You aren't some weak willed wench. You can control your emotions. Remember all that you have survived. Behave like the queen you are. No one can take your dignity away from you. You lose it only by your own actions. Before she left, she gave me a hug and said, remember also that you are not alone. Valmiki and I are happy to have you stay with us as long as you want. For the rest of your life, if you wish. Your children will be part of our ashram family. I tried very hard after my talk with Mother Indira to do what she said. I no longer allowed myself fits of weeping. I avoided being by myself, for it was then that the worst seemed darkest. I repeated to myself what Mother Indira had told me, but they were only words. I didn't know how to touch the truth that was inside them. Finally, I decided to go into the forest. Perhaps I would be able to think more clearly under its majestic trees. The woman in the kitchen packed food for me. Indira whispered prayers as she waved me goodbye. Come home before sunset, she cautioned. That's when the creatures of the night take over the forest. She asked the ashram boys to point out a path that would take me to a honey grove. It's a good place, she said, though she didn't elaborate further. I found the honey grove without much difficulty. How different the forest was by day. Compared to the menacing wilderness I did thrash through in the panic dark. Was there how life too seemed when we wailed around in desperation? I ate my food, simply cooked vegetable and coarse ground rotis. The grove was filled with dripping honeycombs. I cupped my hands under one and licked the honey that pooled in them. For the first time since my banishment, I tasted what I ate and found it satisfying. But my heart was still heavy. I lay down, pressing my cheek to the earth. Help me, I whispered. You are my father. You are my first mother. You kept me safe when there was no one to take care of me. Help my babies now. Was it my imagination or did I feel warmth seeping into me? I turned over and regarded the leafy canopy, flecked golden by the sun. The leaves rustled peacefully. Watching them, I fell into a dream. In the dream, too, I lay in the forest, but now I was surrounded by a woman. They walked around me with soundless, measured steps. They looked at me with wise and compassionate eyes, eyes that had known suffering. Some I recognized, Sunena, Ahalya, Mandodri, Sharama, Kekai, some I guessed at. A monkey with a diadem on her head, who must be Tara, a tribal woman holding a half eaten fruit, who must be Shabri. Why, even Surpanka was among them, a rare calm, veiling her mutilated face. Endure, they seemed to say, endure as we do, endure your challenges. The words resonated through me. I stood up slowly, holding onto a tree trunk for support. I still felt anger towards Ram. His memory was a bruise that might never fade from my heart, but I was ready to focus my energies elsewhere. Living in the forest wasn't what I did planned for myself or my babies, But then, had I planned that Ram should come into my life like a tidal wave and sweep me away? Had I planned to be banished to the forest on the eve of our coronation to be abducted or even rescued? Had I planned on the rumors upon our return or Ram's harsh decision? All these had happened without my choice. But I did survive them. Wasn't that all we could do as imperfect human beings? I started home. It was time for me to start thinking of the ashram as home. With a more resolute step, I couldn't control what was done to me, but my response to it was in my control. All the way back, I pondered the word endure, what it meant. It didn't mean giving in, it didn't mean being weak or accepting injustice. It meant taking the challenges thrown at us and dealing with them as intelligently as we knew until we grew stronger than them. That was what I did work on. Over the next few days, I evaluated my newfound community, trying to figure out how best I might be of use to them. In my current state, I was no good at cleaning or cooking or carrying heavy pots of water back from the river. But their medicine woman, Dharini Ma, who was old and half blind, was glad for my help, more so when she realized how much I knew about healing herbs. She did tell me where to find the ones she used more commonly and send me off with a basket. I enjoyed my jaunts into different parts of the forest. I was delighted to discover some of the herbs and berries I did used in Mithila, including those that aided childbirth. I bought them all back and ground them into powders and unguents until our stores were full. I worked side by side with Harini, helping the people of the ashram. Mostly their troubles were minor ones, for they allowed a healthy lifestyle, waking at sunrise to bathe in the river, then spending long hours in study or prayers, followed by daily chores, simple meals, storytelling and singing at night, and early sleep. At most, a child might break a limb, or an elderly resident suffer from a stubborn hacking cough, or one of Valmiki's students gets stung when he tried to get a honeycomb. But often the forest tribes came to us with more serious problems. A leg gashed while hunting, now infected, or a child born with a breathing issue. Under the Harini's guidance, I learned how to clean an infected wound by dosing it with spirits that burned and made even the strongest of men yell into pain. And to stitch it up afterwards, or to cut out a tumor that made a woman's stomach swell like she was pregnant. I often stayed with our patients afterwards, holding their hands until they slept, and it seemed that they made them heal faster. Word traveled through the forest that the pregnant woman who had suddenly appeared at Valmiki's ashram had the touch, and more tribals came to us for help. I welcomed the work. It kept me busy all the day and tired me out at night, so that I fell asleep as soon as I lay down on my bed of leaves. This way, I didn't lie staring at the moon, remembering my happy times with Ram on a similar bed in Panchbhati. Dharini Ma woke me up, shaking my shoulder urgently. You have got a visitor. My heart cringed. I had to press down on my chest to calm it. Some of my wild hope must have shone in my eyes because she shook her head sadly. No, it's not him. Outside, two women sat on the porch, leaning exhaustingly against the post. They must have traveled a long way because the bottoms of their present saris were crushed with mud. Looking closer, I recognized him. Urmila, I cried, shocked and worried and delighted at the same time. What are you and Saudamini doing here? She struggled to her feet and threw her arms around me in a desperate hug. Oh, Didi, I was beginning to think I did never find the ashram or you. Thank God you're all right. Over a meal of milk and puffed rice, which she devoured ravenously, Urmila told me her story. She had started growing suspicious as soon as Lakshman had returned to Ayodhya because he acted so unhappy and guilty, refusing to meet her eyes at meal times and sleeping by himself in an alcove every night, no matter how many times she called him to bed. Even her most passionate kisses failed to make him change his mind. He wouldn't answer when she asked about me, and when she said she wanted to go with him to fetch me from Valmiki's ashram, she scowled darkly and snapped at her to leave him alone. Ram was acting strange too. He did shut himself up in his chambers, not eating or bathing, refusing to see anyone except Lakshman, who did spend his whole day in there with his brother. Ram didn't even attend court, Urmila said. Can you imagine that? That's never happened since he returned to Ayodhya. Not even that one time, you remember? When he was so badly injured, boar hunting. I was sure that something dreadful has happened to you. Perhaps there had been an accident on the way and you were dead. Or maybe some other Rakshasa had snatched you away. That would explain why Lakshman acted so guilty, and why, even after 2 weeks, he made no efforts to return to Valmiki's ashram to fetch you back. I asked Saudamini to check in the servants' hall, which, as you know, is a great source for news and gossip. But there too, no one knew anything.
The chariot and horses that Lakshman had taken to Valmiki's ashram were in good shape, which proved that he hadn't been attacked nor had there been an accident. What could then it be? Desperate for an answer, I stopped eating and took to my bed. For 3 days, I starved myself, believe me, it was no easy task. My stomach ached all day with hunger and I felt dizzy. On the fourth morning, Lakshman came in with a bowl of milk. If I drank it, he said he'll tell me what happened. That's how I learned of the terrible injustice that was done to you. I said nothing to Lakshman after he told me your story. I was angrier with him than I'd been with anyone in my entire life. How could he have agreed to be the agent of Ram's unjust folly? How could he have just left you like that in the forest? But I snitched a smile on my face and went on with my daily duties. I didn't want him to guess my plan and imprison me in our chambers with his soldiers at the door. I told Saudamini to ask Shravan for help. We needed a guide who could take us to Valmiki's ashram. He would, I promised, be richly rewarded. Saurav did his best, asking another secretly, but no one seemed to know exactly where the ashram was. Finally, he brought a woodcutter to see us. The woodcutter said he could get us to the vicinity, but there was something odd that the ashram. He warned us. Sometimes one could see the roads that led to it, and sometimes they disappeared. He did leave us at the river, he said. After that, we did be on our own. I agreed and gave him enough gold to make him happy. I told Lakshman that I was worried about you and wanted to visit a goddess shrine that brought good luck to pregnant mothers. But the rule was I had to go incognito and on foot, with no more than one female companion. He didn't like the idea. But he was so relieved that I was eating and talking to him that he didn't protest. Moreover, he was preoccupied with a new project. Ram's ministers, realizing that he did send you away and seeing how depressed that had made him, had begged him to marry again. But Ram had flown into a rage and ordered them to get out of his sight. So now they were building a life-size gold statue of you, a golden Sita that would be placed next to Ram in court. That was the only way they felt that he might get over his melancholy and take up his kingly responsibilities again. Ridiculous, I thought. Nothing could remove Ram's sorrows and guilt for abandoning his innocent pregnant wife the way he did, and nothing should. But let him have his statue. It will be a good reminder of the terrible decision he made. Anyway, here I am after 3 executing days of being lost in the forest. I think every mosquito that lives in this area had a meal out of me, and don't you dare tell me to go back because I absolutely won't do it. I cried as I heard Urmila's tale, overwhelmed by her fierce loyalty towards me, for the sake of which she did risk both life and happiness. I cried thinking of Ram and his grief. I cried for the love we did share and which now festered into our heart. And now, finally, I cried for the last time, I hoped, for the cruel way in which he did send me and his innocent babies away. Then I forced my sorrows to the back of the mind so that Urmila and I could spend 3 beautiful days together. We laughed like girls, remembering childhood incidents, staying carefully away from subjects that could cause us grief. I showed her around the ashram, where she tried her hand at various tasks such as milking cows and husking grain most unsuccessfully. On the fourth day, I sat her down and said, I love you for coming all this way, through all these dangers, braving your husband's anger to be with me. But you have to go back now. You know that. You have seen me. You have seen that I am well taken care of. It's my destiny for whatever reason to be here now. But yours is to go back to the palace. Go and do what I can't. Make it into a true home for your husband. You love him and he loves you. What has happened to me shouldn't ruin that. Otherwise, it will be an added sorrow for me to bear. Go and be in a comfort to the mothers and bring your children up, for I foresee several in your future, according to his and her royal heritage. The last words almost made me break down, for they reminded me once again of all that my own children would be deprived of. Urmila protested and raged and stopped her feet, but I was adamant. I did a good job of hiding how hard it was for me to let her go, and finally she gave in. Valmiki managed to procure a palki, along with bearers from a nearby village so that she could and her maid could make the journey back in comfort and safety. As I watched Urmila climbing tearfully into the palki, an odd thought came to me. I would see my sister only once more, and that would be on the day of my death. Valmiki sent 2 of his senior disciples with her, along with a letter he had written to Lakshman. I'm not sure what the letter said, but when the disciples came back, they told me that after he read it, Lakshman hadn't been angry with Urmila, only grateful that she had returned to him. Chapter 34. Awoke with racking pain and knew it was time. Indira and Dharini tended to me along with a couple of younger women, while outside the hut, Valmiki and the other rishis chanted prayer. I asked Indira if they did this for every child born in the ashram, but she shook her head.
Valmiki has meditated on these boys and know that they have a great destiny. They'll be even greater warriors and kings than their father. That's why they must be welcomed with the proper auspicious prayers. The contractions came faster now. I cried out partly in pain and partly in sorrow that my children wouldn't be welcome to this earthly life by their father. But when I saw them red and wrinkled, swaddled tight in the soft white cloth woven by my friends, I forgot all sadness. Indra placed them on my chest, where they didn't cry but listened, wide eyed to my voice calling to them. Then Valmiki came in and blessed the boys and named them Love and Kush. I had never heard such names, but the sage said they did come to him in meditation. These boys would be raised like no other. Their greatest teacher would be their mother. Their world would be that of a hermitage. Their playground would be the forest. Because of this, their strength would be unique. It stood to reason then that their names had to be unique too. I took comfort in what Valmiki said, though in the back of my mind I worried. How would I, or even Valmiki, squandered as we were in the forest, educate them in the right way? How would we teach them all that worldly prince needed to know? Valmiki was asking me a question lost in my thoughts I hadn't heard, and he had to repeat himself. Shall we send news to Ram? Ah, his name. I hadn't heard it since Urmila left. No one in the ashram mentioned him because they didn't want to upset me. I thought I did grown and armor strong enough, but now to deal with it. How wrong I was. His name sent a sharp stab of pain through me. Was there anything I did experience during the birthing? I turned my face away so that Valmiki wouldn't see my foolish tears. No, I said, he doesn't deserve to know. But inside my traitor heart still hoped. Surely he did send a messenger asking for news. After all, he knew when the babies were due. Surely, even if he didn't want me, he did take his sons back to the palace, bring them up royally, as they deserved to be. I longed for that to happen, even as I dreaded it. But no one came, and finally, I was forced to face the truth. Ram no longer cared for me. And if he did, it was pushed deep inside him, suffocated by kingship. And since the children came from my body and were subject to the same gossip and doubts, he couldn't afford to care for them either. After the birds, the entire hermitage riled around me. Though they never spoke of Ram's continuous silence, they were outraged by it and did whatever they could to keep me in good spirit. Love and Kush, being the first babies born here in a long time, were the darlings of the ashram. Passed around from lap to lap, kissed and cuddled, and so dearly loved that they never learned to cry. They may have lost their father, but they did gain an entire community to love them conditionally and teach them and spoil them and thankfully give them a scolding when they needed it, which was often because they were always landing in some mischief or other. They called Valmiki and Indira grandfather and grandmother, while all the others became their uncles, aunts, and cousins. Compared to Ram alone, in his splendid, loveless palace, we were the lucky ones. As soon as they were old enough, Valmiki made sure Love and Kush received a proper education. In the mornings, along with all the boys, that was sent for study to Valmiki's Gurukul. They learned the Vedas with all the rituals that brought blessings to humanity. In time, they were taught the wisdom of Upanishads. They learned to chant and sing, and their voices were so clear and melodious that even the denizens of the air, Gandharvas and Apsaras, paused to listen. After lunch, they did chores with the other Rishi Kumars, taking the cattle out to graze, or bathing the cows, or repairing the huts, or learning to collect the right kind of wood to build a yagna fire that wouldn't smoke. In the evenings, though, Valmiki took them aside for private lessons. This is where they learned about wartime strategies and peacetime statesmanship, how to direct an army into intricate formation and inspire them to fight with everything they had, how to be a good ruler and make the right decision, and when people brought you complicated disputes, how to intervene justice with mercy. At first, I was astonished by the bandwidth of Valmiki's knowledge. How could a simple rishi possibly know such complicated statecraft? Then I remembered that Ram himself had learned all that made him into a great warrior and king from sage Vashishta. Furthermore, Valmiki explained that much of the information he needed to impart to the boys came to him in meditation. What really took me aback was when, after those lessons were done, Valmiki tied up his long hair and beard, knotted his dhoti tightly around his waist, and taught the boys how to fight with sword and staff. In spite of his age, he was strong and wary and moved fast, often disarming the boys in minutes. He grinned at my astonishment and said, I wasn't born a rishi. You know, one of these days I'll tell you about my colorful past. Rav and Kush loved these lessons, and the fact that they were secret and not to be spoken of. Their favorite, though, was archery. A twitch went through me as I watched them, for the bow was their father's favorite weapon too. Soon the boys had learned to fashion their own bows and arrows, great intricate ones that looked far too big for them, but they had no problem handling them and spent all their free time running around into the forest to practice. I had forbidden them to kill any creature unless it threatened their lives, but they had great fun competing with each other, shooting stone chips off distant mountains and dislodging berries that dotted faraway hedges. I too played my part in the education of the boys. We went on long walks through the forest where they learned to recognize medicinal herbs, particularly the ones that staunched wounds and healed injuries, and how to use them. At night, when we retired to our little cottage at the edge of the ashram, I taught them self defense, all that I had learned in Mithila. How to fight calmly when no weapon were available, how to fight without hatred or vengeance, turning the attacker's rage against him or her. I told them, remembering Sirpanka, putting my pain aside, I focused on remembering the evenings and Panch Party, Ram and Lakshman arguing excitedly about weapons, and wrote down all I could recall about summoning magical astras. I didn't think they did work because I was sure I had forgotten some crucial detail or other. So I was astonished when the boys chanted the words of power I had given them and shining asras materialized. The boys didn't seem taken aback. I watched in wonder and trepidation while they held, with confidence and a certain strange familiarity, weapons that could blast through mountains or vaporize entire armies. They spoke gently and respectfully to the Astras, bowed to them and sent them back to their realms, respecting them, requesting them to return in the moment of their need. Clearly, they were their father's son. And mine, I thought, remembering the special relationship I had had with my childhood with Shiva's bow. Most of all, I loved my children because they were kind to all around them, humans as well as animals. They weren't perfect by no means. They had tempers that flared up at seemingly small things, and they could be maddeningly stubborn. They also tended to boss over the other boys they studied with, even ones that were older. But with me, they were particularly gentle, perhaps because they sensed my sorrow, which, although I tried to shake it off, clung to me as stubborn as shadow. They brought me little gifts from their trips into the forest, pretty stones, a garland they did woven, a chunk of honeycomb, a colorful feather. They hugged me often, not caring who might be watching, and at night they lay on either side of me with their arms around my neck, asking for stories. Their hunger for stories was insatiable, and they wouldn't allow me to repeat a tale. I had to search deep into my childhood memory and was often forced to use my imagination. Sometimes I thought it's true what people say every darkness is edged with light. In a palace bound by my royal duties, I did never have had so much time for my children. We did never have been so close to each other, known each other so much. Motherhood taught me something new about love. It was the one relationship where you gave everything you had and then wished you had more to give. But here was a strange thing. Even though Love and Kush were curious about everything, they never asked me a single question about their father. Was it because they believed what Valmiki had implied, though he never actually told them an untruth? Their father, a member of the ashram community, had traveled to a faraway land to practice austerities and was never heard from again? Or was it because they knew the question would pierce me to my heart's core? Chapter 35. For a while now, Valmiki had been composing his life work, the Ramayana, the story of Ram's adventure as hero and king. He had started it long before I arrived at the ashram, so I didn't take it personally. I was afraid he might ask me for details of our life together, but he never did. Once I asked him how he knew the information he was putting into the book. After all, he hadn't been with us on our forest journey, nor observed the terrible battles in Lanka. He told me that visions of all the needed to write came to him at the oddest moments, forcing him to abandon other activities and write them down. The resulting work, he said, would be an inspiring epic and a powerful poem, teaching readers and listeners in centuries to come how to read, how to lead a virtuous life. He was very secretive about it and never allowed anyone, not even Indirama, to take a look. If someone asked him to recite even few lines from he refused. You'll hear it at the right time, he did say, when it's all done. Except now he was stuck. The visions had dried up for some reason. Was it because he was now embroiled in the story itself? He walked around the ashram glowering and muttering. Indira massaged his head with Brahmi oil to cool the brain and increase creativity. But it was of no use. She consulted me and dosed him with Trifla and Isabol. But though it cleared out his stomach, his brain remained constipated. Finally, Valmiki decided to travel to Chitrakoot mountain to meditate. Chitrakoot was known for being a holy mountain. It clarified confusion and shed light on darkness. It was also one of the places where Ram, Lakshman, and I had spent a significant amount of time. Perhaps Valmiki felt that walking in our footsteps would inspire him. The entire ashram was highly excited because Valmiki hadn't traveled anywhere in a long time. His students and even the other rishis begged to go with him. It would be an amazing experience, they said, to meditate with him on a holy mountain, but I think they mostly just wanted an adventure to break up the monotony of ashram life. Indra urged him to take them along. They did make sure he ate and took his medicines and bathed at the right time. She had reasons to be concerned. Once long ago, he had meditated for so long that a huge anthill had grown all around him, covering him completely. Love and Kush clamored to go too, but when Valmiki whispered something in their ears, they nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask again. After the entourage had left, I asked them what the sage had said. Grandfather told us we needed to stay and protect the ashram, Love told me. He chose us because we are the best warriors he has, Kush added proudly. We are going to patrol the borders of the ashram every day with our bows and arrows, Love said. One never knows what kind of danger might come hurtling through the forest, Kush explained kindly. It's best to be prepared. I nodded, hiding my smile because the ashram was the fastest place I had ever lived in. Safest place I had ever lived in. Probably the meditative aura that exuded from its created a shield. But the wily Rishi had said exactly the right thing to appease my children. I know you did do a great job, I said. Naturally, we can't do our own other chores like cleaning out the cow stalls or cutting wood, Love said. We have to patrol full time. Kush added, will you pack food for us every morning? Lots of food. Love said. It's hungry work patrolling. Indra Ma told them they were excused from cow stall cleaning and wood cutting until Valmiki returned. I agreed to provide all the food they needed. They went off whistling happily to put new strings on their bows and sharpen their arrows. A week passed eventually and uneventfully, and then another. We hear from Valmiki, but Indra said that it was a good sign. The boys grew nut brown as they wandered the forest every day, coming home ravenous in the evening. They wouldn't let me comb or oil their hair, which now formed shaggy manes around their faces. They told me they needed to look fierce. What do you do out there all day? We practice fighting. Love said, we summon new astras. Kush said, how do you know how to do that? I asked, intrigued. The boys searched as though summoning astras was the most natural of activities. We send out a call and they come, Kush said. They tell us their names and their powers, Love said. He counted on their fingers. There's Ishik, which turns into thousands of lions. Just its roar is enough to frighten enemies to death. And Brahmajal, which falls on enemies like a huge net of fire. Don't forget the Pashupat, Kush said, the snake astra which comes from Lord Shiva. It told us that only a few people on the entire earth are able to use it. But my favorite is Akshajit. You have to be careful to use it in the right instructions though, because used at its highest power, it can destroy the three worlds. It has the ability to bring down even the greatest warriors in the world. There was a conviction in their voice that made me believe that what they said, impossible though it may seem. I stared at them in amazement and some trepidation. These two beings that had come from my body, they were still boys, not even as tall as I was. I wondered what their destiny was to be when they were fully grown. For what heroic role was the universe preparing them? But meanwhile, it was my joy to guide them. Don't you hurt anything as you are practicing? I want. What about in self defense? They asked. Well, you do have to protect yourself, but try not to kill anything. The boys nodded. And don't be late for dinner, I said, but they did run off already. Tonight the boys were very late. They always returned before dark. I did made them promise they would. So all of us women worried, spacing up and down. At night, the jungle turned into a different place, wilder, not to be trusted. We lit all the torches we had and placed them at the edge of the ashram boundary so the boys would see them and make their way to us. But still, there was no sign of them. We beat gongs and blew into coaches so they might follow the noise home. Still nothing. Finally, we heard a sound coming towards us.
But it wasn't their footsteps, it was something large, trampling loudly along the dark path, brushing against the hedges as it got closer. My heart beat unevenly as I listened. I grabbed a torch, ready to fling it at the creature, whatever it was. But when he appeared, I stood open mouthed because there in front of me was the most beautiful horse I had ever seen, white as moonlight with a long, silky mane and muscles that rippled under his shiny skin. His great black eyes looked at me with deep intelligence. There was a red star on his forehead. He wore a thick gold necklace, but no saddle or bridle. And my boys, their faces and bodies dark with grim, were grinning at me from his back. Where did you get this horse? I said suspiciously. He was so beautiful that I would have taken him to be a creature of magic, except that no magic could enter Hermitage. He came to us while we were protecting the ashram and nuzzled us. Love said. We thought he was hungry, so we gave him some fruits and soft new river grass. He really enjoyed that. I doubted that horse had been hungry. He looked very well taken care of. But clearly he liked my boys. Otherwise, he would have shaken them off his back a long time ago. But why were you so late coming home? The boys jumped off the horse and hugged me. Sorry to make you worry, Ma. Kush said. But we had to defend our horse. People were trying to take him away from us. What people? It was some kind of army, actually. Love said. They told us the horse belonged to a king. He was a Yagna horse and had traveled all over Bharatvarsha. They wanted to take him away, but we could see he wanted to stay with us. I think he's tired of traveling. What happened to the army? I asked. The boys were probably exaggerating. It must have been a small group of grooms. Still, I looked around cautiously, wondering if they were about to rush in upon us any moment to claim their rightful property. Kush grinned. We defeated them, of course. I looked closer at my boys. It wasn't grime on their faces, but blood. My heart gave a shuddering leap. Behind me, Indramas said, this must be a horse for the Ashwamedh Yagna. Only the greatest kings perform this ceremony. The horse runs free wherever it wants to go. Any kingdom it runs through has to accept the horse's master as its overlord. If a king stops a horse, he must fight the army that accompanies the horse. If he wins, he keeps the horse and is praised as the stronger ruler. If he loses, he becomes a vessel of the horse's master. Clearly, this horse has never been stopped. I wonder whose horse it is. I barely heard her. With shaking hands, I was busy examining the boy's body for wounds, but there were none. Love touched my face gently and said, don't worry, Ma. They couldn't hurt us. We prayed for your blessing and conjured a shield of magic arrows around us. We know nothing could get through it. Kush added, we could have killed them all easily, even the four generals, though. They were quite good at fighting and had some fine astras of their own. But we remembered what you told us, so we didn't. Instead, we called on our unconsciousness astra and our binding astras. And the blood pounded in my ears. What four generals? I whispered. Love crushed his brows. They said they belonged to the Raghu dynasty. They added a lot of stuff about how great it was. We couldn't hear anything. It was noisy there, with all those soldiers that kept rushing up trying to kill us. Their names are on the necklace, Kush said, holding it up for me. Mother, are you all right? I grabbed the horse's neck to keep from falling. Even before I read the embossed blade that hung from the necklace, I knew what it would say. The great monarch Ram, son of Dashrath of Raghu Vansha, is performing. The rest of the words faded away. Take me to the leader, I cried. He's your father. The dark meadow where the battle had taken place was full of bodies and slippery with blood. Love and Kush held my arms and guided me. I kept my eyes on the single flaming torch we carried with us into the black night. I was glad I couldn't see the grimaces of horror that must have frozen on the men's faces. I hoped the boys were right, that the soldiers were unconscious and not dead. I didn't want my children to suffer the heavy karma of killing so many, even though by the rules of war they were innocent, having only responded to being attacked. I knew that karma worked in strange ways. Why else would Ram, Vishnu himself, come down to earth, have suffered so greatly throughout his life? Why else would he have been forced to condemn himself to a life of royal, arid loneliness? Even before Love and Kush pointed him out, I sensed his presence and rushed forward. I fell to my knees and held his still, blood streaked face in my hands. He was bound with cords that sparkled and crackled as though they were made of lightning. They must have hurt. From time to time, his body convulsed.
Though when I pulled at them, they didn't harm me. That was the way of divine astras. I tried with all my strength to loosen them, but I wasn't able to do it. I glared at love and pushed through my tears, too overwhelmed to speak. But they just started chanting already, and in a moment, the bonds faded away. Not only from Ram, but also from his brothers who had fallen around him. Dharini Ma had followed me, along with a few of the women. They poured water over Ram's body so I could wash it, and hadn't be my basket of healing ointments. The boys held the torches steady as I applied ointments and whispered prayers. How handsome Ram was, even with a bloody gash on his pale cheek, but he did aged. There were lines of worry on his forehead and a downturn to his lips as though life had disappointed him. I touched his wounds. He had many, and shuddered as though they were my own. All this time, I did believed that I did successfully sealed it my heart against him, but that wasn't true. I still loved him as much as when he did been forest dweller in a little moonlit hut in Panchbhati. And remembering how he did send me away without a word still hurt me as much as the night I did arrived in Valmiki's ashram. While we were walking to the field, he did told the boys their history. A distraught love had asked, why but why didn't you explain this to earlier, Ma? Instead of letting us think we were Rishikumaras, then why you did never have done something so terrible today? What would I have told you? I said sadly that your father, though a great and violent king, had banished me for no fault of my own because of frivolous gossip, that he cared more for the stability of his kingdom and the brilliance of his reputation than he did for his innocent unborn children. Wouldn't you have hated him if I had done so? Wouldn't you have grown up angry and resentful and dissatisfied with the ashram and perhaps blaming me, thinking that you should be in a palace instead? We did never have wanted to leave you, mother. Kush cried, hugging me tightly. We did never have blamed you, but yes, you are right. We would have been furious with Ram. We might have gone searching just to battle him. I noticed that neither of the boys would call Ram father, but they observed him intently. No doubt they were seeing what I did noticed earlier, and Valmiki too. My sons looked just like Ram with only a soft touch of me around their mouths. But why weren't the ointments and the chants working? Why was Ram still lying there, pale as a corpse, his breath so shallow that I could hardly feel it? I tried again and again, and Mother Dharini tried with me until the moon was low in the sky and the stars began to disappear one by one. Still, Ram was caught in a place between life and death. Finally, in exhaustion, I drew myself down onto the ground by him and prayed. Was it to the goddess or the earth, my mother, or to the divine being I had been in the other world, or were they all the same? Help me, please help me. Praying thus, I fell into a trance. I don't know how long it lasted, only that the torches had spluttered out by the time I came back to myself. And when I opened my eyes, I knew the answer. The herbs and chants were working because of my anger towards Ram. In some dark part of my soul, I wanted him to suffer. I took a deep breath and focused on the faces of my children. They hung anxiously over me, holding back only because Tharini insisted that I shouldn't be touched when I was in the process of healing someone. I focused on the flow of love between us and the fact that more than anything in the world, I wanted them to be happy and fulfilled. But for that to happen, they had to develop their gifts to the utmost and then use them for the world's good. They did already learn whatever Valmiki and I could teach them. They did already learn whatever they could teach themselves. The best part for them now was their father's quote. Ram had to be their teacher now, and to accept his teachings fully, they needed to love him. They couldn't do that as long as I held on to anger, for anger gives out a powerful vibration even when it's wordless. I concentrated as deeply as I could on my heart center. I spoke to my inner self or to the universe, which was ultimately the same thing. For the sake of love, I give up my anger. For the sake of love, I give up my anger. For the sake of love, I give up my anger. I felt a tingling in my palms, and then a burst of energy surged through my body. I didn't know where it came from, the earth, the sky, or my own heart.
Perhaps it didn't matter. My body grew light, almost as if it would lift off the ground. I placed my hands against Ram's chest and repeated the healing chant. This time, even as I finished, he took a deep, jagged breath. Until under his lids, the eyeballs moved. I waited, holding my breath, for him to open his eyes and see me. What would he say? What would he feel? Would he be grateful? Would he ask for forgiveness? Would he say he loved me? I imagined him opening his arms wide and gathering us close, myself and the boys. I imagined how it would feel to rest my head against his heart once more. Someone touched my shoulder, startling me. To my surprise, it was Valmiki. I saw in meditation all that was happening here, he said. I returned immediately, using my yogic powers. You are to be condemned for you are to be commended for saving Ram's life. I hadn't thought it could be done. Then his face grew sad. But this is not the right time for him to see you or your sons. That occasion will come, I promise. For now, though, you must take your children and go. I wanted to protest, to refuse, to be so close to my beloved and not converse with him, not enjoy even a moment of his touch, not see the admiration in his eyes because I did raised his son so well. I confess, I wanted also for him to know that I did saved his life. I did let go of my anger, yes, for the sake of my children. But I wouldn't have minded a little gratitude, the look of shame in his eyes, an apology. But there was a ring of truth in Valmiki's voice that made me pull the reluctant love and Kush to the shelter of a big banyan tree a little distance away. From behind its hanging roots, we watched as Ram gained consciousness and sat up too quickly, for he had to brace himself with his arm. He looked around, disoriented. There was confusion on his face and also disappointment. He hadn't noticed Valmiki yet. I think he's looking for love in me. Kush cupped his hands and whispered in my ear. I was sure he was right. From behind him, Valmiki cleared his throat meaningfully. Ram spun around and put a hand to his head as though the sudden movement made it hurt. Revered sage, he said, bowing to the rishi, have you seen the two young boys who detained my Ashwamedha horse and did what no one in all of Bharatvarsha has been able to do? They defeated our entire army and then took on my brothers and myself as well. One by one, they brought us low. Ah, the way they called upon the most complex and powerful Ashtras. I have never seen it done before. Even as I lay paralyzed on the ground, I marveled at their skill and wondered if they were children of the gods. Love stifled a laugh. Did you hear that? He whispered in my other ear, he thinks we are gods. I scowled at him to be quiet. I didn't want to miss even a word of this conversation. Do you know who they are, Rishi? Ram asked. I'm not sure why, but even as they were battling me, I felt a great fondness for them, as though he shook his head. Are they from your hermitage by any chance? I have no idea who you could be talking about, Valmiki said, straight faced. Did you hear that, mother? Grandfather's lying. I didn't know sages were allowed to do that, Kush said with prime disapproval. Sometimes they are when it's in a good cause, I told them. Hush and listen carefully. I think grandfather has a plan. I wonder why Ram couldn't guess who Love and Kush were. He did send his pregnant wife to Valmiki 14 years ago, and now here were two boys who looked just like him. But perhaps guilt keeps us from seeing things that are otherwise as clear as a cloudless sky. My disciples and I were away, Valmiki said, all innocent. We were meditating and didn't keep track of worldly things. I have only returned right now and I'm shocked to find that a great battle took place here. He chanted some mantras and sprinkled holy water from the pot he was carrying in every direction. Ram's brother sat up, glancing around in confusion. No doubt they too were looking for my sons. Slowly, the soldiers were also beginning to stir. The women tell me that last night a horse wandered into our compound, Valmiki said. Ah, here it is. He gestured, and a couple of his disciples pulled the Yagna horse forward. They had to struggle because the horse dug in its hoofs and snorted menacingly and looked towards the banyan tree, where the boys were. Mother, see, he doesn't want to go. Love said, he's looking for us. He wants to stay with us. He likes us better, Kush said. But they had to watch helplessly from behind the banyan.
while Ram walked over to the horse and patted its neck. The horse tossed its head a couple of times, but finally calmed down and Lakshman led it away. It was time for Ram to leave too, but he was delaying for some reason. There was another thing, he said to Valmiki, speaking so softly that I had to strain to hear. In my swoon, I thought I heard her voice. She was taking care of. I clasped my hands tightly together. He was talking about me. Somewhere in the depth of his being, he did felt my presence. Valmiki looked at him blank faced. Who could you be thinking of? Ah, no matter, it was probably just a fever dream. Ram said, shaking his head as though to clear it. Revered sage, thank you for restoring our house. Now the yagna can be completed. I invite you most humbly to come to Ayodhya with all your disciples to bless the yagna on this holy occasion. I accept your gracious invitation, Valmiki said. He set a triumph flash of glance towards the banyan tree, where he knew we were hiding. But how will you conduct the yagna? I believe a king has to have a wife by his side when he makes the final offering. Has there been a wedding in Ayodhya that I am not aware of, as I am in the forest? I twisted my sari so tightly in my fist that it tore. Love and Kush stared at me in astonishment. Ram's face was pained but also resolute. No, great sage, I have not married again. I have been true to the vow I made at my wedding to take only one life partner. I have a golden image of. Here he stumbled over his words. My wife by my side. The priest have said that would suffice. When I heard that, I wanted to both laugh and cry. Was it only because he felt he must be true to his vow that Ram hadn't remarried? Or was there another reason? I'm glad to know there will be no impediments to the yagna. Valmiki said, I look forward to attending the ceremony. It is a rare king who managed to perform this ritual. But then, you have always been an exceptional monarch, haven't you? Ram lowered his head modestly, but I could tell he was pleased with the Rishi's praise. Was I the only one who heard the irony in Valmiki's voice? I'll bring my senior disciples with me. Valmiki added, they will chant auspicious mantras to bring prosperity and happiness to your kingdom and to you. Ram signed. I thank you. I would greatly appreciate your prayers. For some reason, though Ayodhya's treasury is fuller than ever before, and its citizens healthy and prosperous, it's lacking something, some kind of life, some joy has gone out of the city. No, the entire kingdom. I wonder how that could have happened, the sage said. Another man might have grown suspicious at his overly innocent tone, but Ram only sent again and said, I hope your blessings will bring us some peace. I'm sure it will, Valmiki said piously as he walked Ram to his chariot, and joy, in addition, if God's will. As Ram was about to as Ram was about to drive away, he added, in fact, to enhance your joy, I will bring three special gifts for you when I come to your court. No, no, don't ask me what they are. You'll just have to curb your curiosity until the day of the yagna. He stared after the chariot thoughtfully for a long while, even after the sounds of the marching army faded and the dust settled and the forest creatures had been frightened away, returned to forage and feed. Then he turned to us and put his arms around Love and Kush. I know now what I must do. He said, I will take the boys to the yagna there in the court of the king after the ceremony is ended. They will sing his life story, my Ramayana, which I am now ready to complete. Having envisioned clearly how it is to end, when the king sees Love and Kush, he, along with the entire court, will recognize that they are his sons, and he will accept them as his heirs. And our mother, Kush asked, will he accept me too? He did. Will he accept Ma too? He did better, Love said. Otherwise, I am not staying in Ayodhya. But Valmiki had hurried on ahead, perhaps so that he wouldn't have to answer them, and I followed his lead. Epilogue. Epilogue. Oh God. It is the morning of the journey to Ayodhya. Love and Kush are excited beyond measure. They have made me wash their clothes. The simple dhotis that all of Valmiki's disciples wear twice. They have sat, impatient but compliant, while I oiled their shoulder long hair and combed the knots out of it. They have polished their necklaces of tulsi beads until they shine. Now they have come to say goodbye. I hug them hard, suddenly panicking, not wanting to let go. I have no reason to be afraid. I know Valmiki will take excellent care of them. Plus, they have proved that they are eminently capable of protecting themselves. But there's a bad feeling inside me. I can tell the boys are itching to be off, but they hold still in my embrace. Love kisses me on the cheek. Kush pats my back. They tell me there's nothing to worry about. They'll be careful and not take any risk. They'll obey every word of what Valmiki tells them. We'll be back before you know it, Kush says. We'll be back. We'll bring you gifts from the big city and tell you all about the court, Love says. I nod and place my hand in blessing on their heads, too overcome to say anything. Then they are gone, running and laughing with all the disciples, kicking up dust, ignoring the remonstrations of Valmiki's assistants. My life feels like a hollow god, scraped empty of seeds. I wander aimlessly around the ashram with the men and children gone. It's too quiet. I try to busy myself, but there's hardly any work. I try to join the other women's conversations, but they can't hold my attention. I can't eat. And at night, I lay on my sleepless mat in a hut that seems vast as a desert and watch the moon making its lovely way across the sky. I look for my Sitayan, wanting to add few lines, hoping it will distract me. But it wasn't where I thought I put it, and I don't have the energy to search. So I am at the mercy of my memories, which break upon me, endless as waves. The boys, when they were young, when they were born, their tiny reddish brown faces, their puckered lips searching for my nipples, the sweetness that went through my whole body when they found them. I would have died for them then, killed for them. I see them older, running through the forest with me, following, urging them to be careful as they clambered up trees or pushed their way into the thorny bushes, searching for berries, or hide in the tall grasses, breathless with silent laughter, waiting for me to find them. Childhood ailments, fevers, when I sat up through the night, placing cool ointments on their brows. The pride with which I listened to them chanting hymns or watched them sparring with Valmiki, bringing him down to the ground so that he laughed and said, "Now you're ready." And in our hut late at night, their intense eyes when I told them about the astras, their lips silently repeating the words of power. Every morning, I wait for hours at the gate of the ashram, hoping for news. What are the boys doing now? I wonder. Have they sung the Ramayana yet? Has their father recognized them? Will he really accept them? Like Valmiki thinks, I want that so much for them. And and I dread it because that will mean they'll never come back. What will happen to me then? One morning, Indrama interrupts my prayers. A messenger has come from the court. He tells me that after the yagna was successfully completed, Valmiki asked Love and Kush to sing his great composition. Ram listened intently, tears running down his face, and at the end he embraced the twins and accepted them as his sons and declared in front of the entire assembly that they would be his heirs. I am weeping so hard, happiness for the boys, a dreadful emptiness for me, that I don't hear what else the messenger is telling me until Mother Indra says, "When does she have to leave?" Today, the messenger says, "The king wants her in the court as soon as possible." I wipe my eyes and look, and there's the palki, huge and glittering and embossed with the seal of the house of Raghu. 16 bearers standing ready to carry me away. Extra bearers, the messenger tells me, are waiting along the way, so we'll not have to stop anywhere. And before I have fully taken in what's happening, Indira and Dharini are walking me to the palki, which the other women are filling with simple ashram gifts. I try to thank them, an impossible task for saving my life. No, it was my spirit they saved, and thus my soul. We'll, we are all weeping, all the women of the ashram, but this time it's tears of happiness. All the way back to Ayodhya, my heart swaying in time with the palki. I think of many things, seeing my dear Urmila after all these years and my sons, now that they are officially prince, And most of all, this he loves me, he wants me, he loves me, he wants me. At the long headed main gate of the palace, a woman is waiting for me. I recognize Urmila's maid Saudamini, older and comfortably plump now. She stops the palki bearers, even though the messengers protest that he is supposed to take me straight to the court. Those were the king's orders. Are you crazy, man? Saudamini barks. The queen can't go to the court looking like this. I'm taking her to Princess Urmila's quarter. When she is properly dressed, we'll bring her. You just go and tell King Ram that. Urmila throws open the doors to her chambers herself and hugs me so hard. I think she'll never let me go. We weep a few happy tears, but mostly we look at each other. I touch the silver strands in Urmila's hair, the lines radiating from the edges of her eyes. She takes my face in her hands and says wonderingly that I look as young as ever. Must be all that clean ashram living, I quip. I don't believe her completely. Love does that to you, makes you see everything through a golden veil. But a part of me is happy to think that Ram might find me more beautiful than he expects. Urmila's children run in, a beautiful boy and girl that have her eyes and Lakshman's stubborn mouth. They hug me and tell me that they have already become great friends with Love Bhaiya and Kush Bhaiya. Love is teaching them how to shoot arrows, and Kush is teaching them to sing. It makes me happy that my sons already have so many loving relatives around them. I hand them chunks of honeycomb that they stuff greedily into their mouths, claiming that it was the most delicious thing they have ever eaten. Urmila shoos them off. Go play with your brother, she says. But they tell her that Love and Kush are busy in the court singing something very long and difficult for Uncle Ram. He must really like the Ramayana, I think, if he is making them sing it again and again. I am happy for Valmiki because he worked very hard on the epic, even though he didn't get it quite right. I think of my own Sitayan, wondering where I had left it. Perhaps if I send a messenger to Indira, she'll be able to find it and send it to me, even if no one else ever sees it. It will comfort me to process a record of the truth. Many times I thought of leaving the palace, going to the ashram to be with you. Urmila says, what was done to you was wrong, and I felt guilty that by remaining in Ayodhya, I was condoning that. She sinned, but I couldn't leave the children, and I couldn't leave Lakshman. He would be so lonely without me because I am the only one to whom he can confide his doubts and sorrows. You don't have to explain, I say, that's love. Golden ropes that bind you and pull you in different directions. Urmila's maid take over now, washing my hair and massaging me in turmeric paste. They pour buckets of scented water over me and wipe me with the softest clothes. My undergarments are as soft and light as baby's breath and smell of sandalwood. Urmila has sent out the most beautiful saris for herself and me in complementary colors, parrot green for her hair and hibiscus red for myself. I protest that it will make me look like a bride, especially with all the jewelry she's taken out of her coffers for me to wear. That's the idea, she says with a mischievous grin. I can't wait to see the look on Ram's face when he sees you. We hug again. It's a joy to hold each other after such a long separation. A foolish memory comes to me. How I did believed when I said goodbye to her in the ashram that I did only see her again on the last day of my life. I'll have to tell that to Urmila sometime, I think. How she'll make fun of me for having such strange fancies. The women have almost finished dressing me when Saudamini comes rushing into the room. Her face is pale. Her lips tremble. She whispers something into Urmila's ear that makes me sit down heavily on her bed. Saudamini heard that Ram is planning another Agni Pariksha for her. She didn't believe it at first, but then she crept into the alcove behind the hall with one of the court servants and saw it. A great pile of wood in the middle of the hall, surrounded by large pots of ghee, all ready to be lit. I walked slowly and carefully across the room, holding on to furniture because a sudden movement might make my body fall apart. The end of my beautiful red sari trails after me like a slash of blood. I sit down next to my sister. He wants me to go through another test by fire? I ask. I want her to tell me. That's ridiculous. I want her to say, you heard it wrong. But she is silent, eyes lowered. After the pain and humiliation I suffered last time, I ask, after the God themselves proclaimed me innocent, After all his apologies, this is why he wanted to bring me to Ayodhya? Urmila raises her eyes. They are bright with anger and tears. She says, "Don't do it. Return to the ashram and preserve your dignity. Saudamini will get us a carriage. We'll leave by the back gate before anyone knows it. We'll be in the forest. Oh, yes, this time I'm coming with you, and so are my children. Lakshman can do what he wants. I've given him enough of my life already. And I bet when Love and Kush find out what their father are planning, they'll go right back to you." Her plan sounds very tempting. To return to the peaceful forest, its healing green canopies. To return to the ashram community where everyone trusts and accepts me, with my sister by my side. To have my dearest children with me the rest of my life, to bring them up, along with their cousins, to be the kind of people I want them to be. I take a deep breath. No, I say. I will not run away. I will meet Ram, just as he wishes. But not like this, dressed up as a queen, because I am not a queen any longer. I am Sita, the forest dweller, Sita, daughter of earth, and yes, Sita, daughter of fire as well. I begin to remove my ornaments and unbraid my hair. I ask the maids to bring back my simple ashram sari. Urmila falls at my feet, begging me to reconsider, but I raise her up and kiss her gently. Be strong for my sake, I say. Take care of Love and Kush when I'm gone. They are shy. Underneath all that young man bluster, they'll have a hard time asking for anything. They love milk sweets. Will you make them some on their birthday? What do you mean gone? Urmila asks, her face pale with shock. What are you going to do? You're not planning to walk into that fire, are you? No, I say. Then what? Urmila asks. I don't answer because I'm not sure myself. I don't know what will happen when I'm face to face with Ram, my greatest joy, my greatest sorrow. I only know that I cannot, will not do what he asks. The first thing I hear when I enter the royal court is my boys singing. Their high, clear voices that lodge in my heart. Their tones, innocent yet powerful, rise all the way to the high ceilings of this ancient room that has seen so much already, both tragedy and triumph. They are seated on Ram's right, on silver thrones that indicate their princely stature. They are the only ones who see me. No one else notices because every single person in the room is mesmerized by the purity of their singing, their passion, and their conviction. I too listen. I listen with my whole body because this may be the last time I'll hear them. Their beautiful voices pierce my entire being. I struggle to hold in my tears, my pride, my joy. Ah, love is the sharpest, sweetest weapon of all. Then I recognize what they are singing. It's not Valmiki's great epic. They are singing the pages I did return in my lonely darkness out of the need to give voice to all of us who were pushed to the edges, misjudged, misunderstood. My truth and the truth of the woman whose life touched mine for better or worse. Their laughters and tears, their triumph and sufferings, their blessings and curses. Love and Kush must have conspired to take in the manuscript from our hut when I was busy elsewhere. They must have practiced singing it in secret. They must have decided to perform it in my honor, risking the anger of their guru as well as their newfound father to tell the world my story. I am weeping as I listen to them sing the Sitayan. Their eyes meet mine, and they are weeping too. And this is one of the final things I learn about love. It's found in its purest form on this imperfect earth because mothers and young children, because there's nothing they want except to make each other happy. The song ends. The last immaculate notes float away. As though they are released from a trance, people blink and wipe their eyes and look around. That is when they see me. A whisper goes around the hall until it reaches Ram, who is even now lost in the world of the Sitayan. He raises his eyes, which are still unfocused, and I see that his face is wet with tears. His face, so stately, is the face of a true king, bearing nobly the marks of sorrow and care that life has left on it. But when his gaze falls on me, it changes, and a wild hope, shimmering with excited joy, leaps in his eyes. For a moment, he is my Ram, my beloved, my own, the young man I vowed to love and follow all my life. The husband who washed and bandaged my blisters' feet and held me close to his heart all night in the forest. The king
who, after we returned and struggled together to bring back prosperity to Ayodhya, clasped my hands tightly and said, "You are my Lakshmi. I couldn't rule this land without you." Is, is it really you? He cries now. He puts out a hand towards me as though he's afraid I might vanish. I want to run and throw my arms around him. I want the sorrows of the last 10 years to dissolve as our breaths mingle. I don't care what people will think. I don't care about anyone except him. I start forward, but the piles but the piles of I start forward, but the piles of firewood block my path, forcing me to stop, reminding me of the reality of my situation. Love and Kush begin clamoring down to me. I know what they are planning. They'll help me navigate the barrier and bring me to their father. Finally, we'll be together, the family they have longed for all their lives. They don't know, in their innocence, that an invisible barrier far higher than these pieces of wood rises between us. I shake my head silently, slightly, a subtle signal. They are confused, but they have already trusted me, so they obey and return to their seats. Ram is speaking now. He has controlled whatever emotion shook him a few moments ago and uses his regal, official voice. I, I commend you for bringing up love and Kush so well, with the help of Valmiki, Maharishi Valmiki, of course. You will be happy to know that I have accepted them as my sons and have declared that they will inherit my kingdom. As you surely understand, from now on they must live with me in the palace so that I can train them appropriately, preparing them to be great kings. We have lost so much time. He pauses and swallows, and I recognize, though probably no one else in the court does, because none of them know him as I do, that he is nervous. He continues, I would like you to come back to Ayodhya and live with us so that we can be a complete family. The children need you, and I do too. As you know, I have never taken another wife, but there's one thing you must do first. You must go through a test by fire here in the courtroom so that the sages and attending kings and ministers of the court can witness the fire god vouching for your innocence and purity. In this way, the citizens of Ayodhya will be satisfied for good. Rage rises up in me until my whole body is scorched. For some kinds of burning don't require a fire, not a word of love, not a word of apology for the sorrows he has caused me, not a word about the unjust and cruel way in which he sent me away. He hasn't even called me by my name. It's clear to me now what I need to do. Anger and self pity are useless emotions, so I push them away and speak calmly, even though my heart is breaking all over again. O King of Ayodhya, I address you in this way because you have always placed your role as king ahead of your role as husband. In this court, which has been set up to dispense justice to all citizens, I ask you this, for I have been a citizen of Ayodhya too. Did you act justly when you sent me away to the forest, knowing I was innocent of what gossip mongers whispered? Did you stop to think, as a wise king would, that there would always be people who gossip, even in the best run kingdoms, for it's their nature? Were you compassionate the way a king is meant to be? When you banished me without telling me what you were about to do, without allowing me to defend myself or choose my destiny? Were you fair to your unborn children when you sentenced them to a life of hardship, perhaps even death, in the wilderness? And if you were not, shouldn't someone be judging you today? You who care so much about the citizens of Ayodhya, did you think of the impact your actions would have on the women of the city? That men would punish their wives harshly or even discard them for the smallest of refractions, saying, King Ram did so. Then why shouldn't I? I accept your priorities and I understand why they are so important to you. You are compensating for the mistake your father, King Dashrath,
made when he gave in to the demands of his favorite wife and banished you, even though he knew it was bad for his kingdom. It left a deep mark on you. But I don't agree with you that the private life must be sacrificed for the public one. And that is the final advice that I leave for my children. My dearest boys, balance duty with love. Trust me, it can be done. O King of Ayodhya, you know I am innocent, and yet unfairly you are asking me to step into the fire. You offer me a tempting prize indeed, to live in happiness with you and my children. But I must refuse, because if I do what you demand, society will use my action forever after to judge other women. Even when they aren't guilty, the burden of proving their innocence will fall on them. And society will say, why not? Even Queen Sita went through it. I can't do that to them. For the sake of my sons, I made myself live when it would have been much easier to give up and die than to go through the pain of having the person you love most in the world abandon you. For the sake of my daughters in the centuries to come, I must now stand up against this unjust action you are asking of me. I wish you all happiness with my dearest love and kush. I bless this land, its men and women. I bless my sons, and finally, I bless my daughters who are yet unborn. I pray that if life tests them, as sooner or later life is bound to do, they'll be able to stand steadfast and think carefully, using their hearts as well as their heads, understanding when they need to compromise and knowing when they must not. And that is why, O King Ram, I must reject your kind offer to allow me to prove my innocence again. What offer? Because this is one of those times when a woman must stand up and say, no more. I call my mother earth and my father fire, for both have shaped me into the woman I am today. I come to my aid, O mother, O father. All my life I have suffered and endured and been wrongly accused. If I am indeed blameless, or what the gossip mongers whispered, give me a sign. As I speak, I feel a powerful energy goes through me. Underneath my feet, the earth cracks open with a deafening roar. The wood around me ignites, leaping flames around me, forming a protective barrier. Beyond them, I can see Love and Kush struggling mightily to get to me. But Ram's brother hold them back. My heart wrenches at the anguish in their voices as they call to me, Mother, please, don't go. Don't leave us alone here. Ah, my dears, I hope someday you will understand why I had to do this. Ram is running towards the fire, his arms outstretched, his crown falling, unheeded, to the floor. But he can't pass through the flames. Sita, he cries desperately. Sita, Sita, Sita. But he's saying something quite different with his heart, and because I'm no longer fully in this mortal world, I can hear it. Forgive me, dearest, no matter what I did, no matter what I prioritized through everything. I have always loved you. Forgive me, though I don't deserve it. Is that a golden chariot rising up from the darkness of Patal to carry me away? I step forward and set my foot on it. Around me, celestial flowers are falling in a crystal shower. Or are they tears of gods who crowned the skies, looking down in sorrow and admiration at my final act of self respect? The flames crackle and leap higher, blackening the ceiling of the royal sabha. But when I focus my gaze on them, they grow still and clear, like a wall of crystal. Through them, I can see the other world that has come to me only in tantalizing glimpse until now. The pristine ocean of milk, the jeweled palace of Vishnu sparkling with all the colors of the rainbow. It is more real than the royal court of Ayodhya, which is beginning to recede from me. Its finery turning into dust, far more beautiful. Unearthly music, played by Gandharvas, rise in a crescendo ceiling. Come, it is time. You have done your duty. You have suffered enough. It is time to return. Am I the only one who can hear it? I have one last thing I must do before I turn back from woman to goddess. Before my new world, no, it is my original forever abode, envelops me in pristine bliss, obliterating all complicated, contradictory human emotions. One last crucial thing I must tell my husband. I forgave you a long time ago, I say to Ram, though I didn't know it until now, because this is the most important aspect of love. whose other face is compassion. It isn't doled out, drop by drop. It doesn't measure who is worthy and who isn't. It is like the ocean, unfathomable, astonishing, measureless.